The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Let's get on with this day in history. September the 17th, 2024. In 642 AD, Arab forces under Mir ibn al-Aziz conquer Alexandria. In 1683, Dutch scientist Annette van Leeuwenhoek is the first to report the existence of bacteria. In 1787, the U.S. Constitution is signed by delegates at the Philadelphia Convention. In 1862, Battle of Antietam, single bloodiest day in American Civil War. 22,000 dead, wounding, or missing in first battle on Union soil. In 1916, World War I flying ace Red Baron of the German Luftstreitkräfte wins his first aerial combat near Cambrai, France. In 1940, Adolf Hitler indefinitely postpones Operation Sea Lion, the planned German invasion of Great Britain. In 1978, Anwar Sadat, Menachem Begin, and Jimmy Carter signed the Camp David Accord, frameworks for peace in the Middle East and between Egypt and Israel. In 1972, TV comedy series MASH, adapted from the movie, starring Alan Alda, Loretta Swit, Wayne Rogers, and McLean Stevenson debuts on CBS in the U.S. Runs for 11 years, garnering 14 Emmys and 1 Peabody Award. In 1964, the Beatles are paid a then record $150,000 by baseball team owner Charles Finley for a concert at Municipal Stadium in Kansas City, Missouri on a scheduled day off. The group adds the song Kansas City, Hey, 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 Hey to their standard set list, much to the delight of the crowd. In 1941, card Stan Musial makes his major league debut, going 2 for 4. And famous people born on this day include Frederick Wilhelm von Steuben, Marquise de Condorcet, Francis Chichester, Neredu O'Madi, Sterling Moss, Anne Bancroft, Frederick Ashton, Hank Williams, Keith Flint, George Blandy, Maureen Conley, Phil Jackson, Alex Overchick, Patrick Mahoney's, Aya Mori. And dying on this day were Philip IV, William Henry Fox Talbot, Anastasios Somazi de Bell, Vitis Gratellis, Spiro Agnew, Belzebut Flinka. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling All Cars, the copyrighted program created for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
San Diego Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 7. Starting a hold-up and murder on the National City Dike. Bandits wearing tan coveralls, dark glasses, and driving a black Ford Roadster without a windshield. These men are armed, so be careful. That's all.
Hundreds of radio-equipped police cars prowling about your city every hour of the day and night. Would you risk your reputation by letting ordinary gasoline slacken the speed and cut down the power of your emergency cars? Or would you select the finest gasoline money could buy, so your police cars could answer emergency calls at top speed, so they could catch any criminal getaway car in a chase? Many of your brother police chiefs would advise you that Rio Grande cracked gasoline has the reputation in police circles of being the fastest, most efficient gasoline made. The police chiefs of Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, or Maricopa County, Arizona, and many, many other cities and counties use Rio Grande cracked gasoline exclusively because it comes as close as possible to perfect performance. Yet it fits expense budgets. For the cost records of these cities show year after year that Rio Grande cracked gasoline delivers more miles as well as faster miles from every gallon. Every motorist can get this same gasoline that powers more police and emergency cars than any other brand from the independent Rio Grande dealer in your neighborhood. Ask for Rio Grande cracked and enjoy the thrill of police car performance in your car. It is now our pleasure to present Mr. W.A. Huggins on the staff of Chief Sears of the San Diego Police Department. Mr. Huggins.
Every man who plots a holdup or some other crime invariably thinks he is smart enough to get away with it. He knows that in crimes committed in the past, the law has captured the criminals in practically every case, but always he is going to be the exception. We have confronted scores of lawbreakers captured by our police officers, and always they are baffled at the ease with which we tracked them down and blew up their alibis. They marvel at the apparent uncanny ability shown by the police in singling the right man out of the many who might have committed the crime. The secret of our success is simply that we take advantage of the mistakes every lawbreaker makes. Carefully as he plans his crime, there's always some detail he overlooks. Our job is simply to discover these mistakes and use common sense. There are always one or more clues to lead us to the criminals. The case you will now hear, for example, was carefully planned and daringly executed. But the hold-up men made plenty of mistakes. They were not smart robbers. They were stupid. All criminals are stupid. The story that follows is proof that crime cannot pay.
Shortly after midnight, in the middle of May 1929, two shadowy figures stealthily worked at the lock of the service entrance of a Ford agency in San Diego.
How you coming?
None of these keys seem to fit.
That's funny.
Well, here's the last one. I'll try it. Nope. Hey, give me that hammer.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to bust this padlock open.
Oh, you're nuts. You'll wake up the whole town.
Listen. We're getting in there, ain't we? And I don't care how we do it.
Yeah, but maybe somebody will hear us.
Well, if anybody comes snooping around, just get 'em. I'll take care of 'em. Go on, give me that hammer.
Well, all right. Here you are.
Swell. Here goes. Yeah, that's more like it.
Did the business all right.
Sure, it did the business. That's the way to get things done. Force, my boy. There once was a mug that lived in the old days by the name of Alexander the Great. He found that out. When he couldn't untie a knot, he cut it with his sword.
Yeah? Well, let's drop the history lesson and get into this joint. Here, give me a hand on this door. Sure there's no watchman here?
I told you I cased the joint, didn't I?
Yeah.
Well, you heard me. There ain't no watchman.
Okay.
Hey, douse that flashlight, will you? You want to invite the whole world to this party?
But how can you see what you want?
The street light shines right through the showroom good enough, don't it?
You're going to take a new car?
Sure. Right off the floor.
Yeah, but that's taking a chance. They can spot a new car.
Not when we get through with it.
I think it'd be a better idea to take one of these into service.
Listen, dummy. They wouldn't be there if it was running good, would they?
No.
Got to be sure we got a good car. Well, here we are. What looks good to you?
And how about that coupe over there?
I think you better take that roadster.
Oh, that's too flashy.
Well, we'll fix that. You see, we can drop the windshield on the roadster and shoot straight ahead. If we take a coupe, we'd have to take that windshield out, and that might attract attention.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, well, come on, hop in.
She got gas?
Careful with that light.
Yeah, she's quarter full. Let's have those Ford keys of yours.
Okay, here you are. Find one to fit?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, let's go.
While police scour San Diego for the stolen car, Cochran and Colson are working on it in the garage back of their bungalow. Finally, after 2 days of secret activity, they pridefully view the result of their labor.
That's a big difference from the shiny gray job we drove off the floor the other night, eh, Morty?
Yeah. Nobody could call it a professional paint job, but it's just what we want.
And that rotten black paint makes it look like any number of other heats around the town.
Oh, say, listen. Don't you think we better put some damp rags on the headlights and radiator so they'll rust?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Now, listen. The way I figure is this. That wide stretch of road along the National City Dike is the best place to pull the job.
Yeah, there's not much traffic there. What time does the money car come through?
Well, it leaves Caliente in time to get to the bank in town here around noon. So it'll come along and, well, about 11:30. We'll knock over Monday, see, you know, when they're bringing in the tape for the weekend.
Figure we'll have much trouble with the Mex guards?
Nah, there's only 2 of them. They bring the dough over in a coupe.
They've never been knocked over before, have they?
No, that's why they're so careless, I guess. But if they get tough, why, we'll just bump them off.
Oh, gee, we don't have to do that, do we?
Might? What of it? Ain't $100,000 worth of beef?
Yeah, I guess so, but...
Remember that mug Alexander? He had the right idea. Cut right through the knot.
On the morning of May 20th, 1929, Nemesio Monroy and J.V. Barrigo, 2 Mexican police officers, call at the Agua Caliente Casino for the weekend receipts.
Well, here it is, boys.
How much dinero we take today, boss?
Almost $100,000. Madre de Dios.
$100,000? Oh, make a nice present for my woman and me, eh?
Yeah, so it would. But don't you go waltzing off with that dough, or I'll beat your ears in, Nemesio.
Oh, do not worry.
By the way, how's your wife?
Oh, pretty good. Will not be long now before we have another little one.
Is that so? You're acquiring quite a family, Nemesio.
Oh, see. 4 already, all boys. And soon it will be 5.
Nemesio, he's raising his own army for the next revolution. Well, you better get started with the dough, boys. See, muy pronto.
Adios, senor.
Goodbye, boys.
Parked on a side street from which they can see far up the highway along the National City Dike, Cochran and Colson await their victims. Ignorant of their peril, they are approaching, laughing and joking as they drive through Tijuana, bumping along the dirt road to the customs gate. They pass over the line, through San Isidro, and on into National City.
Hey, it's 11:30. Maybe we missed them.
Yeah, how could we? We've been here since 8 o'clock this morning.
But maybe they went the other way, through Chula Vista.
Hey, listen, I tell you, this is the route they take. You don't think I'd go into this thing before I checked every angle, do you?
Well, no.
Hey,
but-
that looks like them now.
Yeah?
See that big coupe coming down the road?
Yeah.
Yep, them's the boys. All right, kick that motor over.
Okay.
All right, pull over there and get in right behind them. Boy, oh boy, what a break this is, eh? Not another car in sight. Swell. Now, just like this. Keep that distance behind them while I turn this heater on them. There you are. That pulled them over all right. Hey, just a minute.
What's the matter?
This tomcat's jammed. Wait till I clear it. Ah, darn it. All right, there it is. Okay, let's go. You take that side and I'll take this one. Come on now. Hurry.
What do you men want from us?
All right, boys. Hand over that dough.
Caramba, what's the big idea of shooting at us?
Let them have it, Lee. Let them have it.
But, Marty,
Shut up. Let them have it, I say.
What's the matter, Marty?
Oh, you darn fool. You didn't have to hit me, did you? I'm sorry, Marty. Well, it could have been worse. Oh, you only got me in the arm. There's the satchel. Come on, grab it.
Okay.
Okay. Now to duck these overalls and dark glasses and get me to a doctor.
Gee, Marty, it was a crying shame to bump off those poor devils.
Hey, what are you falling about? You nearly murdered me, didn't you?
Oh, well, it wasn't necessary to kill those guys. They didn't have a chance.
You remember that mug Alexander the Great? He turned on the heat first and talked afterwards.
Detective Bureau. Sergeant Kelly speaking. Yeah? Where? On the National City Dike. Yeah? Okay. Be right out. What's up? Murder, O'Connor. Come on. Now, did any of you people see this happen?
No, sir. No, sir. That is, yes, sir.
Well, now, which do you mean?
Well, you see, me and my friend George, when we was over there in the dumps and we done hear the shooting.
Well, what did the men look like that did the shooting?
Well, I couldn't exactly tell, mister.
What do you mean you couldn't tell? Didn't you see them?
Well, sir, I did, and again I didn't know.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, sir, you see, when these here now bullets started whizzing around, why, George and me, we just naturally hid under some tin roof until it was all over.
Well, didn't you see anything?
Well, I done saw them drive away.
How many were there?
Well, the two. That's all I seen.
What were they dressed like?
Well, I don't take no particular notice. Seems like they had on these here now jumper things like the garage mechanics wear.
Anything else?
Well, sir, let me see now. If I just remember correctly, they had on them sunglasses.
Did you get their license number?
No, sir. I wasn't paying no notice to license number about that time.
Well, what kind of a car were they in?
Well, it seemed to me like it was an old Ford.
A Ford? What color?
Well, kind of dark, I guess. A black, maybe.
Anything else?
Well, I think that's about all I know.
Anyone else see this happen?
Maybe your friend George saw something else.
George? Oh, no, sir. George, he didn't see nothing.
Oh, we want to talk to him. Where is he?
George? George, he's still hiding under that tin roof and over in the dump.
Meager are the clues the police have on which to work. Old black Fords are under suspicion, but finding the right one is as easy as finding the proverbial lost needle. Things look black for the police when help comes from an unexpected source.
Well, this is a tough one.
Yeah, it sure is.
Two guys dressed in jumpers and dark glasses in an old Ford. I'll find 100 people answering that description in a half an hour.
Yeah, and you won't be any closer to the right ones.
That's right. Detective Bureau, Sergeant Kelly speaking.
This is Frank D. Hartella.
Yeah?
Well, I have some information that might be of assistance to you.
Yeah? What's that?
Well, a couple of men drove up near my house about noon today in an old Ford.
Yes?
Well, they met by another car, which, they took them away. One of them seemed to be wounded. The Ford's still parked here in the street.
What's the address, Mr. Hartel?
It's marked in B.
Thanks. We'll be right out. Now, what did these men look like, Mr. Hartel?
Well, they were both about 25 years old. One was around 5 feet, 5 inches tall, and the other one was maybe 2 inches taller.
How were they dressed?
Oh, had on some old clothes.
Could you identify them if you saw them again?
Absolutely.
Well, here's hoping you get a chance to.
Well, let's have a look at this car. The dealer's license. Is that number on your hot sheet, O'Connor?
Let's see. Yeah, that's the number of the car stolen from the Ford agency last week. But this is an old Ford. The one that was stolen was a new car.
Oh, just a minute. This is a new car, too. Take a look at the position of the brake and gear shift. Oh, this is a new car.
Painted over, huh?
Sure.
Hey, wait a minute. What's this?
What?
Something stuck into the corner under the brake pedal. Well.
The jumpers and the dark glasses.
Well, what's that mean, hey?
That means this is the car the murderers used, Mr. Hartel.
Still, the murder remains a mystery. Although Kelly and O'Connor have a slight description of the criminals, they have nothing definite to go on. But the fact that a machine gun was used starts them on an inquiry among underworld characters.
Well, Kelly, I got a lead.
You have? What is it?
I found out that Ted Barnes has a submachine gun. Or at least, he did have one a week ago.
Ted Barnes. Oh, yes. He's that bootlegger up the line, isn't he?
Yeah, that's the guy.
But as I remember him, he doesn't fit the description of these mugs. He's about 6 feet tall, and he's fat. The guys that did this job were both short. They were young fellas, too.
Sure, that's right. But Barnes might have lent them his machine gun, mightn't he?
Yeah?
Well, it won't hurt to go up there and look Barnes' joint over.
Okay, let's do that.
Armed with a search warrant, Kelly and O'Connor follow up this latest elusive clue. More than sure that it will end nowhere.
Mighty quiet around here.
I'll be prepared for anything. This Barnes is a bad egg.
Here comes somebody.
Well, what is it?
We want to see Ted.
He isn't here.
Where is he?
Out.
Well, we'll come in and wait for him.
You can't do that. I don't know when he'll be back.
We'll come in just the same.
Say, what's the big idea? Who are you?
We're police officers.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. See that?
That buzzer don't mean anything. This is a private house, and you can't come in without a warrant.
Well, we thought of that. Here's the warrant.
Oh. Well,
Come on, Kelly. Oh, I see you've got a hospital here.
What's that?
Look, there's a guy in bed over there in the corner. Keep your hands off that gat, mister. I got you covered. Get that automatic out of his reach, Kelly.
Right. What's your name, pal? What's the matter with you? You won't talk, eh? Well, I'll take a look.
What's the matter with him, Kelly?
Bullet wound in his arm. This looks like our man.
Who is this guy?
I ain't saying nothing.
Well, you're Barnes' wife, aren't you?
Yeah?
Well, where is he?
I don't know.
So he and this bird held up the money car, and he ducked out and left you to care for his pal, eh?
That's a lie.
Well, that's the way it looks to me.
Ted didn't have a thing to do with no holdup.
What about this man here? Who is he?
Let him tell you.
Did he hold up the money car?
I don't know nothing about it.
Well, we'll have to arrest you, too.
What for?
Well, we'll book your friend here on suspicion of murder, and we'll book you on...
You can't arrest me. I ain't done a thing.
Looks to me like you're an accessory after the fact. At least that's the way we're going to arrest you.
Hartel positively identifies the wounded man as one of the two he saw leave the Ford 2 days before. Police cover the town and discover the bungalow court in which an apartment was taken by a Joseph Renane, who answers the wounded man's description. However, effects discovered in the apartment identify Renane as one Marty Colson, an ex-convict on parole, after serving part of a sentence on an arson charge committed in Los Angeles County. Papers in the apartment show that his partner is one Lee Cochran. Mrs. Barnes is the important link in the chain of suspects. Police question her closely.
Now, look here, Mrs. Barnes. We've got this case just about sewed up.
Yes, it isn't going to do you any good to hold out on us.
Listen, I don't know anything about it.
Now, that's not true, Mrs. Barnes.
It is true. I don't know a thing.
Now, we know that Ted wasn't in on this job.
What are you trying to do? Trap me?
Why, of course not. You told us yourself he had nothing to do with it. And that's true, isn't it?
Sure, it's true.
But Marty Colson, the man you were caring for in your house yesterday, he was on the job.
I don't know. How did you find out his name?
Oh, never mind.
And Lee Cochran, his pal, was the other bandit. We know that.
So, Marty Cochran, eh?
Looks like it.
Said he wouldn't open his mouth.
Now, look here, Mrs. Barnes. You're a woman. Did you know that one of those poor Mexican officers who was murdered the other day left a wife that was about to have a baby?
Is that the truth?
On the level.
Oh, we know Ted didn't do the job, but we want to get Cochran. We want to see some sort of justice done. We can't give that poor Mexican woman back her husband, but at least we can make Cochran pay for the penalty of his crime. Now, if you were in that poor woman's place, and if Ted had been murdered, you'd want to see justice done, now wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I would.
All right. You can help us.
Oh, we want Cochran. Where did he go?
Well, I think he went up to L.A. He and Ted. Oh, I mean he...
Oh, so Ted is with him, huh?
Listen, you said you wanted Cochran. I ain't talking about Ted. I got constitutional rights. You can't make me testify against my husband.
Furnished with a description of Cochran and Barnes, the sheriff's office of Los Angeles County takes the two men into custody within 24 hours. For more than 2 months, while they were awaiting trial, and all through the courtroom proceedings, Colson refused to talk. He makes the communications that are necessary in writing. But from the moment of his arrest to the moment when he stands before the judge to receive his sentence, Silent Marty, as he has come to be called, has never uttered a word.
Martin Colson, Lee Cochran, you've heard the jury's verdict of guilty of murder in the first degree. Before I sentence you, have you anything to say?
Nothing to say.
I suppose it is useless to ask you, Martin Colson, if you want to break the silence you've obstinately maintained throughout the trial. No, Judge. I have got something to say. Before you sentence me, I got something important to say, Your Honor. I want to die. I want to pay my debt to society. Let Lee go, Judge. I'm the one you want. I planned the whole thing. Hang me, Judge, and let my partner go.
But Colson's magnanimous offer is refused, and he and Cochran are both sentenced to life imprisonment in Folsom Prison. Ted Barnes is sentenced to a year in the county jail as an accomplice after the fact. In Folsom, Martin Colson retains his grim silence, only rarely talking to his fellow prisoners. His nickname of Silent Marty follows him behind the grim gray walls of the northern prison. Desperate, morbidly brooding, Colson determines to beat the rap. For months, he works secretly on a crude diving apparatus, and then one day he attempts to escape through the powerhouse water intake pipe into the prison moat. But his apparatus fails to function, and he is dragged from the moat half-drowned. Serves a hitch in solitary for his attempted break. But as soon as he's back in the cell block, he and his cellmate set about fashioning 2 pistols from the bits of metal they conceal in the machine shop. Then, on the morning of February 27th, 1933, as the men are marching to their daily task,
All set, pal.
Right. Oh, what's the matter, Marty?
Oh, I'm sick. Hey, keep going there. What's holding up the line?
My pal here, sick.
Come on, don't go. Oh, quit prodding me, will you? Oh, on the up and up. I got cramps, something awful.
You better let me take him to the hospital.
Okay, Paul. Work like a charm.
Yeah, but you better keep on looking sick.
Now, you hold up the guard in the hospital.
Yeah?
And I'll make the operator call the warden down here.
Yeah.
If anybody gets fancy, bump them all.
You know what that means if they catch us?
Sure I do. But remember that mug, Alexander the Great, right through the knot.
Okay, here we are. You all set?
Let's go. What do you want?
My partner here, sick.
Come this way, then we'll... All right, grab his gun. Okay. I'll get the operator.
Okay.
What are you... Shut up, you. Don't ask no questions. Call the warden and tell him to come down here right away. Tell him it's important.
But look here.
George, I tell you, will you? Or you're breathing your last this minute.
Oh, all right. Hello, warden. This is the hospital. Can you come down right away? One of the men is very sick. Yes, it's important. Please,
all right,
hurry.
That's enough. You don't have to cry over the telephone. Don't touch that board. It's hot, I say. Now get into that other room.
The warden comes?
Yeah. This guy here nearly tipped us off. But it's okay. The warden tried to call back. When he doesn't get an answer, he'll think that guy's awful sick and he'll be down on the double.
Good.
Then he'll listen to us. He'll hand over the keys and give us a safe conduct out of this hole.
Yeah.
He ain't got no guts. Wardens never have.
No.
It's strong guys like us.
Yeah.
Like that Alexander mug that gets places in this world.
Yeah.
You bet I'm telling you, pal.
Listen. What's that? The prison siren. They're wise. Hey, where you going?
They'll never get me.
Okay, you win.
Where's your pop?
Hey, I guess he shot himself. He said you'd never get him. Hey, and he was a swell guy, too. Lots of education. Say, do any of you guys know who this mug Alexander is he was always talking about?
And so ends the career of the man who thought he was smart enough to beat the law. He died a victim of his own stupidity. Any man who thinks he is smart enough to beat the law is mentally unbalanced. Common sense will convince any intelligent person that the forces of law and order are too strongly organized. Let tonight's story of criminal folly serve as a warning to any criminally minded listener that you can't get away with it. The time-worn old slogan is today truer than ever. Crime does not pay.
Thank you, Mr. Huggins. If you like these radio crime dramas, you'll be interested in reading the Calling All Cars news. This month's issue illustrates 15 free gifts for boys and girls. Get this unique publication free wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold. And wherever you find Rio Grande cracked gasoline, you'll find Sinclair motor oils, too. These independent dealers know that Sinclair has pioneered most of the refinements recently announced by other oil companies. It was Sinclair who perfected the de-waxing and de-jellying processes to purify motor oil. Modern high-compression engines need Sinclair motor oils to ensure continuous lubrication of those fast-moving, finely fitted parts. As one of the world's largest makers of lubricants, Sinclair engineers work with every automotive manufacturer to develop perfect lubricants. The manufacturer of your car has specified a Sinclair oil or lubricant for every moving part. And your Rio Grande cracked gasoline dealer is equipped to give you this Sinclair scientific lubrication.
San Diego police calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation broadcast 7. Regarding a hold-up and murder on the National City Dike. Suspects in this case are now in custody. That's all.
Frederick Lindsley bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
It's a beautiful day. All is calm and peaceful in the meadow. Or is it? If you look closely, very closely, you'll discover a whole new world with a world of difference, full of exciting adventure and desperate conflict.
We've got to go away from the Warren. All of us.
Go away?
Yes, before it's too late.
Is there something wrong? What's he on about?
They're coming.
A world of ruthless tyranny and brave rebellion.
I'll settle with you myself, bigwig.
Come on and try, you crack-brained slave driver.
A world of incredible courage and mortal fear.
A terrible thing is coming.
What do you mean?
The field. It's covered with blood.
A world which bears a very curious resemblance to our own so-called human world in many ways.
You're all under arrest.
Under arrest?
What do you mean?
What for?
Spreading dissension, inciting to mutiny.
Watership Down, the best-selling novel, which has been magically transformed into the most unusual and provocative film you're ever likely to see.
What are you doing out there?
I've come to let you out. Will you come with us?
We're all right here.
Yes.
There he goes.
Burning like fire, bright eyes, how can you close them fade?
I've never been in a wood before, Hazel. He looks dangerous.
Violet's gone.
Where are we going?
We must go on until we reach the hills.
I don't believe you know where you're going.
Now listen to me, you bunch of mole-snouted muckraking.
Can you run?
Watch this. See?
You stupid bunnies!
your enemy, prince with 1,000 enemies, and whenever they catch you, they will kill you.
Let them go. It's that chief bigwig I'm after. I'm from a warren where life is free. Trust me. We can escape, believe me.
Yes.
Take a glimpse into another world, and you'll never look at a meadow again without remembering Watership Down.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
Fade out Gary Moore and Durwood Kirby.
And fade in Rosemary Clooney and Bing Crosby.
Say, have I got my man tan on evenly?
Oh, you're a doll.
This can't be love because I feel so well. No sobs, no sorrows, no sighs. This can't be love. I get no dizzy spells. My head is not in the skies. My heart does not stand still. Just hear it beat. This is too sweet to be love. This can't be love because I feel so well. Still I love to look in your eyes. My heart does not stand still. Just hear it beat. This is too sweet to be love. This can't be love because I feel so well. Still I love to look in your eyes. Oh, how I love to look in your eyes.
Ken, I don't know just how you feel about this, but I thought I'd sound you out. Personally, I couldn't be happier than I am right now with the trend in women's fashions. I think they're delightful.
You're pleased about this, Bing?
I'm absolutely delighted. Because I like those frilly feminine fashions.
Oh, I see. In other words, you believe that females should be as feminine as possible, huh?
Quite. I'm so happy to see that the ladies are going in for frills.
Well, yes, frills are all the vogue now, Bing. Twirling skirts, ruffles, lots of bows.
Oh, yeah, believe me, bows are going to get you girls lots of beaux.
You predict that, huh?
I should like to be so recorded, yes. Buttons and bows. That's the way to get beaux, girl.
Well, Bing, what's your opinion on these wide-brimmed hats with a mesh veiling that the ladies are wearing now?
Oh, I adore them. Oh, I just adore these hats that feature the organza and the lace and all. I think they're stunning.
How do you stand on net and marabou?
I say lay it all on.
High-button shoes.
Oh, yes, in my opinion, it's really clever of women to go for these new fashions.
Just how do you mean?
Well, I mean that these fashions for ladies, they stress the lady, you see.
Not the clothes.
Yes, the clothes, too, but you just know that there's a girl wearing these clothes, all girl.
And the way that the skirts
Get
billow
a load of
and...
him.
And the way that the skirts billow and bell now. That's really frilly, I'd say.
You know they even have evening booties for women now, Ken?
Evening booties?
Yes, little boots with turquoise lace sprinkled with beads and a big bow on the trim band.
Oh.
Yeah, back to the hats.
Back to the hats.
They have them now with fluffy ostrich feathers.
Oh, say. I say hurrah for the girls with their twirling shimmer of skirts, and let's not forget the square-toed boot in navy blue leather with bright blue wool tops. They ride high above the ankle.
Oh, and how about these wild wigs that swirl up on top of the head in all sorts of attractive shapes?
Ruffles and ribbons have made a big comeback, I'll say that.
I think women have made a big comeback.
What have they been?
You love it. You love all these frills. You know why we do all this?
I'll be the straight man. Why do girls go for all these frills?
Because we like to frill you men.
How frillway? How frillway? Shall we frill shuffle frillway now?
Wait till I flip into my fluffy feathered hat with the high-pointed crown and no cracks.
What's that, an egret on your noggin there?
Suntanned, wind blown, honeymooners at last alone.
Feeling far above par.
Oh, how lucky we are. While I give to you and you give to me true love.
So on and on it will always be
true love, true love for you and I have a guardian angel on high with nothing to do
but to give to you and to give to me
love forever true. For you and I have a guardian angel on high with nothing to do but to give to you and to give to me love forever true. Love forever true.
Right at this precise moment, ladies and gentlemen, we have some important words and music for all of you from Wrigley Spearmint Gum.
Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment. Look for the spear, get Wrigley's. Fresh, strong, lively, long-lasting too. You'll say Wrigley's is great to chew. Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment.
With the biggest little treat in all the land.
Get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's Gum.
Friends, the word spearmint cannot be trademarked, so there are many spearmint gums on the market. To be sure of getting the original Wrigley spearmint, look for the spear on the package. It is the Wrigley trademark. Some people call it a spear, some call it an arrow. Whichever you call it, it is the Wrigley trademark and is your guarantee of real chewing enjoyment. So remember.
Get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's Gum.
Do you have something in mind for us, Rosie?
Well, yes, I do, Ken. I'd like to sing a song which asks the impossible.
Which song is that asks the impossible?
Please don't talk about me when I'm gone.
Please don't talk about me when I'm gone. Oh, honey, though our friendship ceases from now on. And listen, if you can't say anything real nice, it's better not to talk at all, my advice. We're parting, you go your way, I'll go mine. Best that we do. Here's a kiss, I hope that this brings lots of luck to you. Makes no difference how I carry on. Remember, please don't talk about me when I'm gone.
I hope that this brings lots of luck to you. Makes no difference how I carry on. Remember, please don't talk about me when I'm gone, gone, gone. Please don't talk about me when I'm gone.
And now Buddy Cole and the boys with If I Could Be With You an Hour Tonight. This is Buddy's rendition. And I must tell you, it runs considerably under an hour. We have to have that sort of a guarantee before we allow him to even approach the 88.
Bing, talking about ladies' fashions, do you know the only item of apparel that hasn't changed styles since 1850? What do you think that is?
The only clothing item that hasn't changed style since 1850, huh?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
I have to have a little hint or something there. Couldn't you give me a, for instance, is it an undergarment or an outer garment?
An outer garment.
Let's see. Hasn't changed style since 1850. You realize that's a little before my time, don't you? Huh?
It was before everybody's time, but what's the item of clothing?
I haven't got the foggiest.
You got any thoughts on it, Ken?
Well, I'm thinking, but I'm getting nowhere.
Well, I'll tell you what it is, boys.
What?
The only item of clothing that hasn't changed style since 1850 are Levi's.
Well, what do you think? Levi's. They haven't changed their style. Say, when Levi Strauss got an idea, he stuck to it, didn't he?
He sure did. Now, Bing, let me ask you this. How do you feel about girls in Levi's?
I approve of it unequivocally. I really do. There's a big cowboy influence now in clothes for ladies, too, isn't there?
Oh, yes. But you realize that Levi's aren't very frilly.
No, but they get by fine. They stress the lady. And that's what we all ask for, isn't it?
Apparently.
I wonder if we could have a song now that goes back to 1850.
How about something from around 1950?
Yeah, that'll play. Yeah, that's all right. That's the way I'll go. 100 years here, now, there, anywhere. It doesn't mean any difference to me.
It's cherry pink and apple blossom white when your true lover comes your way. It's cherry pink and apple blossom white, the poets say. The story goes that once a cherry tree beside an apple tree did grow, and there a boy once met his bride-to-be long, long ago. A boy looked into her eyes, it was a sight to enthrall. The breezes joined in their sighs, the blossoms started to fall. As they gently caressed, the lovers looked up to find the branches of the two trees were intertwined. And that is why the poets always write, if there's a new moon bright above, it's cherry pink and apple blossom white when you're in love. A boy looked into her eyes, it was a sight to enthrall. The breezes joined in their sighs, the blossoms started to fall. As they gently caressed, the lovers looked up to find the branches of the two trees were intertwined. And that is why the poets always write, if there's a new moon bright above, it's cherry pink and apple blossom white when you're in love.
Rosie, will you do the honors today and lower the musical curtain?
Why, certainly, Bing, since you put it so poetically.
I am armed with all kinds of cliches like this.
When you want a true lover, send for me, send for me. You'll never want any other. Send for me, send for me. I promise you I'll be true. Send for me, send for me. Anytime you just tell me your problem and you'll find out, baby, I'll solve them. If you're late one morning, don't hurry. If you got big trouble, don't worry, just depend on your friend. Send for me, send for me. Morning, noon, and night, in the early bright. Don't you fret, my pretty pet, I'm gonna treat you right. Don't you dare raise a hair, I'm gonna share your every care anywhere. Oh yeah, send for me, I'll be there. Anything that upsets you, send for me, send for me. I'll be there to protect you. Wait and see, wait and see. Don't delay, right away. Send for me, send for me. It's gonna be Tweedledee, yes sirree. You and me, faithfully. Send for me, send for me.
Well, that gets it for today, friends, but you'll find we're a bunch of tough pups to keep under the porch, because we're going to come back Monday.
A happy weekend to all, including you, Bing.
Well, thank you. See you Monday, folks.
It takes years for a tree to grow, to become tall, beautiful, and green. But it takes only a few minutes to blacken thousands of trees. Many a disastrous forest fire has been started by the careless flick of a lighted cigarette butt or a campfire that someone thought was out. Whenever you're in or near the woods, don't take chances with fire. Only you can prevent forest fires.
I thought about you all last night. Couldn't sleep a wink.
You managed to remember me at last, then.
Yes, barely managed. Myra, what do you think we're going to do today?
Well, I...
Oh, you won't have time for that.
For what?
For hesitating. No more hesitating for you.
No?
No.
Well, what am I going to do instead?
You're going to get married.
Oh, I know what you're thinking. I've been thinking, too. You think that'd be dreadful of me, don't you?
Does he know?
No.
Do you think you can get away with it?
You mean deceiving him?
Yes.
Oh, I'm going to tell him.
I wouldn't.
Can you take it? No matter what you find out about her?
What are you hinting?
Answer me, can you take it?
No matter what I find out, it won't make any difference. I've got to find her.
This bold story of a lady of the evening dares to ask the question, is a woman ever justified in taking the easiest way, even when hope is dead and love is lost?
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Bob Hope Show. And now, here is Bob Hope.
Ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Well, I had quite a time last night. I went to a showing of the new trailers. And let me tell you, those trailers are really making news this year. In fact, I saw an item in the personal column of the paper this morning. It said, woman with trailer wants to meet man with car. Object, to get hitched. Pretty cute, isn't it? The late model trailers are really something. And when they say you can spend your whole life in a trailer, they're not kidding. I saw one that had a landing field for the stork on the right front fender and a trapdoor under the floorboards to drop you into Forest Lawn. And they're really big and long. I won't say how long, but I saw one stop for a red light at the corner of Hollywood and Vine, and the traffic on Sunset Boulevard was going through the bedroom. You got to think about that. See, the car was there. And what innovations in those trailers. They have one model that can go 100 miles an hour and has a glass bottom. Not only can you get to a pedestrian faster, but you can look down to see if it's anybody you know. They even have a trailer with pontoons designed to go on water. Can't you picture a young couple living in a floating trailer? Instead of knitting little things and looking shy, the young wife would just whisper to her husband, "Darling, I think it's time we floated upstream." And the cooking facilities in those trailers are terrific. They have all the latest equipment. Jack Benny told me he bought one of the most expensive kind. Most expensive kind. I saw it. 2 scooters tied together with a can of Sterno on the handlebar. And they really give things a complete going over when you drive your trailer into a service station. I heard one attendant say to a guy, "Well, I've checked your oil, tires, and battery, but don't you think it's about time you changed the water in your bathtub?" But anyway, I hope someone will make me a present of a shirt. I've just been out to Hollywood Park. Hollywood Park. That's the suction pump for wallets. I shouldn't even think of going after what happened to me at the Kentucky Derby, but after all, it's my money, wasn't it? Oh, that Kentucky Derby. I knew I was in trouble with the first race. At the starting gate, my horse turned to the Mexican and said, "Say, pal, I'm a stranger here, so I'll follow you." By the 4th race, I decided I didn't know enough about horses, so I tried to pick up a racing form, but she slapped my face. I always enjoy the races. It's a pleasant way to pass an afternoon, and besides, you meet such a nice class of people the next morning waiting for the pawn shop to open. Les Brown gave me a tip on a horse out there that came in 3rd. I better explain that. He started in the 1st race and finished in the 3rd. And I would have won, but he was a typical Hollywood horse. Instead of horseshoes, he was wearing beach sandals. And going around the far turn, he tripped over them and swallowed his dark glasses. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce our guest for this evening, a very talented and very lovely Irish colleen, Miss Maureen O'Hara.
I must be heaven, because my agent comes from there.
Well, thank you, Bob, anyway, for those kind words. And with your gift to the gab, you should be Irish yourself.
Yeah, well, I am part Irish, Maureen. I have a pint of Pat O'Brien's blood in me.
How did that happen?
Well, it was after an accident. I just said Barry Fitzgerald wasn't the greatest actor in the world, and that's all I remember.
Oh, Bob, that was quite a mistake. You've got to remember that the Irish are a very proud race.
Yeah, and I can see what they're proud of.
You sound as if you've kissed the Blarney Stone.
As a matter of fact, the last time I was in Ireland, I did kiss the Blarney Stone, Maureen.
You did?
Yeah, it's hard to get dates over there.
You mean the Irish girls didn't go for your lovemaking technique?
Well, I think they did go for my technique, Maureen. The girls I went out with all gave me the same pet nickname.
They all gave you the same pet nickname?
Yeah, who's Mother McCree?
Oh, Bob, you must be joking. Why, I think you're as charming as Cary Grant and as rugged and masterful as John Wayne.
Honestly?
Oh, what's the difference? Live a little.
That compliment came wrapped in a shillelagh. But speaking of compliments, Maureen, I thought you were great in your picture, The Long Gray Line.
Thank you, Bob. And isn't that a wonderful title for a story set at West Point, The Long Gray Line?
Yeah, but it confused me at first. I thought it was about the Los Angeles smog. You know, Maureen, I was so impressed with those beautiful scenes at West Point, and the music and the marching cadets. I've written my own story about the point. Shall we try it?
Love to, Bob.
Well, music, Les.
To bring you our story of West Point, we're going to follow the career of one young cadet. We take you to a modest home in a small American town.
Well, Ma, I got my suitcase all packed, and I'm ready to leave.
Oh, I hate to see you go, son. You're still my baby.
Ma, I'm 19 years old. Don't worry, I can play it. I just gotta go to West Point. I'm not a kid anymore. I'm a man now, a full-grown man. And if you try to stop me, I'll hold my breath till I turn blue. Well, Ma, I better get started for the railroad station.
I don't know why you want to go away, son. You're doing real well here on the farm. Every year your bald-faced Rocky Mountain goat takes first prize at the county fair.
Yeah, I'm real proud of Bing.
Well, I should have known you'd want to go to West Point, son. All the Hopes were military men.
Of course they were, Ma, going all the way back to my great-grandfather, Light Horse Harry Hope. He carried the colors for General Grant.
Yes, and then there was your grandpa, Major Phineas Hope. He carried the maps for General Pershing. And your father was a military man, too.
Yeah, Sergeant William Hope. He carried the pipe cleaners for General MacArthur. By the way, whatever happened to Dad?
He's still in the Army.
After all these years?
Yes. Every time he comes home, he takes one look at me and goes right back and re-enlists.
Well, so long, Ma. I gotta catch my train.
Oh, son.
Oh, they've given out the awards, Ma. Come on, Ma Bernadette. Don't take on like this. I'll get along. I got the Hope spirit, the Hope courage, the Hope backbone.
Well, at the railroad station, don't stand too close to the track, son.
Why not?
You also got the Hope nose.
I'm going to miss you, Ma. You're such a lovable old cornball. Well, so long. I got to get to West Point.
And, of course, at West Point, the first thing the cadet learns is military posture. Straighten that back. How's that? Straighter. Straighter.
What was that?
Hang on to your pants, Bub. You busted your suspenders. He learns to handle a gun on the rifle range. As I call your names, fire. Cadet Brown. Cadet Smith. Cadet Hope.
All they'll trust me with is a howdy-doody cap pistol.
The new cadet also engages in social activities.
Well, hello, cadet. Aren't you dancing?
Yep, yeah, oh, gosh, gee willikers.
Do you like me?
I don't swallow my bubble gum for nothing. Gee, you're pretty. Who are you?
I'm the general's daughter. My father is General Harkins. Who are you?
Robert Hope. I'm new here at West Point.
Yes, I see. You know, your cadet uniform is different somehow.
Different?
Oh, I know what it is. All the other cadets are wearing long swords at their sides. How come you're wearing such a short dagger?
Well, it's my own fault. They told me not to leave it lying in the hot radiator. As I said, I'm new here.
Oh, you are? And how are you doing with your studies?
Okay, I got a grade of A in marksmanship, A in ballistics, and A in military logistics.
That's very good. Well, I'll have to go now. See you later.
How about a goodbye kiss?
Oh, I couldn't kiss you here among all these. Well, hey, wait a minute. How did we get out here on the terrace all alone like this?
I also got an A in maneuvers. Here's Margaret Whiting doing Stowaway with Les Brown's background. Come in, Margaret Whiting, right here.
like to go away, be a stowaway, take a trip on a ship, let my worries blow away. There are still many treasure islands that wait to be explored, and the wide world is full of wonders for me. When a ship's standing in the harbor, I wish myself aboard, and I hide till the rolling tide carries me to sea. Then I go sailing far off to Zanzibar, though my dream places seem that heaven they really are. Way down deep in my heart I keep them, as people will always do who are staying home, stowaways too. And I go sailing far off to Zanzibar, though my dream places seem better than they really are. Way down deep in my heart I keep them, as people will always do who are staying
Stowaway. And now we return to Cadet Robert Hope at West Point. We find him writing a letter to his mother.
Dear Ma, well, I've been here at West Point a whole week, and I'm beginning to know my way around. I'm really doing very well. Out of a class of 500 cadets this morning, I was third in line to the washroom. They teach us a lot of complicated things here. Algebra, calculus, trigonometry, logarithms, and like I told you, Ma, I'm really doing very well. This morning I was third in line to the washroom. You ought to see my West Point cadet uniform, Ma. It has lots of gold buttons, gold braid, and gold bars in the shoulders. The label in the coat reads, Jim Clinton in cooperation with Fort Knox. I took a walk wearing my new uniform and hat today, Ma, and the first pretty girl who saw me just flipped.
Well, how about a kiss, handsome? Oh, come on, just one kiss. Please? Well, if you won't answer so long.
That's the one thing I don't like about my uniform. The chin strap's too tight. But I know I'm going to be happy here, Ma, and already I'm learning to be a soldier. The other day we assembled on the parade ground, and our new commander made a speech to us.
Cadets, welcome to West Point. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Major General Colonna, drill officer, gunnery expert, and world authority on military tactics. Also, chin straps loose and cheap.
You should see our commanding officer, Mom. He's a real military man. He has a ramrod figure, fine whipcord riding breeches, and a big black mustache that flares out at the knees. What a mustache. His eyes look like they're peeking out of a broom closet.
As your commanding officer, cadets, I will be in charge of your training. And remember, discipline is very strict here. No late hours, no smoking, no loud talking, and no breathing.
No breathing? Why not?
Want to get sick? We'll have control of the march here, and we're very strict. We don't allow anything. We punish every infraction of the rules with no exceptions. Are there any questions?
I'd like to see the chaplain.
You can't. He's in the guardhouse.
The chaplain's in the guardhouse?
That's right.
What for?
At the last football game, we caught him cheering for Notre Dame. Well, that's all I have to say, men. Just remember, you'll have to knuckle down while you're under my command. Old Spit and Polish Colonna, they call me.
Spit and Polish? Why do they call you Spit and Polish?
Shower bath's out of order. From now on, cadets, I want you to think of me not only as your commanding officer, but as a friend. If you have any problems, bring them to me. I'll be glad to listen to them. Does anyone have a problem right now? Anything at all? Speak up.
I do, General. I'm having a little trouble with my...
Can't stand squawkers.
Well, you're some general, Colonna. How'd you ever get your stars?
They're having a sale at the May Company. All right, men. Dismiss.
Well, Ma, it isn't as strict here as the general made out. We have lots of recreations and dances, and Ma, I met a girl here. Her name is Bridget O'Shaughnessy O'Rourke O'Connell O'Houlihan O'Mara Flanagan O'Brien O'Hara. She's a cute little Norwegian girl. I was over to her house last night.
Oh, it's you, Robert. Come on in.
Okay.
What's that?
My gold braids.
Sit down, Robert, if you can.
Thank you.
How did things go at the academy today?
Oh, I'm worn out. We drilled for 4 hours this morning and 4 hours this afternoon.
Oh, you poor thing. Someday you'll be a general.
That's for sure. I'm on my way up, honey. When I came here a month ago, I was washing dishes in the enlisted men's dining room.
What are you doing now?
Polishing cuspidors in the officers' mess.
Oh, gee, Robert, it's nice of you to come over here and sit in the parlor like this when there's no one here to entertain you but just little old me. Are you enjoying yourself? What does that mean?
Just what you think of me.
Oh, it's so nice and cozy here, Robert.
It sure is. Put a record on the phonograph, something romantic.
Okay, here's one.
That Dizzy Gillespie sure slowed down a lot, hasn't it? That put me right in the mood. How about a kiss, honey?
Well, just one. Oh, Robert. Where did you learn to kiss like that?
Playing the flight of the bumblebee on my sweet potato.
But it felt right.
You care for another chorus?
No, thanks.
It's all right, honey. Pretty soon we're going to be married.
Oh, I'm sorry, Robert, but I can't marry you.
You can't marry me? Well, what about last night when a girl goes out with a cadet to the kissing rock and kisses him? That means they're engaged.
I didn't go to the kissing rock. I wasn't with you last night.
You weren't?
No.
No use talking. I got to get glasses.
You better go now, Robert. It's late, and if they catch you out after hours, you'll be expelled.
Oh, who cares how late it is? We still got time. Shh. Hey, I hear footsteps outside. Somebody's coming.
Any cadets in there?
No. Oh, no.
No, General Colonna, there's nobody here but us girls.
Egad.
What's the matter?
I'm peeking through the keyhole. One of you girls is wearing army shoes.
Oh, yes. That's right, I'm wearing my brother's shoes.
Is your brother Cadet Hope?
Yes, he is.
Well, you tell him to get back to his room fast or I'll bash your stupid skull in.
Oh, Robert, he knows you're here. What do we do?
Tell him to go away.
Okay. General, haven't you got a lot of other important things to do?
Not till I find out if Cadet Hope is in there. Is he?
Well, what does Cadet Hope look like?
Oh, tall, handsome, dashing, devil-may-care, irresistible to women. You can tell whose show this is.
No ad-libbing, broccoli head. What's the song?
Open up!
Oh, General, please go away.
Sorry, I'm afraid I'll have to come in and look around.
Okay. Quick, Robert, hide under this chair.
Oh, he'll see me there. I better hide over here behind this desk.
Hide under the sofa. I never look there. Come on, open up.
Oh, Robert, he knows you're here. You'd better climb out the window.
Okay, give me one quick kiss and I'll go.
No.
Come on.
No.
Just one kiss.
No.
Go on and kiss him or I'll be here all night.
General, if you catch Cadet Hope having a date with me, are you going to punish him?
Not necessarily. I just want to remind him of the code of us officers here at West Point. Veritas ad hoc gloria vobiscum.
What does that mean?
Find out if she has a sister.
Well, I guess I better sneak out through the window and get back to my room. So long, Maureen.
Goodbye, Bob.
I'll just cut through these bushes and across the parade ground and let that idiot General Colonna spend the rest of the night looking around in the dark for me. Here's the cadet quarters. Now up the stairs. I sure fooled that stupid Colonna. Now I'll just hop into my bunk, pull the covers up over my head, and pretend I was here all the time. Oops. Someone in my bunk.
Yes, it's stupid Colonna. Wake me at 7 o'clock. I don't want to be late for your court-martial.
Oh, no.
Deep space, undisturbed, peaceful, isolated, and experiments with the creation of life. Add 3 desperate characters running for their lives. Meet Max. Space is all he knows. And he desperately wants more.
What kind of work do you do here, Max?
I'm Dr. Daniels' assistant, as I said.
You didn't say anything about the experiment?
No, sir. Of course not.
Max didn't tell me there was a woman with you?
Now, let me get this straight. You've got
An android.
That's like a robot, right?
That's correct.
And you want to hook me up to this robot and stimulate me. Stimulate like sex, right?
Sit down.
What are you talking about?
Max is an android.
Well, that was very well done, Max.
Really? Well, I've been doing a lot of research.
Come on, Maggie. There's plenty to go around.
Murder is a serious crime. These games are driving him crazy. I've created the prototype of the perfect working class.
You're both androids.
Not to mention the perfect woman.
There are others like us on Earth, Max, in hiding, and we're going to join them.
What are you doing? What's going on here?
android, much more than human. Android.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned the homicide detail. A young man walks into your office and tells you he wants to give himself up. You don't know if you can believe his story. Your job? Check it out.
It was Monday, December 10th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. We were on our way back from records and identification, and it was 11:15 a.m. when we got to room 42, the squad room.
Joe?
Yeah, Danny.
Kid waiting to see you.
Did he say what he wanted?
No, said he wanted to talk to you, nobody else.
Did he give a name?
No, nice-looking kid.
All right, we'll talk to him.
Be right with it, Joe. I'll check the book.
All right. All right, do you want to see me?
You Sergeant Friday?
That's right. What can I do for you?
I want to talk to you. Nothing in the book, Joe.
What's your name, son?
Emil Salter.
Emil, this is my partner, Frank Smith.
Hello, Mr. Smith. Hi, sir.
Why'd you ask for me?
Well, they told me to.
Who's that?
The men in that room across the hall, the business office.
I see.
I sure hope you can help me, Sergeant Friday. I'm in trouble. Real bad.
All right. So I'll sit down here and you can tell us about it. Go ahead.
Well, one thing, you should know I came in to give myself up.
Is that right?
I didn't mean to do wrong.
All right, what'd you do?
Killed a man.
Emil Charles Salter was 18 years old, 5 feet 7.5, 137 pounds. He had light blonde hair and blue eyes. He was wearing a tan windbreaker and tan pants. He looked tired, and he told us that he hadn't eaten in several hours. We sent out for some hot coffee and sandwiches. Frank checked his name and description through R&I, but he found that he had no record in our files. We asked him to tell us the story.
Do you know the man you killed? No, I never saw him before.
Well, how'd you kill him?
Ran him down.
In a car?
No, a truck. Well, where'd this happen? Coast Highway near Malibu. Just this side. When? Last night. I guess it must have been around 10. It should have been around then because I left town at 8:30. It took about an hour and a half to drive up there.
Now, you sure the man was dead?
Yeah, I looked at him. It wasn't hard to tell.
Did you try to help him at all?
No. As soon as I looked at him, I knew there wasn't anything I could do. I just got back in the truck and took off.
Where's the truck now?
I left it. Just the other side of Malibu. It broke down, so I left it.
Mm-hmm.
When it stopped, I sat there for a while. Tried to think why I was hung up in something like this. Tried to figure why. Didn't come, so I got out and started to walk.
Uh-huh.
All the time I was thinking about the man. I could almost see him. Guess it got to me, so I came back, caught a ride, and came back.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Joe, here's the food.
Oh, thanks, Danny. What do we owe you?
Cover $1.60.
Wait a minute. You got 15 cents, Frank?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, here, Danny. Thanks. A couple cartons in there, black.
Right, thank you. All right, here, Emil. Help yourself.
Thank you. Sure hungry. I haven't had anything to eat since last night.
Mm-hmm. You want to tell us about the truck?
Yeah.
Where'd you get it?
I stole it. That's wrong, too, I know. Everything I do seems to be wrong. Where'd you take it from, son? Parking lot near where I used to live.
Where's that?
A rooming house on 9th Street near Figueroa.
Can you show us where the truck is now?
I guess so. I don't think anybody could move it. Broke down, like I said.
Where you from, Emil?
Waukesha, Wisconsin. It's a small city near Milwaukee. Maybe you've heard of it.
No, I can't say I have.
Got good water. Springs and wells. Real fine. Manufacture things, too. Motors, jacks, lots of things.
Mm-hmm.
Sure is a nice little place. How come you left there? Lots of reasons. In trouble? Yeah. In a way, nothing serious. It was lots of things. You know, at home. I don't know just how to say it.
You ever been arrested?
No. Well, not booked or anything. Cops took me in a couple of times.
What for?
Little things. Like one night we broke in a church. Didn't go in to steal anything. One of the guys just wanted to play the organ.
Mm-hmm. Your parents alive?
Yeah.
When'd you leave home?
Last July. I thought about it for a long time. Figured I might have a better chance where nobody knew me. Looks like it didn't make any difference.
When'd you get here?
Last part of July. Sure was different than Waukesha.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it's so big. Then I didn't know anyone. Pretty lonesome at first. But then I got lucky.
Yeah?
I got this job. Nothing important, just washing dishes at this cafe. I get $25 a week in food.
Yeah.
Got a little money ahead, bought some clothes. Not real fancy, but they were new and they give me a lift. You know.
Sure.
Had a nice room, too. Clean, handy to work. Thought I had it made. Then the axe fell.
What do you mean?
I got sick. Couldn't get out of bed one morning. The landlord called a doctor. He said I had rheumatic fever.
Yeah?
The doctor called for an ambulance, and they took me to General Hospital.
Uh-huh.
Things are bad enough when you feel good. I was in the hospital, and I didn't feel like nothing.
You remember the doctor's name?
No, sir, I don't.
How long were you in the hospital?
3 days.
They discharged you in 3 days, did they?
No, sir, I ran away.
Why?
Well, the Travelers' Aid Society said that they were going to send me back home. I didn't want that, so I ducked out.
Mm-hmm.
I went back to my room. I got a couple of bucks I had hid and left.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't have any idea what I was going to do, but I didn't want to be sent back to Wisconsin.
That's when you stole the truck, huh?
Yeah, looked like a way out of town.
Uh-huh.
The whole thing doesn't seem like it really happened. You know how when you're half asleep and the radio's on, the things come through, but they're not real clear.
Yeah.
Like that. I remember riding in the truck after I hit the man, trying to think what I was going to do, how I was alone.
Mm-hmm.
Story of my life. Seems like I was always alone. Sure was last night. I don't know. I guess I never do anything right, do I? Guess I just don't have the nerve.
You did this time. You came here, didn't you? We put in a call to accident records and verified Emil Salter's story. The body of a man identified as Lloyd Holtman, transient, had been found by officers of the Highway Patrol. Holtman had apparently been struck by a vehicle traveling at high speed as he walked along the road. We checked with Lieutenant Lee Jones at the crime lab, and we found that his division had made an investigation. Frank and I left the office and went over to see him. He showed us pictures taken at the scene. On the victim's coat, the lab crew had been able to find traces of blue paint. Jones was not able to tell us what type of vehicle had hit the victim, but he did say that from the high rate of speed at the time of impact, there would be extensive damage to the front end of the vehicle. Emil Salter was booked on charges of violation of Section 480 V.C., a felony. Frank and I checked him out of the main jail and drove out to where he'd left the truck. He told us to drive up Highway 101. When we got past the Malibu colony, he directed us to turn off onto a dirt road. We drove about 200 yards, and then he asked us to stop.
You sure this is where you left the truck?
Yeah, just over there, behind those trees. When the engine started acting up, I looked for a place to park. Figured it'd be better if I got off the road. There it is. You can see it now.
Uh-huh. This is the same one you stole last night, is it?
Yes, sir. It's the one I was driving.
I'll check the front end.
Yeah. Did you have anything to drink last night?
No, I had enough of that at home.
Mm-hmm. You're sure this is the truck you had when you hit that fellow?
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't know what all the questions are about. I said I did it. I'm not trying to hide anything.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing up there, Joe. Front end's clean.
Well, it doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?
No.
I don't understand what the problem is.
Well, what you tell us doesn't add up with the evidence here.
What do you mean?
Well, the report we got says that the man was killed by a blue vehicle.
Uh-huh.
Now take a look at that truck, will you?
Yeah?
Black. We put in a call to the office, and we asked them to send the tow truck out and impound the vehicle. We stood by until they arrived. Frank and I drove Emil Salter to the scene of the accident. He pointed it out for us. According to the information we'd gotten, the location he gave us was the place where Lloyd Holtman had been found. We checked the area, but we failed to come up with anything new. 5:20 p.m., we returned the suspect to the main jail, and we went back to the office. We sent a radiogram to the authorities in Waukesha asking for all available information on Salter. At 6:47 p.m., we checked out of the office. The next morning, December 11th, Frank and I met in the squad room.
Hi, Joe.
Morning.
See the morning papers?
Yeah, guess there isn't much news, huh?
Sure gave Sawler a lot of space.
Yeah, wish we could find the answers.
I called Lee when I got in. They went over the truck, found a lot of the kids' prints, but they didn't turn anything that would point to an accident.
The way the body looked, there should be something on the car that ran him down, shouldn't
Excuse me?
there? Yes, sir.
Wonder if y'all could help me out?
Well, we'll try, sir. Come on in. What is it you want?
What, their kid in the paper?
Sir?
You know, a young kid that ran down the old bum, emo something?
Salter.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, what do you know about it?
Well, just take it easy now. A couple of things I gotta be sure of before I tell you anything.
All right, what's that?
Well, I ain't gonna get mixed up in nothing.
We can't promise you that till we heard what you got to tell.
Now, I'm wasting my time. Bye.
All right, just a minute.
Huh?
Maybe I better straighten you out, mister.
On what?
Well, this kid's sitting in jail right now. He's got a pretty serious charge against him.
I didn't make it.
Yes, sir, that might be true, but I better tell you this. If you know anything about a felony that's been committed, and you withhold that information, you're liable for prosecution as an accessory. Do you know that?
That's the law?
Those are the words. Now, the only thing we're interested in is getting the case off the books. We're not going to give your name to the papers.
That's a promise?
That's a promise.
Okay. I told you it'd be pretty bad for me if any of what I tell you gets back to my family.
All right. Now, what's your name?
Lawrence States.
That's Loren?
Yeah.
You want to sit down?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Now, what do you know about this?
That emo kid, he ain't guilty.
How's that?
He didn't do it.
How do you know?
Oh, I seen the accident. Seen the whole thing.
You want to start at the beginning?
Now, you're sure none of this is going to get out?
We told you, not from us.
Okay. Well, I took a drive Saturday night up the coast. I had dinner.
Uh-huh.
Now, on the way back, I stopped and parked a while. You know, kind of looked out at the ocean.
Yeah.
Well, I was just leaving, and I saw this old guy walk along the road, bendle stiff, you know. Had a blanket roll on his back, just walking along. You know how to do.
Yes, sir.
All of a sudden, his car come roaring down the road. Thing must have been doing at least 90. Come roaring around a turn right at this old guy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sir, the old guy saw the car coming right at him, kind of turned and started to run. Wasn't any place for him to go. It's where the road's cut right out of the mountain, you know.
Yeah, we were there, we know.
Well, I guess he figured the driver swing around him or something, so he run over the side of the pavement, trying to get out the way.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't do no good. That car plowed right into him. Must have knocked him 150 feet.
122.
Well, it seemed like further than that.
Mm-hmm.
Did the driver make any attempt to stop after he hit the old man?
Yeah, pulled over the side of the road. Didn't get out of the car, though.
Uh-huh.
Just stayed there a minute, then he drove off.
Yes, sir.
Well, sir, I was going to go over and see what I could do for the old fella. I really was. And then this truck drove up. Guy stopped and got out. Walked over to the fella. I figured he'd be able to take care of it, so I left.
Did you see the driver of the truck?
Yes, sir. Saw him good when he walked in front of the headlights. The same fella in the paper, that emo, what's his name?
Salter.
Yeah, Salter.
You're pretty sure it's the same man?
Yes, sir. Now, like I told you, I got a good look at him.
Mm-hmm. How about the other man? What can you tell us about him?
Not much, except he was driving too fast.
Well, how about the car? You know what kind it was?
I didn't get a good look at that.
How about the color? You notice that?
Yeah, it was a blue, kind of light color.
Can you give us any description of the driver?
No, sir.
Could you tell us if it was a man or a woman?
Oh, it was a man. I noticed that when he slowed down. He kind of leaned out the window and looked back down the road. It was a man, all right.
Could you see the color of his hair? Anything at all about him?
No, sir. There wasn't any lights up there. You know, it was dark.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't see very good. The main reason I know the driver was a man was the lights from the truck kind of picked him up, and that's when he left.
Well, all right, Mr. States. We appreciate what you've told us.
Glad to help as long as nobody's going to know. Be pretty embarrassing.
Well, how's that?
Well, so you see, me and the wife, we ain't been getting along too good. Nothing worth talking about. But a fella don't like to be nagged at, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's this little secretary in our office, and she and I talk once in a while. A couple of times we gone out for morning coffee together.
Mm-hmm.
This last beef with my wife, I figured I'd fix it good. So I asked the secretary for a date. She gave it to me. We got together Saturday night. Had dinner at a place up near Malibu.
Mm-hmm.
On the way back, we just parked and talked. Nothing wrong, mind you. But I don't guess my wife'd understand if she found out.
I see.
So you see why I don't want nobody to know about Saturday? It'd be kind of tough to explain.
Yes, sir.
Got to thinking about it, though, and what that kid, emo...
Salter.
Yeah. Got to thinking what he must be going through and decided maybe I better tell about it.
Well, sir, it's going to help him a lot.
Yep, I guess so. Oh, something else you might be able to use.
What's that?
Might not be worth anything out of state and all.
What's that?
The hit-and-run car?
Yeah.
I got the license number.
listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
We got the license number of the hit-and-run car. Also the fact that it carried an Illinois plate. We put out a local and an APB on it. We got in touch with the Department of Motor Vehicles back east, and we obtained the owner's name. According to their records, he had notified them that he was moving to California. They were able to supply us with a North Hollywood address for him. We checked the name through our records section, but we found nothing. At 5:20 p.m., Frank and I drove out to see him. Yes, Charles Bookman?
That's right.
Police officers, we'd like to talk to you.
Come on in.
Thank you. My partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Hello. How do, sir? I was just having dinner. You mind if I tell my wife to go ahead?
Well, we can wait if you like.
No, I'll be right back.
All right. You want to wait just a minute? Mind if we go with you?
I'm just going into the dining room.
Yes, sir, but we'll still have to be with you.
What's this about? You own a 1954 Pontiac?
Yeah?
Light blue? That's right. Something happened to the car?
We want you to tell us, if you will.
Well, I don't know what this is all about. Seems you ought to be able to tell me.
Where is the car?
Well, I don't know. You own a car and you don't know where it is? That's right.
Has it been stolen?
Well, I don't know. For all I know, it could have been. I haven't seen it for a couple of days.
Well, who has it, do you know?
My brother-in-law. I let him drive it.
You don't know where he is?
No, if he smashed up the car, he's going to pay for it, though. I'm not going to be responsible.
I'm afraid he's done more than that.
Yeah, I don't know, and he's a real bum. My wife's kid brother can't hold a job for more than 5 minutes. All the time sponging off me.
When'd you let him take the car?
Let's see. It was Saturday morning. I told him I wouldn't be using it for a couple of days, said he could have it.
Mm-hmm.
Look, it's my car you're asking about. I got a right to know. If something's wrong, I ought to notify the insurance company.
Yes, sir, we understand. But it'd be better if we talked to your brother-in-law about it first. You want to give us his full name?
Casey Stedman.
Steadman, is that right?
That's right.
How about a description?
No problem. I think I got a picture around if you want that.
Yes, sir, it'd help.
I'll get it for you.
What were you doing over the weekend?
I was home. I'm branch manager for the company I worked for. I got an annual report I have to get out. I worked on that.
Every night?
Yep. Started it Friday night, finished it up Monday afternoon. That's one reason I let Casey take the car.
What?
To get him out of the house so I could get some work done.
Oh,
But all he does is sit around and look at the TV. Starts right with the programs for kids and goes straight through the day. I think there's something wrong with his ears, too. Always got set turned up real loud. And anybody can think when he's watching a show.
Yes, sir.
I had to get him out of the house. Wife won't even let me say anything to him. She knows how important that work is, too. Sometimes I wonder if it's worth it.
Well, I wouldn't know about that, sir.
Just once. Just once. I'd like to be able to prove to my wife what a bum he is. Just once, so she really believes it.
Well, if he was driving your car Saturday night, we'll let you know.
What'll that prove?
She'll believe it then. We got a complete description of Casey Stedman along with a picture of the suspect. We went back to the office and got out a supplemental broadcast and an APB on him. A check at R&I failed to turn up any information. We talked with his friends and his known associates. None of them could tell us where he was. None of them had seen him since the accident. Wednesday, December 12th, we got a call from one of the larger garages in the city. Yes, sir, that's right. Mm-hmm. When'd he call you? I see. All right, we'll be right over. No, if he does, will you try to stall him till we get there? Right. Thank you. Bye. Garage over on 6th.
Yeah.
Guy hauled a car in this morning, the front end all smashed up. Started to work on it, and he thought he'd better call us.
Blue Pontiac?
That's right, stains on the fender.
Yeah.
Mechanic thinks they're blood. Frank and I left the office, and we drove over to the garage. We talked to the owner. He told us that he'd gotten a call to bring a tow truck to the corner of Main and Crocker Streets. When he got there, he met a man who asked him to tow a car to the garage and to do some repair work on the right front fender. We showed him Stedman's picture. He gave us a positive identification. We checked the car over. It was a 1954 blue Pontiac sedan. The license number was the same one that we'd gotten previously. The garage owner went on to tell us that the suspect wanted the car on Thursday night and that it was important that the repairs be made by that time. We asked that we be notified in the event the suspect made an appearance before then. We called the crime lab and we asked them to come down and go over the car. Frank and I went back to the office and we met with Captain Lorman. We told him what we'd found. He told us to be at the garage the first thing Thursday morning in the event Stedman made an early appearance. Frank and I got there at 7:30 a.m. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the suspect still hadn't shown. 4:45, 4:50 p.m.
Maybe he figures something's wrong.
Doesn't seem likely. No way for him to find out.
Think his sister tipped him?
No. Bookman said he wouldn't say anything to her about it.
Uh-huh.
Met him, Frank.
Yeah. We got a live one.
Let's take him. Stedman?
Yeah?
I'd like to talk to you.
Why? Do I know you?
Police officers. You on that blue Pontiac over there?
Grab him, Joe. All right, mister.
Take it easy.
Go! I know nothing about it, nothing. I never saw the car before.
The fellow that towed it in says you're the one who called him.
Well, he made a mistake. Must be a lot of men who look like me. Nothing special about me.
Our crime lab's gone over the car. As soon as we roll your fingerprints, we'll be able to tell for sure.
What's that going to prove? Maybe I did drive the car. Nothing wrong with that. No law that says a man can't drive a car.
We got one that says you can't use it to kill somebody.
I didn't do that.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, you don't believe me, do you?
Nope.
That's kind of lousy, isn't it?
How do you mean that?
You walk in here, you already made up your mind I'm guilty. You call that fair?
We just got to go with the evidence, mister.
Well, you got nothing to prove I was in that car. Nothing to show that I killed anybody. Just trying to make me say I did something I don't know nothing about.
All right, come on, let's go.
You just wait. You take me to court, I'll tell the whole world about this lousy deal.
Yeah, well, I don't know about the world.
Yeah?
But we'll be there to listen. We took the suspect back down to the city hall. As soon as we had his fingerprints taken and compared with the ones found in the car, we showed him the physical evidence that we had. When it was presented, he confessed to killing Lloyd Holdman. He made a statement, and we took him over to the main jail where he was booked in on a charge of violation of Section 480 V.C., a felony. Before we left the jail, we had Emil Salter brought from his cell to one of the interview rooms. He looked like he hadn't slept for several days. Sit down, Emil.
Thanks.
How do you feel?
Not too good, Mr. Friday.
Well, we got some news for you.
Yeah?
You didn't kill that man.
You're not lying to me.
No, we've got the guy that did it.
Oh, that's good. Since that night, all I've thought about was that man lying there. I'm glad it wasn't me.
Yeah? You know, you still have to answer for auto theft.
Sure, I know. Funny. The reason I left home was to build something new. Here I am in jail.
Mm-hmm.
Just me, I guess. I blame my parents, my brothers, everybody. All the time it's me. There's nobody else to blame, really.
Well, you can try it again, Emil.
Yeah. But it'll probably be the same. Always on the outside looking in.
What do you mean by that?
Well, like back in high school. Maybe you'll think it's funny, but... Like one time I wanted to go to the junior prom. Real bad. Didn't have the right clothes. Didn't have a date. Who'd want to go out with a shrimp like me?
Well, did you ask anybody to go with you?
No, I knew better. But I went to the prom anyway.
Mm-hmm.
All by myself. No date, no nice clothes. Just old cords and a beat-up jacket. Want to know how I went?
Uh-huh.
I sat on the fire escape. Yeah, I watched the whole thing through the gym window, sitting on a fire escape. They had lanterns and stuff. Kids all dressed up real pretty. It was nice to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Saw the Grand March, everything. Only one trouble.
Yeah?
Like I said, I was all alone, looking in from the outside.
Well, we got to shove off, Emil.
Well, thanks for coming over.
It's all right. See you, son.
Sure.
You want to wait here? We'll send an officer in for you.
Yes, sir. Thanks again.
Kind of nice kid, don't you think? Yeah, guess he is. Guess a lot of things caught up with him. Kind of gives you a funny feeling talking to him. How do you mean that? Well, you know how when he worked all night and you get home early in the morning? Mm-hmm. You're too tired to sleep and you hear a train whistle from the other side of town. Listening to that kid, I got the same sort of feeling. Mm-hmm. I don't think he's a bad kid, not really. You think I'm wrong, Joe? Well, I guess if you are, it makes two of us. Yeah? The whistle you're talking about? Uh-huh. I hear it every once in a while myself.
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On April 16th, trial was held in Department 97, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. Casey Harrison Stedman was tried and convicted of violation of Section 480 of the Vehicle Code law. Violation of Section 480 V.C. is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of from 1 to 5 years. Emil Donald Salter pled guilty to one count of grand theft auto. In the interests of justice, he was placed on probation for a period of 3 years.
You have just heard Dragnet,
The authentic story of your police force in action, and starring Jack Webb, a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
From the director of Platoon, the next battle is in the greatest jungle of them all, Wall Street.
We're going down the drain, okay? The stock is plummeting. When it hits 18, buy it all.
Something big is going down. I want you to fill out the missing picture.
Mr. Gecko, that's not exactly what I do.
Where you can trade your honor.
I could lose my license. That's inside information.
For power.
If you're not inside, you are outside. I want you with me, buddy.
I'm with you, Gordon.
Trade your peace of mind.
Just the beginning, pal.
If any trouble does arise, you are on your own. The trail does stop with you.
For a piece of the action.
$100 million, buddy.
All it takes is a little inside information.
I don't care where or how you get it.
I think you owe me.
And you can trade everything you believe in.
He's using you, kid, but you're too blind to see it.
For everything you've ever wanted.
I get a strange call from the SEC. This is heavy, bud.
Why do you need to wreck this company? Because it's wreckable, all right?
Michael Douglas, Charlie Sheen, Daryl Hannah, Martin Sheen, and Oliver Stone film, Wall Street.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where do you late meet to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight? Yeah, lovely. Nice, sweet, average American girl, you know? The kind that might be living next door to you. If you live next door to Warner Brothers. Yeah, she's the normal, wholesome type. Yeah, sexy. But at the same time, with a certain amount of respectability, huh? The type you feel you should tip your hat to while you're whistling at her. Well, I hear she's liable to get an award for that picture, Johnny Belinda, you know, and you gotta give... Yeah. She started out as a girl, and now she's a great dramatic actress. Uh-huh. Somewhere along the line, I guess she lost her ambition. Look, Duffy, I'll call you back. There's a program on the radio I got to listen to. Eddie, what station is the Philharmonic on?
That's 600 on the dial.
What station is the Round Table Forum?
700.
Good. Tune in on 650.
What's that?
The Bucket of Blood Murder Mystery. And tonight's the last installment.
Yeah, tonight they're going to announce the killer.
Yeah, great show, though, ain't it?
Yes, sir. The detective's been shot 14 times, knifed 23 times, blackjacked 87 times.
How many times have you heard the show?
Twice.
Who do you think the killer is, Eddie?
Oh, it's obvious. The maid.
I say it's the butler.
I say it's the maid.
Bet you $2 million it was the butler.
$2 million it was the maid.
Want to make it $3 million?
Okay, $3 million. And 50 cents each on the side.
Okay, we'll make it $4 million. And 10 cents each on the side. Make that cash, too.
Okay. The bet. Let's turn it on.
All right, we're turning on.
Don't seem to be working.
Let me take a look at it. Never seen one of these things I couldn't fix, Eddie. See, now it's got a condenser, a super Heiferdine, a couple of killer cycles, the FM modulator with a dynamic speaker. Eddie, got a paper clip?
No.
Got a hairpin?
No.
Got a rubber band?
No. But I can give you a screwdriver and a pair of pliers.
Stop trying to confuse me, will you?
Archie, if you want my advice...
Miss Duffy, we don't.
Just the same, if I were you and I wanted to fix the radio, I'd first try to plug it in.
Plug it in? Look, Miss Badinsky, when two intelligent men is discussing a complicated mechanical problem, they don't need no advice from no dame. So please, butt out of this, will you? Now, where was we? Oh, yeah. Eddie?
Yeah?
Plug it in.
Final episode of The Bucket of Blood Murder Mystery. And now, kiddies, have you guessed the identity of the killer?
The butler.
If any of you guessed the butler...
Yes?
You couldn't have been more wrong. The murder was committed by the maid.
Sam Spade. That'll be $4 million and 10 cents. Each, cash.
What a crummy mystery. You know, the guy that wrote it probably got a fortune, too. An idea.
You gonna write a radio mystery?
You're psychiatric. And I ain't kidding. How did you figure it?
By a logical process of elimination.
What do you mean?
Just eliminated logic.
What does it take to write one of them mysteries?
Oh, talent.
So?
Creative ability.
Yeah.
Genius.
Yeah.
Pencil.
That I can borrow. Hey, wait a minute. I got an idea already. Eddie, get this. For me detective, I got a terrific switch. I use a dame. A dame of the female species, see? Jane Wyman.
That is a switch. A flat foot with high heels.
Right. Now all I need is a nice ghoulish title. Let's see. Ghost walks. No, it ain't scary enough. The corpse speaks. Hello, Finnegan. What you been doing?
Oh, I just went to see me doctor.
Your doctor, huh?
The Pinkerton Bacon.
No, I mean, is there anything wrong with you?
Oh, not a thing. Doctor says I'm as healthy as a horse, and he ought to know.
Finnegan, why did you happen to go to a horse doctor?
Well, it was just one of them things. Times by mistake, and now I don't know how to get out of it gracefully.
Oh, well, why don't you just stop going to him?
I thought of that, but I just can't do it.
Why not?
Oh, to break his heart. They get so much pleasure feeding me lumps of sugar.
Well, why don't you just come out and tell the guy that you ain't a horse?
Who am I to tell him? After all, he's the one with the diploma.
And you finished the murder mystery yet, Miss Archie?
Yeah, I got a couple of acts finished, Eddie, but, you know, this radio writing ain't as easy as it seems. There's a lot less to radio than meets the ear. Eddie, how do you spell acts?
A-C-T-S.
Thanks. The murderer walks into the room with an axe in his hand. Yes, sir. I think Jane Wyman will love this thing, Eddie.
Good evening.
Huh? Oh, good evening, Miss Wyman. Anything we were just talking about you. Welcome to Duffy's Tavern.
Well, thank you, but I believe you have the advantage of me.
I'd like to take it. Permit me. My name is Archie.
Let me look at you. Yes, you're just the way my friend Humphrey Bogart describes you.
Eddie, cut the pleasantries. Look, Janie, make yourself at home. Come here.
Where?
Come over here and stand next to me on my side of the bar.
Archie, Humphrey Bogart told me about that, too.
How would he know? I didn't ask him behind the bar. Hey, I wonder if babies talk. But maybe you're right. Maybe it's better if a cute-looking chick like you sits out there where the people can see. It'll help business. You know, the customers take one look at you. They stick around and get plastered.
Why?
Home and look at their wives. Come on, sit down. Order something to eat.
Eat?
Yeah.
No, thanks. Humphrey Bogart told me about that, too.
What did he tell you?
Only that Duffy's Tavern is on the condemned list.
Oh, he did, huh? Well, did he tell you that it happens to be number 1 on the list? I admit we don't serve nothing fancy. It's just plain American food.
Yeah.
Eddie, Humphrey Bogart can get away with them cracks, but you I can fire.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, Miss Wyman, if not some food, how about a beverage? Shot of bar rye, perhaps?
Well, I'm sorry. I never drink anything stronger than water.
One shot of bar rye coming up.
Look, Jane, leave us get down to business. I suppose you're constantly being annoyed by a lot of crackpots trying to sell you plays.
That's right. Where's yours?
Right here at the serial I wrote for radio.
Radio?
Yeah, the poor man's television. You know, there's a lot of doing that radio racket.
Oh, no, Archie. I think I'll stick to pictures.
Mm-hmm. How many pictures do you make a year?
Only 2.
See what I mean? You could use the dough. Besides, it's an easier graft, you know. In pictures, you always got to keep memorizing new lines all the time. But with radio serials, you only have to learn the lines once.
Why is that?
Because it's radio. You do the same story every week.
Hey, I was... Hey. Hey, where'd you pick up the dame?
Miss Dame Finnegan, this is not a dame. This is a very famous personage.
Oh, really? Well, ma'am, sir, I'm delighted to meet you. I've heard so much about you.
Oh, well, thank you.
Right, what does she do for a living?
She's a movie star.
Oh, a movie? Ma'am, I must certainly say I have enjoyed all of your picks.
Oh, thank you. Which one did you like best?
Ben-Hur.
I wasn't in Ben-Hur.
Oh, the covered wagon.
No.
The great train robbery.
No.
Archie, if this dame ain't Bessie Love, I'm dead.
And you'll have to excuse him. You see, there was a little mix-up when he was born. Instead of being brought by the stork, he was carried to his parents by a nearsighted retriever dog. Now, look, what was we talking about?
Radio.
Oh, yes, radio, a phase of broadcasting that has become very important in our lives. That has brought into our homes the great symphonies, Miss Wyman, the speeches of of our presidents, the Metropolitan Opera, the Green Hornet. Yes, it'll bring you millions of new fans. Now, just figuring the number of sets on a per capita basis, do you know how many radios there are per square listener?
No, how many?
It's staggering. In this country alone, without figuring Iceland and Madagascar, in this country alone, according to a survey taken by a well-known poll...
Archie, do you still believe in those polls?
Poll? He just happens to be a very reliable guy from Warsaw. According to him, out of 140 million people, 240 million listen to the radio.
Arch, I think you can double that. This listener has 2 ears.
Spoken like an agency man. All I say is I wrote a mystery with a wonderful part in it for you. Now, will you do it?
No.
At least rehearse it.
No.
Jane, leave me give you some more facts and figures on radio.
Oh, no, not again.
Do you realize that when the first crystal set came on the market...
No, please,
that out of
Archie.
203,000 fruit growers, and this excludes the rural areas, like Cucamonga, that there are...
Archie.
What?
If I do this play, will you please forget the facts and figures?
It's a deal. Now, Janie, now that you've read me murder mystery, what do you think of it?
Archie, I don't think Herman Rogers would want me to play it.
Who's Herman Rogers?
Friend of Humphrey Bogart.
Oh, no. Well, if you're going to listen to every Tom, Herman, and Humphrey...
Hey, Archie, is there a part of this radio show for me?
A part for you? I've seen some of your acting.
And what's wrong with it?
Believe me, if you was cast as Lady Godiva, the horse would steal the scene.
Archie, do you realize you wrote this play on Papa's time?
I just found a part for you. Okay, everybody, leave us rehearse it once. Eddie, read the prologue.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen and lovers of good, clean murder, we next present a mystery entitled The Mysterious Death of the Candy King, or Licorice and Old Lace. This here play was plagiarized directly from the secret files of the FOB. Our first scene takes place in the gumdrop factory of Marmaduke Van Dextrose. His son, Marmaduke II, is talking to the secretary of Marmaduke I. Here they are.
Miss Pruitt, where's Dad?
What?
I, Marmaduke II, have a date with my girlfriend, Fifi, tonight, and I need $1 million.
Gumdrops?
Better make it dollars. I don't seem to be getting nowhere with them gumdrops. May I see Dad now? Miss Pruitt, may I see Dad now? Miss Pruitt, why do you stand in front of that vat of boiling gumdrops?
But Marmaduke II...
Step aside. What are you trying to conceal from me?
Please, don't look.
Eat good, Dad. A bull-headed gumdrop floating in the vat. Why, Miss Pruitt, it's Father. Dad, get out of that hot vat, quick.
I'm afraid it's too late, Marmaduke II.
You mean?
The Gumdrop King is dead.
Poor Dad. He was just like a father to me. Whom could have did this foul deed?
Shall I call the police?
No. To solve this problem, there's only one man.
Who?
A woman. Ellery Jane herself.
I am Ellery Jane herself. I am sitting at my desk, resting on my laurels and dabbing mascara on my private eye. Great stuff.
Thought you'd like it.
My business is murder. At the moment, business is dead because people ain't. But hark, there is a knock at my office door. Come in.
I Are you Ellery Jane?
Yes. Come in, Marmaduke.
How did you know I was Marmaduke?
Oh, I don't know. Something in the way you open the door, the way you stand there, the way your tie lights up with your name on it.
A very shrewd guess, very observant.
Now, let's get down to business. What can I do for you?
We'll talk about that later. But for the moment, I came to see you about me father, the late Marmaduke Van Dextrose.
Not the gumdrop king.
Yes.
Whatever happened to him?
Well, as it must to all men, father fell in a boiling gumdrop vat.
An accident, perhaps.
Ellery Jane, one does not do that sort of thing as a prank. That's why I have came to you. I heard how you solved that famous case of the man who was found dead in the Chinese restaurant.
Ah, yes. The police thought he was murdered, but I alone knew that it was not murder in the Chinese restaurant. It was a simple case of... Archie, I can't say this.
Go on, Janie, go ahead.
It was not murder in the Chinese restaurant. It was a simple case of chopped suicide.
How deucedly clever of you. Ellery Jane, will you handle the gumdrop case?
Yes. Oh, but quick. There's not a moment to lose. We must go to the factory and search for clues.
As the nose said to the handkerchief, let's blow. Got to have a little humor in these things, you know.
Miss Pruitt?
Yes?
When did you first realize that your boss, Marmaduke Van Dextrose, was dead?
When he stopped chasing me around the desk.
Miss Pruitt, please. Let the dead be buried. Dad would have wanted it that way.
Oh, come now, Miss Pruitt. Enough of this stalling talk.
I didn't do it, I tell you. I meant nothing to Mr. Van Dextrose. We was just good friends.
Then how do you explain the mink coat he gave you? And the Cadillac? And the mansion in Weehawken?
Mr. Van Dextrose placed a high premium on friendship.
Jane, the old man was nearsighted.
Well, I'll make a note of it. But what I don't understand is why your father was standing so near this gumdrop vat.
I can explain that. Dad always bent over the vats. He was a stickler for flavor, you see. He insisted on sampling every gumdrop before it left the factory.
I see. Were there any other suspects?
Our foreman, Pierpont, the well-known production genius.
Where can we find him?
I am the production genius.
Jane, I think we can eliminate Pierpont. He was one of Dad's closest friends, you know. In fact, he'll be broken up when he hears the news. Pierpont.
Yeah?
Brace yourself, man. Marmaduke Van Dextrose lies at the bottom of this boiling vat of gumdrops.
Well, get him out of there. He's holding up production.
Just a minute, Pierpont.
Yeah?
I happen to know that you hated my father.
Yes. Yes, I did. I hated him. But I had a reason to hate him. His whole life was gumdrops. He lived gumdrops. He ate gumdrops. He slept gumdrops. I hated him and his gumdrops.
Why?
I'm a jelly bean man.
Ellery Jane, it looks like we're up against a dead end.
Wait. There is one more suspect.
What?
There is one more suspect.
If you'll excuse me, I think I'll step outside for a minute.
Oh, no, you don't.
Why not?
I happen to know that you, Marmaduke, are the sole heir to your father's fortune, that you hated him and that you threatened him, and that only last week he took out $1 million insurance policy in your name.
True. But who would have reason to kill him?
That's what baffles me.
Just a minute. I'll tell you who would have reason to kill him.
Who?
Anybody that ever tasted his gumdrops. You couldn't get them out of your teeth.
Marmaduke second, I think I've got a clue. Pierpont,
Yeah?
did you notice anything strange around this boiling vat today?
Now that you mention it, yes. There was a strange clicking noise.
A clicking noise?
Yeah.
Marmaduke, I think I have the solution. Did your father have false teeth?
Yes, but what's the connection?
What don't you see? It's simple. When Marmaduke Van Dextros bent over this vat to sample his gumdrops today, his teeth fell into the vat.
His false teeth fell into the vat?
Yes, but perfectionist that he was, rather than let a gumdrop leave the factory unsampled, Marmaduke decided to gum the gumdrops.
Of course. How could we all have been so blind? The handful of gumdrops that he scooped up to sample contained his own false teeth.
Yes.
And he bit himself to death.
Right!
Ellery, Jane, you've done it again. Well, Miss Wyman, what do you think of it?
Well, if Jack Warner listened, he has one thing to be thankful for.
What's that?
Anything I do after this will be a comeback.
Duffy's Tavern was originally released by NBC, the national broadcasting company, for listeners in the United States, and was rebroadcast for American forces overseas.
Valdez is coming. He carries a Colt 45 for close range, a sawed-off double-barreled shotgun for wide coverage, a Winchester 30-30 for rapid, endless firepower. And he carries a Sharps Buffalo gun for killing at 1,500 yards. Valdez carries enough equipment to stop an army because sometimes he has to. Burt Lancaster is Valdez.
Tell him Valdez is coming.
What else did he say?
That's all. Yes, Valdez is coming.
Go out and get him.
You look for somebody? First you drop the gun. Then you turn around.
Valdez. The marksman. The hunter. The avenger.
This one for Diego.
The elusive shadow that appears.
$100.
Attacks and vanishes.
We lost 5 already. You shoot him, that's 6. The same as Valdez killed him. How many you want to give for that man?
As many as it takes.
Valdez was a methodical machine of destruction. Swift, silent, and deadly.
You know something, Valdez? You hit one, I think 700-800 yards.
Closer to 1,000.
You know how many dead we got?
11.
You count, huh?
You better.
Find Frank Tanner, El Segundo, and 16 others. And tell them Valdez is coming.
Kill him.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the air adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
And now, back again to Jimmy Allen. In the last episode, you'll recall Speed Robertson went aloft to flight test the new mysterious Army experimental jet-propelled airplane. Jimmy was given permission to witness the test from the grounds of the factory. And we find him now standing beside Captain Sweeney of the Air Corps and Special Investigator Russell. But a cry of horror warns us that something has happened. A moment before, Speed was thrilling the small group with his graceful stunting of the super airplane. Suddenly, the ship whips into a whirling tailspin out of control. Can Speed take to his parachute before it's too late? Let's see.
Speed! Speed! Oh, Speed, jump! Jump out!
In the name of heaven, why doesn't he leave that ship?
He must be down to 6,000. Why doesn't he get out? Oh, if he could only hear me. Speed!
Look
Speed!
at that ship spin.
Oh, gosh, what can we do?
This is terrible. It's too late. He's down too far. Look.
Oh, boy!
He's bailed out.
He's out of it. He's out of it, thank goodness.
Will the chute open?
There it is. It's open. It's open. Look. Oh, Speed, you're safe. You're all right.
The chute's open. He's safe.
He's all right.
What a jump. Just think, spinning down from 35,000 feet and leaving the ship at 1,500.
Oh, gosh, it seemed like hours.
The greatest piece of nerve I've ever seen.
The ship must have lit near the river.
Yes, and Robertson will land just this side of the dike. Here, Shackelford, get in your car and pick up Speed Robertson. Bring him into my office immediately and send the truck over at once and have the ship brought into the hangar and put under guard. No one must go near it.
Okay, Captain.
Say, do you think he got down all right, Captain? You know, we couldn't see after he dropped down behind those trees.
No, I think so. That's a flat, open stretch over there, and the ground is soft. We'll know in a few minutes. Shackelford's gone after him now.
Oh, gee, it's been terrible. And it seemed like such a wonderful ship, Captain.
I'm absolutely sunk. It was a beautiful job, the greatest thing on wings I've ever seen.
Say, Captain, I think I'll drive out to the crash and stand guard until the boys get it safely in your hangar.
Good idea, Russell. I'll appreciate that. I don't want a thing on the airplane touched until the engineers and myself look it over.
Very well. I'll see you later.
Right-o, and thanks a lot. Well, there's no use standing out here. All the excitement's over. You want to wait in my office, Jimmy, until Robertson gets here?
Yes, I do, thanks. I'd like to be sure that Speed's all right.
Sure you would. Well, come along. It's just a few steps over here.
Gee, Captain Sweeney, I guess you feel pretty bad losing a beautiful job like that jet ship.
Yes, it's a great loss, son. The government engineers have been working a long time on this design.
It is an awful shame. But can't it be fixed?
Well, the government won't accept it unless it spins properly, and that certainly looked like an uncontrollable spin. Well, here we are. Step inside, Jimmy.
Right. You know, I don't understand why any ship won't come out of a spin.
Well, of course, you must remember, Jimmy, that ship is still an experimental airplane. However, the design was worked out so carefully that the engineers anticipated no spin troubles.
Well, I guess spins are funny things.
Now, the average airplane will spin and recover by normal use of the controls. In fact, all licensed airplanes today must pass the spinning requirements of the government.
But look, why won't some ships recover from a spin?
Well, Jimmy, that's a big question and would involve a highly technical discussion. You see, in the past few years, aeronautical engineers have devoted much time and thought to the spinning characteristics of airplanes. In fact, many commercial airplanes are now built that will not spin at all. However, in the military service, a spin is a desirable maneuver, and we require that all airplanes of the pursuit class, such as this plane, will spin readily. We also require that they recover without any trouble.
A spin is often used in fighting, isn't it?
Sometimes, yes, but that isn't all. We've discovered that a ship which cannot be made to spin is difficult to handle in other maneuvers, such as rolls and Immelmans. Now, of course, in commercial ships, that isn't necessary, but in military pursuit jobs, it's extremely important.
Well, it seems funny to me why a ship that will go into a spin won't come out.
Sure, most people think the same thing, but in unnatural spins, the controls of the ship become useless. In other words, Jimmy, the ship gets into a position in which your controls become of no value whatsoever. As I said before, it's a highly technical subject, and there's still some things about spinning that even our best engineers don't understand.
Well, I guess that lets me out. But it must be an awfully interesting subject.
You know, Jimmy, I remember once we had a ship and... Well, here's our test pilot safe and sound, thank goodness.
Oh, gee, Speed, am I sure glad to see you.
Well, that's that. But I hope this bailing out doesn't get to be too much of a habit.
Did you get down all right, Sir Robertson?
Without a scratch. I hit in an open field just back of the dike.
That was a magnificent display of nerve, young fellow.
I tried everything I knew, Captain, but it was no soap. I might just as well have been playing a ukulele. The controls went absolutely dead.
Well, how did the ship fly, Speed? I mean, its general stability.
Captain Sweeney, that job has wonderful performance. That's the most remarkable airplane I ever sat in. But there's something queer about the way it flies.
What do you mean, Robertson?
Well, It's rather hard to explain. It's the general feel of the ship. It's something you can't quite put your finger on.
That's rather indefinite.
Yes, I know it. But, of course, I didn't have time to check it thoroughly. Say, by the way, Captain, was that job rigged absolutely right?
The rigging was checked right down to a 64th of an inch. What makes you ask that?
I don't know. It just seemed to be a little off balance or something. I went over the general data on it with Captain Carver before I took off. And for the size and distribution of those control surfaces, its performance just didn't seem to check with the engineering data. Are you sure it was rigged right?
Why, absolutely. We made a final check on the rigging before Carver flew it yesterday.
Or was the rigging checked before I flew it today?
Well, no, I guess it wasn't, but I don't see that would be necessary.
I'm going to tell you something, Sweeney. I was just going over my data with the dope Carver got yesterday when he flew it. Mine doesn't check with his.
Well, it might be just a difference of opinion between two pilots.
Well, that's possible. But in this case, I think not. Both Carver and myself have done a lot of flight testing. In fact, we work together at Wright Field. We both always use the same formula. And I'm going to tell you another thing. This will interest you.
All right, Robertson, let's have it.
When Carver flew the job yesterday, he was not supposed to spin it or do anything but straight stability tests.
Yes, I know. Those were my orders.
Now, I don't want to get Carver in bad, but this matter is of too much importance to bother about a little red tape. You know how pilots are.
Well, go ahead, Robertson. I'll protect Carver.
At 40,000 feet yesterday, well out of sight of you people on the ground, Carver spun the ship just to see how it would set. He tells me it recovered easily. Now, you figure that out.
You don't tell me. Well, I'll be hanged.
I'm going in Carver's office now and make out my complete report while it's still fresh in my mind.
Yes, do that. I'm very anxious to see it.
Do you want to come in with me, Jimmy?
Well, Speed, if you don't mind, I'd like to talk to Captain Sweeney a minute.
Okay. I'll be in Carver's office when you're through.
This thing sure has me stumped. But what did you want to talk to me about, Jimmy?
Captain Sweeney, an idea just occurred to me. I guess, well, you'll probably think I'm crazy or something, but you see, I wanted
No, Jimmy, go right ahead. What's on your mind? After what Speed tells me, I'll have to believe almost anything.
Well, the way Speed talked about the rigging on that ship and it being out of balance, you know.
Sure, but what do you know about that, Jimmy?
Would the balance of a ship or the way it was rigged have anything to do with its spinning characteristics?
Oh, it certainly would. In fact, on some airplanes, it's very important.
Well, I don't understand this altogether, but could a weight be placed in a certain place on a ship which would throw it off balance?
Well, I guess it could. In fact, there's no doubt about it. All airplanes are balanced around their center of gravity, and if you destroy that balance, the ship would fly differently, and I suppose would spin differently. But what are you driving at?
Would it take much of a weight?
That all depends on where the weight was placed.
How do you mean, Captain?
Well, just this, Alan. It would require a whole lot of weight out on the wingtip or back on the tail or up near the front of the engine to entirely destroy the natural balance of the airplane. Now, that's especially true, Jimmy, on all types of jet planes where your great loads are concentrated near the center of gravity. But what of it? What are you getting at?
Could such a weight be hidden in the ship?
Why, surely, back along inside the fuselage or in the wing somewhere, but come, son, tell me, what's on your mind?
Well, I guess you'll think I'm crazy, but it wouldn't surprise me a bit if that plane wasn't thrown out of balance with some heavy weight like lead.
Oh, I see what you mean. And then the ship would have to be rigged improperly to compensate for this weight. Say, what makes you think that, Jimmy?
Because, Captain Sweeney, in the past few days, about 10 pounds of lead have been stolen from the stockroom of our school.
What? Oh, but Jimmy, I don't see any connection at all. Why, that's absurd. There's 1,000 uses for lead, and there just would be no sense to that. Why, on the face of it, it's ridiculous. Why would anyone want to tamper with this ship so that it would crash?
Well, I don't know, but why would Major Moto steal 10 pounds of lead out of our stockroom?
Major Moto? Oh, you mean the Manchurian Army officer learning to fly down there?
Yes, sir, but I'm not so sure he's learning to fly.
Why, Jimmy, that's positively funny. This is a wild idea. I guess you better forget all about it.
Look, Captain Sweeney, I'm certain that Major Moto is not what he represents himself to be. And I'm quite certain that he's responsible for stealing some lead bores down at the school. I tell you what, let's go out and examine the ship. Now, it may be a crazy idea, but it won't take long to satisfy yourself. You're going to look the ship over anyway. Oh, come on, Captain Sweeney. I'm willing to be laughed at. I know you think I'm a foolish kid. Well, it won't take long to find out. Come on, let's go out and see.
Well, kid, I do want to inspect the ship, and I might as well do it now as later, and there have been some very peculiar happenings around here lately. All right, come on.
Oh, gee, thanks, Captain.
Well, let's go. The hangar's right next to my office.
Okay. Oh, gosh. It sure is cracked up, isn't it?
Yeah. Say, the boys sure got it back here in a hurry. Well, here's the right wingtip, Jimmy. May as well start here. Say, that's funny.
What's funny, Captain?
Look here. Look at this fabric. Looks like a patch right out here near the tip.
Why, it is a patch. The fabric's been split and then sewed up.
That's strange. I'll rip this wing covering off and see why the patch was made.
Okay. Look. Look, Captain. Along the front spar there.
Great Scott. It's a lead weight.
Is Jimmy right? Has someone tampered with the jet-propelled plane, causing it to spin down and crash? And is that someone Major Moto? Let's follow Jimmy Allen in his next air adventure.
Vertigo, a feeling of dizziness, a swimming in the head. Figuratively, a state in which all things seem to be engulfed in a whirlpool of terror, as created by Alfred Hitchcock in the story that gives new meaning to the word suspense.
I don't want to die. There's someone inside me, and she says I must die. Scotty, don't let me go.
A beautiful girl haunted by the desperate, unexplainable urge to destroy herself. A man possessed by the paralyzing vertigo that made him afraid of high places.
Easy now.
Oh, no. Well, this is a cinch. Here, I look up. I look down. I look up. I look...
What was the strange attraction that brought these two together, in spite of the dark forces that tore them apart? The specter from the past that drew her to the ancient headstone in the mission graveyard. The compulsion that drove her relentlessly to the point of no return. The story of a love so powerful it broke down all barriers between past and present, between life and death, between the golden girl in the dark tower and the tawdry redhead that he tried to remake in her image.
If I let you change me, will that do it? If I do what you tell me, will you love me?
Yes.
All right, then I'll do it. Because I don't care any more about me.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. A beautiful piece of linoleum can do wonders in brightening up your kitchen, bathroom, or front entrance. But what about keeping the linoleum itself beautiful? Well, that's an easy job for Johnson's Glow Coat, the preferred floor polish in millions of homes. And no wonder Glow Coat gets first choice. It gives your linoleum and other floors great beauty. It takes practically no work. And it protects the surface against dirt, wear, and moisture. Actually adds greatly to the life of linoleum, as well as keeping its color and pattern fresh and new-looking. Glow Coat is self-polishing, requires no rubbing or buffing. You just apply and let dry. It's that easy. Spilled things are wiped up in a jiffy, and that eases your work, too. So, for beauty, convenience, and protection, join the millions of satisfied users of Johnson's Self-Polishing Low-Coat. This is a sad moment at 79 Wistful Vista, a sad moment and a tense moment. Because here in the living room, waiting for the verdict of the surgeon, the tree surgeon, on the fate of the old oak tree in the front yard, we find Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
For goodness sakes, Magee, stop rushing to the window and pacing up and down. There's nothing you can do about it.
I know, but my gosh, I will, gee whiz. I don't know why cartoonists get so much fun out of a guy walking up and down outside of a maternity ward. This suspense is awful.
Oh, be calm, dearie. Relax. Look at me, sewing away as though nothing at all were happening.
Yeah. You've tried to thread the tape measure through the wrong end of that needle 3 times. You're going to hate to lose that old oak tree as much as I'm going to hate to lose that old oak tree.
Yes. Yes, I really am. I love that tree. It's always been...
Uh-oh. Here's the bad news. Come in.
Hello there, Magee. Hello, Molly.
Hi, Doc.
Hello, Dr. Gamble.
Well, what's going on here, anyway? Molly, you've been crying.
Oh, it's nothing.
Magee, have you been beating your wife? Because if you've laid one badly manicured finger on a hair of her well-shaped head, so help me, I'll
No,
tear
Doctor, no, it's nothing like that.
It's just that we're expecting some bad news, Doc. The doctor's here.
Dr. Woodbury.
Dr. Woodbury? I don't believe I know. Wait a minute. What is this? Who's Dr. Woodbury? By George, I may not be under a yearly retainer to you people, but I know your medical histories like Amos knows Andy, and I won't... Where's this Dr. Woodbury?
Out in front, Doc.
Up in the tree.
Up in the tree?
Sure knows his business, too. Shinnied up that big trunk like a salmon up the Columbia.
He's been clear up to the top 4 times.
I see. Some emergency arose, so instead of calling old Doc Gamble, you consult some stranger. He goes out and starts climbing trees. Well, it's been nice knowing you folks. Good day.
Hey, wait a minute, Aerosmith. You don't understand.
He's a tree surgeon.
Oh, a tree surgeon. Oh, that's too bad.
What's too bad about it?
Well, much as I would have hated to terminate our relationship, in the event that you'd found a physician who suited you better...
Oh, nonsense.
It would almost have been worth it to have another medico in this town who knew his sphygmomanometer from a hot rock. Tree surgeon, eh?
I tell you, he's the best in town, too, Doctor. He's the one who saved Toops' horse chestnut tree from a serious case of Japanese beetles last year.
They say this guy can take one look at an acorn and tell you how many times the firemen are going to have to come and rescue a cat out of it when it grows up.
I'd like to see this miracle man.
Dear, I hope he says he can save it.
Cheer up, Mommy. There's still hope. Come in.
Well, I finished my examination, Mr. Magee. Am I intruding?
Not at all, Dr. Woodbury. We'd like to have you meet an old friend of ours, Dr. Woodbury, Dr. Gamble. Dr. Woodbury is a tree doctor, Dr. Gamble.
And Dr. Gamble is a people doctor, Dr. Woodbury.
How do you do, Doctor?
Hello, Doctor. I take it all is not oak with the oak?
It's a pretty serious case, I'm afraid. Tell me, Mrs. Magee, has this tree of yours any history of Dutch moth? Any childhood diseases that you know of?
No, I don't think so, Doctor. Though, as I remember, it had a bad attack of woodpeckers in 1929.
Woodpeckers.
That's the first instance I ever heard where the patient got stuck with a bill before the doctor even arrived.
How about it, Doc? Will we have to,
Is there any hope, Doctor?
If you good people would be so good as to leave the room a moment, I should like to consult with Dr. Gamble. Would you honor me, Doctor?
Delighted, I'm sure, Doctor. Although my arboreal experience has been limited to a certain lady patient of mine to whom we refer as the Weeping Willow Bee. You'll excuse us, Molly?
Certainly. Come on, Magee.
Okay. Do everything you can, men. Remember, expense is no object, as long as it don't cost too much.
Well, I see where Alabama's picked for the Rose Bowl, Doctor.
Yes, I remember when Alabama played it in 1926 for the first time. Beat Washington 20-19.
Yes. Well, how was business, Doctor?
Oh, can't complain, Doctor. Though I sometimes envy you tree surgeons.
How so, Doctor?
Well, sometimes it seems so simple to slap 100 pounds of cement into a patient, paint him with tar, and brace him up with a few feet of wire cable.
Yes, it has its points, Doctor. On the other hand, you're in no danger of a patient falling over on you and breaking your leg.
Incidentally, Doctor, how about the oak tree out in front? Look bad?
That isn't a tree. That's a perpendicular stack of firewood.
Oh?
It's been dead longer than Julius Caesar.
Well, why stall around, Doctor? Why don't you tell him?
Well, it looks better this way. More dignity.
Oh.
But you better call him in now, I guess. And try to look more serious, Doctor. Remember, we've been consulting.
Oh, yes. Sometimes I'm inclined to forget I'm a doctor and act like a human being. Come in, Magee.
Well, Docs, what's the verdict?
My boy, I'm afraid it's bad news.
You mean?
Yes, Mrs. Magee. As it must to all trees. The end has come to the old oak tree. It's battled its way through life from tiny acorn to sturdy tree. It has stood between your home and the fierce heat of the sun. It has been a barrier between you and the tempest. But now the birds must seek another resting place. The whippoorwill must shrill his plaintive call from elsewhere, and my fee is $7.50.
Oh, and it was such a beautiful tree.
Oh, forget it, Molly. With that thing chopped down, maybe the paper boy can hit the front porch now and then. Well, here's your dough, Doc.
Thank you. Nice to have met you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor. See you up in the maple tree sometime.
And now, if I could remember where you put my hat,
No, Doctor, not in there.
No, that's the hall clock.
You couldn't hang a hat in there.
Billy Mills in the orchestra, and I Can't Believe That You're in Love with Me.
Boy, that sure is a tough old tree, ain't it, Molly?
Yes, it certainly is.
Yep. You take 50 more whacks at it, and then I'll chop for a while.
You take the axe now, dearie. I don't want all the fun. Besides, I've got a crick in my back that would float the Queen Mary.
Well, we better rest a while anyway.
What do you mean we'd better rest? All you've done is grunt.
Sure, but somebody's got to see that the works get started right. There's a lot of science to falling a tree, you know. Give me that axe and I'll show you.
All right, here, you chop and I'll grunt.
Thanks.
Oh! Ow! Magee.
Huh?
Why don't you keep chopping in the same place all the time? That tree looks like it was being chewed by some cross-eyed beavers.
It's easy to see you don't know much about lumberjacking, kiddo. Look, where do you suppose this tree's going to fall when it falls?
Well, I hadn't really considered that, dearie, but for a rough guess, I'd say onto the ground.
Ah, but where onto the ground? If it falls to the north, it'll crash through the roof of the house. South, it'll fall into the street and block traffic.
Yeah?
So, I got to make it fall right straight down the center of our driveway. See?
Well, how on earth can you make it do that?
That's the trick, baby. That's where skill and experience comes in. You see, you got to make a deep cut into the trunk. Then right above it, you make a shallower cut. Then the tree falls to one side, you see.
Are you sure you don't make a deep cut above and the shallower cut below?
No, I don't think so. I always thought... Oh, hey, here comes Wilcox. Maybe he'll know. Hey, Junior, come here a minute.
Hello, Molly. What's the matter, pal?
Just a little matter of woodcraft, Mr. Wilcox.
You ever a Boy Scout, Junior?
Sure. Eagle Scout.
Oh.
Owl Patrol.
Mm-hmm.
Merit badges for bricklaying, bookbinding, picture framing, leather tooling, and housework.
Housework?
Yep. That's where I first heard about Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Yeah. But what I want to ask you...
that was one merit badge I won like a flash. I took some Johnson's glow coat over to the scoutmaster's house, you see, and showed his wife what it would do for her kitchen linoleum.
Yeah, but look, Waxy, when you chop down a tree...
I showed her how simple glow coat is to use. How you just pour a little out, spread it around with a long-handled applier, let it dry 20 minutes or less with no rubbing or buffing.
Yeah, but what...
And how it helps restore the beauty and sparkle of the original pattern.
Yes, but himself here wants to know how to cut down a tree, so...
And boy, when the scoutmaster came home that night and walked into his kitchen, he was astounded. He said, "Who is responsible for that beautiful, gleaming linoleum?" And his wife patted me on the head and said, "Eagle Scout Wilcox, Benjamin." And the scoutmaster said, "Wilcox, I must ask you to resign from the Boy Scouts." So I did.
After fixing up his kitchen linoleum so it would last so much longer and make his wife's housework so much easier?
That was a dirty trick.
No, he was right. He just found out I was 31 years old.
Getting to be a bald Eagle Scout. But look, Waxy, did you learn much about woodcraft?
Plenty, pal, plenty. Look, if you get lost in the woods, you simply wait till October and see which way the geese fly, and that's south.
But, Mr. Wilcox, do you know how to chop down a tree and make it fall where you want to?
No, I don't. We didn't chop down trees. We were taught to love trees.
Doggone it, we love trees too, Waxy, but this is a dead tree. It's got to be cut down. It's dangerous.
And besides, it'll give us a lot of firewood for over the holidays.
Yeah. Well, what's so funny about that, Junior?
I just thought of a great gag about doing your Christmas chopping early.
Oh.
I want to get along home and tell Spaniel Eyes before I forget it. See you later, folks.
Spaniel Eyes. If my husband ever called me Spaniel Eyes, I'd give one sharp little bark and bite him in the garter.
You'll never get a merit badge for wit and humor either. Christmas chopping. Oh, well, I'm sure I'm right about putting the deep cut under the shallow cut. One side, Snooky. I'm going back to work. Whew. That's strenuous work, Molly. Great stuff to develop the biceps, though.
You mean the biceps, dearie?
You can't biceps like mine. They're a gift.
Look, Pet, wouldn't it be simpler to call some professional woodcutters and have them cut this tree down for you?
No, sirree. I do this myself. Did Abraham Lincoln squeal for help when he wanted to clear a trail to the corner drugstore? No, sir. I come from pioneer stock, and I ain't selling it short. Did I ever tell you about my father being born in a log cabin?
No.
Well, don't let me, because it ain't true.
All right, but I'm still doubtful about your ability to lay this tree down the center of the driveway.
What do you mean, doubtful? You lay a walnut on that driveway, and I'll crack it with 4 tons of oak tree, that's all. My gosh, if I
look,
don't...
McGee, here comes Mrs. Carstairs.
Oh, that rhinestone rhinoceros. She's so aristocratic that when she blushes, she looks like a blueprint of the Chase National Bank.
I think she likes us because she knows we're not after her money.
Yeah, well, what good would it do us if we were after her money? The way she handles a buck, you'd think there was a game warden on every corner. Besides, she don't like me, and that's mutual.
Well, maybe she is a little up... hello there, Mrs. Carstairs. So nice to see you.
How do you do, my dear? Glad for once to find you without your husband. Not that I dislike him particularly, although with a little effort...
Hi, Carson.
Ooh. Is that you, Mr. McGee?
It ain't Clement Attlee. Though I am at president of the Labor Party till I get this job done.
I guess you didn't recognize him with those lumberjack clothes on, did you, Mrs. Carstairs?
No. May I ask what you're doing with the long-handled hatchet, Mr. McGee?
I'm chopping this tree down, Carsey. Didn't know I was a woodsman, did you?
Yes, I did. My husband told me.
Oh, your husband told you my husband was a woodsman?
Yes, indirectly. We passed Mr. McGee on the street one day, and my husband said, lumbering sort of a fellow, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, well, that sparring partner of yours is no Fred Astaire either, Crosby. He's about as graceful as an armload of coat hangers.
Please, Mr. McGee, for your
Tell
information...
Mrs. Carstairs what you plan to do about this tree, McGee.
Yes, do, Mr. McGee.
Well, sir, the problem is this, Carsey. I got to chop down this tree so it'll fall exactly down the driveway there. That's quite a trick of woodmanship, too.
Yeah, but he can do it, Mrs. Carstairs. He can do it.
Sure, I can do it. I'll drop this trunk like a nervous redcap.
Well, I should never have selected you as the lumberman type, Mr. McGee.
Oh, he knows his way around in the woods all right, Mrs. Carstairs. In fact, he's not out of the woods yet.
I'll say. Why, up there in Minnesota years ago, I was not only the greatest woodsman of my day, Carsey, but the greatest fisherman, too. In fact, I caught so many of one species of bass, they named me after it. Big Mouth McGee, I was known as. Big Mouth McGee, the bully boy of big bunches of burly, beady-eyed bruisers, bringing in big batches of beech, birch, and balsam, banding brisk banter with the brawny bandits, and booting up a junior out of the brainless Bruce that busted their bill hooks, bewildering big bosses with my baffling business of balancing the books and bagging big bonuses, but there's too many words beginning with B, so excuse me, folks, while I chop this tree.
The King's Men and Come to Baby Do.
I took a choo-choo fast as I could take a choo-choo. I came a long, 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 long way to take you in my arms. And now it's your first move to prove that you've been true. Come to Baby Do. Come to Baby Do. I've been away, way, 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 way beyond the blue horizon. I hope to no one else is on your mind. So pucker up, my sweet, and meet your Waterloo. Come to Baby Do. Come to Baby Do. Stop me from guessing. Ain't no time to tease. Stop all this messing. Put your bacon baby at ease. I wanna love, 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 love just the way I wanna love you. I'm gonna try to make you understand. When all is said and done, the one for me is you. Come to Baby Do. Come to Baby Do. Come to baby do. Come to baby do. When all is said and done, the one for me is you. Come to baby do. Come to baby do.
Better take it a little easy, dearie. That tree doesn't look very steady.
Which way does it look like it's going to fall?
Search me, Magee. I thought you said you could positively lay it right straight down the driveway, though.
I positively can. I think. My calculations are right, and I'm positive they are. I trust I can...
Oh, wait a minute, Magee. Here comes that girl from next door. The prize fighter's cousin.
Oh, her again. What do you suppose they're
Good
at?
day, Mr. Magee. Hello, Mrs. Magee.
Hello there.
When you get through using that axe, may I borrow it for Punchy McClatchy? He's my cousin, the prize fighter, you know.
Yeah, we know, sis. Why do you want to borrow the axe?
Well, Punchy simply must get out and do some road work today.
You can't do road work with an axe, can you?
No, but we have to threaten him with something. I'll be back for it later. Thank you.
Mr. McClatchy must be the phlegmatic type.
Huh?
They have to threaten him with an axe to get him out of the house.
He's the dumbest pork and beaner in the business. He uses up more seconds than a Fred Allen ad lib. Fred Allen, that is. They say McClatchy's bed linen is made of old circus tents. He can't sleep unless it's on canvas.
I take it you're not one of Punchy McClatchy's greatest admirers.
You can not only take it, you can keep it. McClatchy is a victim of fate.
He is?
He's got a Sunday punch, and all his fights are on Saturday. Oh, well, so much for the manly art of assault and battery. You think I can take a few more wallops at that tree?
Well, I don't know, dearie. It's getting awfully wobbly. A breath of Chanel No. 5 would bring it down right now.
Well, if it does, it'll fall right smack down the driveway, mark my words. But mark 'em in pencil. I could be wrong.
Do my ears deceive me, or did I hear the little man admit he could be wrong?
Oh, hello there, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Latrivia. Ever chop down a tree?
You must have me confused with George Washington, Magee. I'm just mayor, not president.
No, he's serious, Your Honor. He has a slight problem.
Yeah, look. When you want a tree to fall in a certain direction, do you make a big cut under a small cut or a small cut under a big cut? On what side?
Well, now, that's quite the most interesting problem which has confronted me today, Magee. And I have had some little dandies.
Such as what, Your Honor?
Such as the case we have in the corner lot at 17th and Oak Street.
Oh.
A carnival there was exhibiting a dead whale on a flat car. Night before last, the carnival moved out, leaving the whale. Now, a white elephant is popularly supposed to represent the acme of indisposability. But what does one do with a dead whale?
Well, you've got quite a problem there, Mr. Mayor. Can't you dig a hole and bury it?
And what would we do with the 100 tons of dirt that the whale replaced? Dig another hole and bury that? That approaches perpetual motion.
I got an idea, Latriv.
Yes?
Yep. That vacant lot ain't far from the county line, is it?
A few hundred yards, I believe.
What of it, Magee?
Well, suppose some dark night the flat car should break loose and run a half mile down the track. That'd be kind of take it out of your hands, wouldn't it, Latriv?
My boy, I thank you.
Oh.
You have solved the case of the fragrant mammal.
Why, shucks, it's nothing that any red-blooded American boy couldn't have done. Hey, you want to stick around and help me saw up some firewood with that buck saw over there? I'm going to chop down the old oak and bucket, you might say. You get it, kids? It's a paraphrase on the old music.
Ain't funny, Magee.
Oh.
And if I may make a suggestion, Magee, your tree is beginning to totter a bit. Hadn't you better bring it down?
Well, I'm a little dubious, Latriv, about the method. Like I said, undercutting or overcutting. I don't want to take any chances.
Well, being a politician at heart, I'll trade a favor for a favor.
Huh?
You got that whale off my hands, so I'll call my city forester and get advice on felling this tree.
Oh, wonderful. But you boys had better hurry. This monarch of the forest is about to abdicate.
Yeah. Now, let's go in and do it right now, Latriv. Come on in.
All right away. Hey, get to City Hall and ask for extension 42.
Okay. Hello, operator. Give me the City Hall. Emergency. Hello, City Hall. Extension 42, please.
Mr. Stanislavski, he's the chief.
How do you spell it?
Ask for Jones, he's the assistant.
Hello? Is Mr. Jones there? Oh, it is? Well, this is Mr. Magee of 79 Wistful Vista, and I wanted to find out how to cut a tree so... Hello? Hello, Mr. Jones? Is that you, Mr. Jones? Well, thanks anyway, Mr. Jones. Goodbye. Come on, Lieutenant.
Well, you did it, Magee.
Very efficient, Magee. Right down the driveway.
Well, Natch. I told you I could do it. Now I'll drive downtown and get a few guys to help me trim the branches off. Want to ride downtown, Latriv?
Thank you, yes.
Okay, I got to go fast. Hey, where's my car?
Right where you left it, Magee.
Huh?
In the driveway under the tree.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
You know, if it did nothing more than make every room more beautiful, you'd be grateful enough for Johnson's Wax. But it does so much more. It protects all kinds of surfaces against wear and dirt, wood, metal, and leather. Its regular use does away with costly refinishing of floors, for example. It protects the finish of your tabletops, brings out the beautiful grain of the wood. And then, besides beauty and protection, Johnson's Wax saves you work all through the year. Waxed surfaces resist dirt and dust. They're so easy to keep clean. When you walk into a neighbor's home, you can tell at a glance if it's a wax-protected home. If its floors, furniture, and woodwork gleam with friendly, mellow beauty, the chances are 10 to 1 you'll find Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream on the pantry shelf.
The car badly damaged, dearie?
That's exactly what Latrivia asked me.
He did?
Yes, he said, does this mean a new car, old top?
And you said?
And I said, nope. New top, old car.
And he said?
He said, good night.
I see. Well, good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Science fiction has never imagined so strange or terrifying a story as that of the village of Midwich, England, cut off from life as we know it by some mysterious force. And later, at one and the same time, a child was born to every woman in the village. Children that grew to look like this. Beautiful youngsters behind whose fiery, hypnotic eyes lurked the demon forces of another world.
They're not human. They ought to be destroyed.
Forces put to such sinister use that it became a national emergency.
We are gathered here as advisors, as scientists, as government experts.
Have we established anything about the origins of these children?
There is a possibility of the transmission of energy.
Let me get this straight. You imply that these children may be the result of impulses directed towards us from somewhere in the universe.
What we need is time to investigate.
Are you aware of life on another planet?
Why are you so nervous when an aircraft flies above you?
Until recently, we haven't been able to make our control reach as far as a high aircraft.
Oh, now you have, is that it?
Today, their control reaches out into space. Tomorrow, will it girdle the globe?
There's nothing you can do to stop us. Leave us alone.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
In Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Panna Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen and his mighty Allen Art Players. Music with Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours, the Town Hall Quartet. And to round out a great show, Fred Allen presents a new group of amateurs eager for their first appearance on the big time. It's Town Hall tonight. Well, the band's playing, the crowd's cheering, and here comes Fred Allen leading a new big colorful parade to the old town hall. So come on, folks, let's march along with them. Everybody's going. Here they come, Lovebirds.
You've been seeing my daughter every Wednesday, John. What are your intentions?
It ain't love. I'm just coming to hear the radio, Mrs. Bloom. It's Town Hall tonight. Neighbors.
You better turn off that radio, lady. It's anti-noise week.
I won't turn it off if you call out the militia, officer. It's Town Hall tonight.
Spiritualists.
There's some spirits in your radio, Yogi. It's jumping up and down.
My radio is only jumping for joy, sister. It's Town Hall tonight. Fred now talking to the crowd outside the door of the town hall. He's certainly in fine fettle tonight. Let's listen to what he's saying.
Lulu's back in town, ladies and gentlemen, and she's on the inside. Everyone's on the inside this evening because it's Town Hall tonight. Line forms to the right, please.
Evening, Brother Allen.
And a happy dusk to you, Mrs. Green. How are all the little Greens these days?
Oh, they're all old enough to be right, Mr. Allen.
Some talking back, Mrs. Green. Go right in. I've got a big show tonight, folks, so hurry.
Hi there, Wendy.
Hello, Luke. How are things down at the brewery?
Happy days are here again, Brother Allen. Wow!
Tonight's the night, hey, Luke? Test your abilities on the inside, folks. A laugh a day will air condition the gums. Hurry.
We're all set, Fred. Are you ready to start?
Yes, Tiny. The opening number is Broadway Rhythm.
Okay, Peter, let's go.
Gotta dance. Broadway rhythm, it's got me. Everybody dance. Broadway rhythm, it's got me. Everybody dance. Out on the gay white way, in each merry cafe, orchestras play, taking your breath away with a Broadway rhythm, it's got me. Everybody sing and dance. Oh, that Broadway rhythm. Oh, that Broadway rhythm. When I hear that happy beat, feel like dancing down the street. Ooh, that Broadway rhythm, rhyming, beating, rhythm. Gotta dance, gotta dance, gotta dance, gotta dance. Broadway rhythm, it's got me. Everybody sing and dance.
Presenting that dashing distributor of jewelry and drama, the dynamic Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before rattling the skeleton in our closet of fun, I'll read you the town hall bulletin for tonight. Hodge White is resigning as fish and game warden. Hodge says he didn't mind people calling him Game Head, but when little kids on the street started calling him Fish Head, it's time to quit. There will be an election to fill the office as soon as Hodge remembers where he put the badge. So much for matters of civic import, and now for the town hall news. Is the P.S. ready, Tiny?
The picture sheet? Coming right down, Fred.
Will you save the kilowatts, please?
Turn off the lights. It's a pleasure.
The projector starts, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The town hall news sees nothing, shows all. Albany, New York. Governor Lehman, after 4-day conference on crime problem, recommends that all revolver owners receive shooting instruction. Town hall news shows how police employees will instruct housewives in use of firearms.
Open up! 942 Park Avenue. I'm from headquarters, Bud. It's about Mrs. Vanderbilt's revolver lesson. Enter, please.
What is it, Travers?
A gentleman about your revolver lesson, Mrs. Vanderbilt.
Thank you, Travers. Show him in.
I'm Red Pearson, Mrs. V. The captain sent me over to give you a lowdown on your gap.
My gap?
Your rod. You know, your Roscoe.
Really, officer, your precinct patois is confusing.
Oh, your gun. You gotta get instructions.
Oh, yes, my fowling piece.
Yeah. You got your gun handy?
It's right here on the high boy. Here it is.
Oh, you're a 36, eh? You got a smooth barrel, too.
I was a 36, but my barrel is about a 40. I didn't think you'd notice it. I must diet.
My mistake.
Oh, no, my mistake. Too many starches.
I'm speaking about your gun. Are you ready?
Righto. Now, do I point with this round part hanging down?
Oh, no. Your finger goes through there.
In here?
No, that's the nozzle. This here's the trigger.
Oh, yes. I pull this.
No, not yet. I'll tell you when.
Oh, I'll pull it easy. I just want to see the bullet come out a little way.
Steady, Mrs. Vanderbilt. Now, here's the first lesson. Suppose a burglar is coming in that door.
Yes?
Let me see you get him.
Righto.
That's fine.
Oh, it's too simple, isn't it?
Yeah, if he was coming down the chandelier, you'd have had him.
Trenton, New Jersey. Banking Commission sets interest rate for savings banks at 2%. If interest rates shrink further, banks may refuse to accept deposits. Town hall news shows what may happen in banks of tomorrow. Seen the interior of the last National Bank.
Yes, sir?
Where's the receiving teller, miss?
Second window to the left.
Thank you. Well, sir, what can I do for you? I want to make a deposit. Don't you see that sign? Bums, tramps, and depositors keep out. Yeah, but I got a letter from my congressman. Congratulations. Mine can't write. I'm Mendel Tremble, Gumslot King. I got $800 in pennies in this bag. I'm sorry, Mr. Tremble, but the last National Bank has shut down on deposits. Now, if you wanted to borrow $1 million or two... Oh, no. Now, see here. Then you're wasting my time, Tremble. Now, pick up your pennies and scram. Well, if that's the way you feel about it, stick 'em up. Here, put down that gun. I hate to lose my temper, but you're going to take this deposit or I'll blow your... Hey, don't shoot. I'll take it. Here. Now, keep quiet while I make my getaway. Help! Police! A deposit! Help! A deposit!
East Cleveland, Ohio. Local housewives petition city council to pass ordinance prohibiting doorbell ringing. If law is passed, peddlers and salesmen will have to use other means to get women to their doors. Town hall news shows what may happen. Seen any house in East Cleveland.
Goodbye, Gwendolyn, darling. Now hurry up. You'll be late for school. Oh, look, Ma. Somebody left an icebox on the piazza. What? An icebox. Well, land's sakes, I ain't ordered no icebox. Maybe there's a note inside. Well, stand back here. Mom will open it. Oh, look, there's a man in there, Mommy.
Good morning, madam. I'm working my way through college. How about a year's subscription to Chambermaid's Confession?
Vendors and hawkers may appear with musical instruments. A typical backyard.
bugle.
Fifth, ninth, breath, fifth.
You don't need no bugle with that, kid, so I can smell it a mile away.
Enterprising salesmen may band together and form glee clubs. Housewives may soon be hearing this.
Well?
Good morning, madam. Here's a brush that'll pick up all your crumbs. $1 down and $1 a week.
I don't need none. Scram, you bum.
Once again, the Town Hall News brings you the outstanding sound of the week. Geneva, Switzerland. League of Nations finds Italy guilty. Mussolini continues attack. Ethiopia prepares to draft more troops. The draft.
Well, say, Fred, I have a picture here that I'd like to throw on the screen. A picture that's been seen by a lot of people these past 2 weeks.
All right, Tiny, let's have it.
Okay, lights out. Now, friends, there on the screen you see a young lady just as she appears to millions of readers of the Saturday Evening Post, Collier's, Liberty, and Life. She's wide-eyed and her nose turns up, and she's every day of 10 1/2. And here's the young lady in person. She has something to say to us.
Never as long as I live am I going to have pink toothbrush.
And do you know what pink toothbrush is?
Yes, sir. Pink toothbrush is what would happen if my gums got sore and tender. And I'm never going to have that because I use Ipana toothpaste with massage.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this modern young lady uses Ipana toothpaste to brush her teeth and to massage her gums. Her mother, her teacher, have told her that merely brushing the teeth is not enough. So each morning, each evening, after she brushes her teeth with Ipana, she also gently massages her gums with this famous toothpaste. She knows that Ipana is designed specifically to help keep her gums firm and strong, as well as to make her teeth bright and shining. And the important thing, friends, is this. If you will do what she does, use Ipana toothpaste with massage, you too can have brighter teeth, firmer, healthier gums.
Troubadours have just played I've Got a Feeling You're Fooling. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I've been asked to make a banal announcement. Pop Mullen, man about hors d'oeuvre at that popular lunch wagon, Belle of the Gutter, says that Fire Prevention Week starts on Monday. Now, Pop's observing the week 100%. The wagon's serving nothing but cold cuts, and Pop's... That's the worst. I'm on a vegetarian diet. You see, even the mention of meat upsets me vocally here. Pop's observing Fire Prevention Week 100%. The wagon's serving nothing but cold cuts, and Pop's sending word to an old flame of his not to show up around the wagon all week. Now, on Thursday... Now here. If that's somebody testing an echo, you'll hear from me before the echo can even get a word in edgewise.
Hello?
Well, sir. Well, sir, as I live and try to keep the hands of my wristwatch from reaching up and feeling my pulse, if it isn't Portland.
Yes, I've been enjoying myself all day, so I thought I'd stop in and get upset for a change.
Are you inferring that my presence on the rostrum here tends to induce ennui?
Papa says your acting will cure insomnia quicker than a bromide.
My compliments to your father, and tell him I'd like to borrow his head for some crystal gazing over the weekend.
Gosh, I guess I made a mistake bringing up Papa.
No, that was your grandfather's mistake.
Well, I like that.
Your family crest should be a faux pas rampant on a field of simpletons.
Don't change the subject. What's a faux pas?
Faux pas is a French expression. Faux, meaning for in the southern part of France. Faux. Pas is father in any language. Faux pas, meaning forefather.
Do you speak French?
Well, I picked up a little when the Normandy docked the last time. But you and Papa wouldn't understand it.
Oh, you can laugh, but Papa will make a fortune one of these days.
Well, he may make money, but he'll never be able to pass it.
Well, Smarty, he's out buying a store right now. It's a pet shop.
Say, he's been leading a dog's life so long, he ought to feel at home in a pet shop. How did he come to buy the place?
Well, the man who owned it wasn't feeling well. He wanted to sell out.
What made him sick? Looking at the cash register?
No, it's the government's fault.
Oh, how could the great big government upset a little teeny-weeny itsy-bitsy pet shop? Leave a used Blue Eagle in there?
No, the president said that business should take a breathing spell.
That's right, a breathing spell is stimulating.
Did you ever take a deep breath in a pet shop?
Oh. I get it. Well, I guess you're aching to see if our exits are in good order.
Oh, I knew that was coming. Willoughby!
Oh, no, anybody but... Oh, no.
Wahoo, Porty. I thought you'd never get to call me. I've been setting on pins and needles.
Well, you didn't have to get up on my account.
Now, don't let's have any rumpus, Mr. Allen.
Now, don't you worry, Porty. I'm ready for Mr. Twerp tonight. He'd better not come the razzle-dazzle on to me.
If you want to stay at large, you better pull that hat down over your head until potato control blows over.
Gosh, you two get along like salapatica and water.
Oh, gherkins. You can't put on the fancy Nancy with me, old curd taste. If you think I was born yesterday, you can look into the birth notices and see different.
If you'll just stop parting your face in the middle, we'll get along a whole lot better.
Oh, don't mind Mr. Allen, Willoughby.
Lord, I'm about as welcome as a knothole at a wooden wedding.
Yes, you don't have to wax personal, Mr. Allen. Willoughby's a brother else, aren't you, Willoughby?
No, I ain't, Porty. This ain't no tooth. It's a piece of macaroni on to my bed.
Yes, and you ought to get a new set of buttonholes put in for those lima beans there, too.
Yes, Willoughby, your vest does look appetizing.
Appetizing? It looks as though a cafeteria dinner exploded on his tray.
Says you. Now, see here. Let's get down to brass tacks.
I'll say we're here on business. Tell him, Willoughby.
It's anti-noise week, but you're tootin', Porty. I come down to see about hiring the town hall.
I told you, Mr. Allen, Willoughby's got something on his mind.
If he has, it's seeped in through his scalp. What is it, Willoughby?
Well, sir, I've been thinking of renting a hall here for a wedding.
Who's going to be married, Willoughby?
Well, I didn't come to brag.
Oh, Willoughby! Look, he's blushing, Mr. Allen.
No, I ain't either brushing. It's this darn union suit. Every time I perspire, she tightens up onto me.
Willoughby's getting married! Willoughby's getting married!
Fudge, now you hush up, Porty. I ain't hitched yet.
How come the wedding's so sudden, Willoughby? Did she say yes?
Oh, the girl ain't said nothing up to now. It's a pie.
I get it. The woodpile has a tenant. I can see that.
What happened, Willoughby?
Well, sir, last Wednesday night, I was down at this certain party's house. We was dancing to the radio.
Doing a hoedown, hey?
No, I was doing the cheek-to-cheek.
Oh, boy, and did you pivot?
No, I didn't get a chance. We was tripping it hot and heavy, though. And then she says, swing it, Willoughby. With that, her pa came into the door.
Trying to cut in, hey?
No, he didn't pull no knife. Trouble was, he didn't hear the music. I say, he ups to me and he says, young man, I'll expect you to do the right thing by my daughter.
Well, it looks as though you're hooked, Willoughby, and they saved the bait.
Yes, you've got to pay the fiddler.
Hey, that's why I'm setting my plan. What's the cost for the hall?
To you, $25 in advance.
Oh, rubbing it in, eh? I always knew you was a profiteer. Well, I ain't aiming to pay it.
It's okay with me.
$25. If it comes to a showdown, the wedding's off. She can sue me for breach of karaoke. And good riddance, too.
Oh, don't go away mad, Willoughby.
No, just go away, Willoughby.
I'd better stop him. He may do something desperate.
Now, don't you interfere unless he's doing something trivial. Goodbye, Portland.
Tally-ho!
And now, auditioning for Willoughby's wedding, the Town Hall Quartet sings Since Yussel Learned to Yodel.
One day Yussel took a vocal lesson. He sang so good, he sang so well, he sold his delicatessen. Next day, oy vey, he bought a swell guitar, and overnight became a star. Since Yussel learned to yodel, he's a Yiddish mountaineer. Now everybody hears him on the radio far and near.
Listen, there he is now.
I give me a home where the buffaloes run, where the deers of Sadientelops playing. And every time he speaks to you, he's always a-hi-yoing. It's strange how lately he took on a certain southern drawling. Since Yussel learned to yodel, he keeps thinking of his career. So he's learned to ride the horse here just like a Yiddish Paul Revere. The mountains going places. Why not? It's on a business basis. Since Yussel learned to yodel, he's a Yiddish mountaineer. He'll be coming round the Catskills when he's coming. Boy, he'll be coming round the Catskills when Since Yussel learned to yodel, he's a Yiddish mountaineer. He used to rope salami, now he's roping a Texas steer. He sings them cowboy songs, of course, but pardon my declaring.
The other cowboys smell from horses.
The same time Yussel smells from herring. Since Yussel learned to yodel, now he's wearing a cowboy hat. And boots with spurs and chaps with furs, he's changing his name to Pat. He takes some awful chances, he's playing German dances. Since Yussel learned to yodel, oi, 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 mazel tov. So what did I saying about Yussel? He's a Yiddish mountaineer.
Now, before Fred brings out his mighty Allen art players, I have a brief drama in 2 acts that I want to present. The cast of 2 people is all ready. Curtain.
Why, Daddy, home from work so early?
Yes, sweetheart. Your daddy's kind of got the glums. I feel half sick. I should have done something about it sooner. Tell Mother I'm going to take some salopatic and lie down a half hour or so.
Curtain. And now between the acts, friends, just a word. The man in this playlet drinks 2 teaspoonfuls of salopatica in a glass of water about a half hour or so before dinner. And friends, that is wise when you really need immediate relief from those 2 troubles, poisonous waste in your body and an acid condition throughout your system. Salopatica is the laxative, as you know, that both rids you of those wastes and combats your excess acidity, building up your alkaline reserve so necessary to good health. Now let's get back to our little playlet. The time, later that evening. Same little girl, same man. Curtain?
Well, Daddy, what are you going to do? Turn on the radio?
You bet I am. I feel like some music.
Oh, goodness. You're feeling all right now, aren't you,
I'm
Daddy?
feeling swell, sweetheart. Never felt better in my life.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the mighty Allen art players. Every one of these old troopers has earned his B.A. degree, Butcher of Arts. Tonight they present a murder mystery melodrama entitled Murder in the Dark, or Who Killed Kirk Rubin. Over to you, Peter.
That must be Alec.
Come in.
Dinner is served, madam.
Thank you, Alec. Are you ready, Sylvia?
Yes, Mrs. Rubin.
Come on, Kirk, darling.
Just a moment, dear, till I turn out the lights. Here they go. Can you see in the dark, Mr. Rubin?
Calling all cars, calling all cars. Kirk Rubin murdered. Detective One Long Pan. Proceed at once to number 13 River Road. Be careful, One Long Pan. Calling all pans, calling all cans. Murderer Kirk Rubin.
Come in.
Salutations, Madam Rubin. Greetings. Hi-ho, everybody. My time is your time.
Oh, they've killed my poor husband.
One Long Pan is prepared to solve mystery. Toot sweet, toot. Madam, I am the Great Pan.
Say, I could use you under my icebox.
No, business before pleasure, madam. First, I will find out who killed Kirk Rubin. Where was despicable crime committed?
It all happened in the living room, right through here.
Oh, excuse us. Sorry.
Why, Alex, Sylvia, what are you two doing in here?
Well, you see, we...
Quiet. Who are these suspicious characters?
This is Sylvia, my husband's private secretary, and this is Alex, the family butler. They were in this room with me when my husband was killed.
Quiet. Clean up your laughs. Pipe down. First, One Long Pan get oil assistance. More support. Whistle for policeman.
Okay, Pan, you're slow enough. Ain't you solved this one yet?
When the Long Pan finds answer one question, mystery is solved.
What's the question?
Who killed Kirk Rubin?
I set the sparrow with my little arrow.
Oh, wise guys, eh? You give One Long Pan the sparrow.
Hey, listen, Long Puss. I'm Alec, the butler. Buttle, I don't know nothing. Now, the police doctor says Kirk Rubin was killed by some poison which was squirted into his bloodstream someplace. But they couldn't find no weapon and no wounds, see? Oh, so you won't keep quiet, huh? Well, things look pretty black for you.
Everything looked black when criminal wind up behind 8 Ball.
I demand that my husband's murderer be found at once.
Everything clear as crystal, Madam Rubin. But first, Long Pan conduct little experiment. Purely psychological.
What are you going to do?
We will reenact crime.
Well, if you're going to reenact the crime, I was standing here.
I'll go out and make me entrance.
Well, I was here, and my husband was right there where he switched off the light.
I'll play the part of Kirk Rubin. It's the lead.
Very good, Sergeant. Places, everybody. You show One Long Pan exactly what happened when Kirk Rubin killed. Ready? Go!
Mrs. Rubin.
Come in, Alex.
Dinner is saved, madam.
Good. Come, Sylvia. You too, Kirk, darling.
I'm starved.
Just a moment. I'll turn out the lights. Here they go. Can you see in the dark, Mr. Rubin? Oh. What happened? Turn on the lights. Turn on the lights.
Heavens, look.
The
Sergeant.
Sergeant.
Oh,
Speak, Sergeant, speak. Who killed you?
Alec. Alec. Oh. He's dead.
Exactly. Grim Reaper plow under. Long Pan beginning to suspect foul play here.
But you all heard him. He accused Alec.
You keep your midi on, Mrs. Rubin. Everything here clear as crystal. One Long Pan reenact crime again. Check up.
Again?
Precisely.
Hey, you better get another copper.
I blow whistle.
On the job, Pan. What's on your celestial mind?
We reenact crime once more. You be Kirk Rubin.
I got you. Hey, careful there, copper. Don't step on the sergeant.
Outside, you. Make 'em very fast this time.
Okay, but I ain't responsible.
Very fast now. Snappy. 1, 2, 3.
Mrs. Rubin.
Come in, Alex.
In sight, madam.
Good. Come, Sylvia. You too, Kirk, darling. I'm starved.
Just a moment. I'll turn out the lights. Here they go. Can you see in the dark, Mr. Rubin? Turn on the lights.
Well, One Long Pan?
Don't look now, but I think there's another dead policeman on the road.
Oh, he's still alive. Oh, who did it?
Alec. Oh, he's dead.
Now listen to me, One Long Pan. You can't come in here and clutter up my floor like this.
Long Pan take full responsibility. If body's not called for 30 days, you are lucky winner.
That policeman accused Alex.
I'm innocent as a newborn lamb, I tell you.
Quiet. Everything here clear as crystal. One Long Pan got new theory. We reenact crime.
Again?
Yes, precisely. But One Long Pan got no more policemen. I will take Alec's place. Alec, you will play Kirk Rubin's part.
Nothing doing. I don't want to get murdered.
Miss Sylvia, you oblige. You will play Kirk Rubin's part.
I should say not. Well, I'm not afraid. I'll play my husband's part.
Ah, very good, very good. I will play your part, Mrs. Rubin. Female impersonator. Whoops. Outside, Alec.
Okay. Mrs. Rubin, come here, Alec. Dinner is safe, madam.
Good. Come, Sylvia. You too, Kurt, darling. I'm starved. Just a moment. I'll turn out the lights. Here they...
Stop! No move. Everybody hold everything.
Well, what's the matter? What was the trouble?
Long Pan solved mystery. Everything here clear as crystal.
What do you mean?
I'm innocent as a lamb.
There. Mr. Chilton, you have something on finger. You show Long Pan. Come clean to it.
Well, why, it's nothing. It's just an old symbol I've been sewing.
You're no fool, Long Pan. You're going to turn out right with symbol instead of finger.
Why, this is ridiculous.
No, not ridiculous. Not ridiculous. You killed Kirk Rubin.
What? It was Alec. You heard those men say Alec.
Exactly. They all say Alec. They try to say electric light button.
Electric light button?
Precisely. I show you. This button here, turn right out. Careful. Don't touch.
Look, there's a needle under that button.
Precisely. A poison needle. Sulfuric acid. H2SO4. Now change battlefield now. Your husband and 2 policemen assaulted.
All right, I confess. Take me away.
Say, she'll get the hot seat for this.
People who fool around with needle always get it in the end.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, while the stage is being made ready for our amateurs, I'm going to turn back the clock to last Saturday evening. Yes, friends, let's go back to Saturday and listen to what the radio announcers were broadcasting. Are you ready? Here we go.
Notre Dame, 14. Carnegie, 3. Pennsylvania, 6. Princeton, 7. Alabama, 39. George Washington, nothing. Stanford, 10. San Francisco, nothing.
That's what we heard on Saturday.
Now, wait a minute, Tiny. I thought you were going to say something about Ipana toothpaste.
I am, Fred. There's a connection between the scores of those football games and Ipana.
Yeah?
And here, folks, is what I mean. Every football coach realizes that his team must be in tip-top physical shape before it goes into the battle. And you know, and I know, how important physical condition is to our own success. Yet, in one respect, many of us are guilty of neglect. We fail to care for those guardians of the health of our teeth, the gums. Dental authorities will tell you
the gums need exercise, just as the body needs exercise.
And what's the best way to give the gums the exercise they need? Why, to massage them with Ipana toothpaste. Ipana is the toothpaste made specifically to help tone, stimulate, strengthen the gums when used with massage. Used to brush your teeth, Ipana will make them cleaner and more brilliant. Used to massage your gums, Ipana will help keep them firm and strong. To have teeth and gums healthy as a star football player, use Ipana toothpaste with massage.
cozy and warm. Let the rain feel better, but it really doesn't matter if the skies are gray. Long as I can be with you, it's a lovely day.
Well, here we are back again in Town Hall, friends, and that was Isn't This a Lovely Day from Top Hat, played by the Ipana Troubadours and sung by the Town Hall Quartet. And now here comes Fred Allen out on the stage to present his weekly amateur contest.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, here they are, another group of eager neophytes ready to entertain you with instrument and song. Before we start, though, I want to name the winner of last week's contest, chosen, you remember, by the vote of our radio listeners. The first prize is $100, and the winning act, ladies and gentlemen, is the Friendly Four, the four gentlemen from Pine Grove, Pennsylvania, who sang the medley of old-time songs. Congratulations, Friendly Four, and many thanks for your visit. Now, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we have two prizes. The first is $50 in cash and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City, and the second prize is $25 in cash. Once again, you folks here in Town Hall will determine the winners. Your applause will be recorded on the Johns Manville applause meter here on the stage. The three acts receiving the most applause will be called back later for your final selection for the first two prizes. Now, first this evening, we welcome the Sickles Hayseeders, a hillbilly band from Saugerties, New York. Is that pronunciation right?
That's right, Mr. Allen.
Saugerties?
That's correct.
How far is Saugerties from New York as the crow flies?
As the crow flies, about 109 miles.
Is it? Does the crow stop there, incidentally?
Well, once in a while.
How many folks are in the band?
We have 12.
12 in the band? All from Saugerties?
All from Saugerties.
You're not Mr. Sickles, are you?
I'm Mr. Gardner.
Mr. Gardner?
That's right.
Glad to know you. I'm Major Allen, Mr.
Allen.
Gardner. I'm very glad to
know you. Major.
But I was wondering, say, if you were 12, 11 or 12, did you say? With you 12 down here tonight, it must look pretty empty up there in Saugerties. But who founded the band?
Mr. Sickles.
Mr. Sickles?
Yes.
Is he a musician?
Well, sort of a musician. He used to be an old band player.
An old band player?
Quite a lot.
He founded this band just for hobby?
Just for a hobby.
Someone told me that he was the postmaster up there. Is that right?
He is the postmaster, but he's in the post office.
I thought perhaps he started the band to keep you fellas from hanging around the post office.
Well, he did that, yeah.
Or either that, or if you studied through the mail, that he practiced on the instruments before he turned them loose to the board. What are you going to play for it?
We're going to play Hand Me Down My Walking Cane.
Hand Me Down. You'll have to split it up for 12 of you. You'll only get practically a splinter apiece tonight, won't you? Well, go right ahead. Thank you. Hayseeders from Saugerties, New York, ladies and gentlemen. Say, Tiny, will you ask the boy with the washboard to leave that around? I want to do up a shirt later before I go.
I'm on my way, Fred.
Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the immediate vicinity of our microphone is considerably brightened through the presence of Miss Betty Riley of Brooklyn. Is that right, Betty?
That's right, Miss Allen.
It's really a pity television hasn't come in so that our listeners who are home might see how attractive you really are.
Oh, I think you say that to all the girls, Miss Allen.
No, I meet very few girls in my official capacity here at the microphone. You see, but that was very good. You sort of surprised me, Betty. But television has me worried. I imagine it'll be the end of me, television. Imagine at 9 o'clock around the country and someone says on the air, town hall tonight, and my face pops out of the microphone, and 8 million kiddies around the country start running for closets. And you're going to sing for us, Betty. You sing, you live in Brooklyn, don't you?
Yes, Miss Allen.
Are you employed in Brooklyn or New York?
In New York.
In New York, are you? Do you mind if I ask you in what capacity you are employed?
Well, I'm doing a little modeling for one of the Fifth Avenue shops.
Oh, are you?
Uh-huh.
Well, I just wanted to make sure because I thought perhaps if you had come from Macy's, you might sing lower, and then we'd have to sing a little. And what are you going to sing for us, Betty?
I'm going to sing that Morton Downey tune of a few seasons ago.
What?
I'll always be in love with you.
Oh, Miss Riley. Or Riley, Miss Riley. I'll always be in love.
Uh-huh.
Well, thank you. It's quite complimentary. You go right ahead.
Sweetheart, if you should stray a million miles away, I'll always be in love with you. And though you find more bliss in someone else's kiss, I'll always be in love with you. I can't do any more. I've tried so hard to please, but let me thank you for such tender memories. I wish you happiness. As for me, sweetheart, I'll always be in love with you.
Thank you. That was Betty Riley of Brooklyn. Thank you, Betty. That was excellent. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there's a gentleman approaching the microphone wearing a sports shirt. It's strictly informal here. I mean, even the suspenders, if you didn't. The Steeplejack K of Mamaroneck, New York. Is that right, Mr. K?
That's right.
I have Steeplejack as your first name. That isn't your first name, is it?
Well, being I climbed all the flagpoles and steeples all over the United States, not all of them, but pretty near all of them, being the first man to paint the pole of the Flatiron Bill in 1903, you can call me a Steeplejack.
Well, Well, just don't pin me down to calling you that on such short acquaintance. I mean, but I imagine coming from Mamaroneck, there isn't much steeplejack work around Mamaroneck, is there?
Well, not that you can notice.
I imagine being a steeplejack in Mamaroneck is something like being a blacksmith in a one-horse town. I mean, where I live, everything is so flat, the man who polishes the top of a hydrant is called a steeplejack where we come from. And it's very interesting steeplejack work, though. I've heard quite a lot about it, but I've never met one before. I often wondered why, when they put those weather vanes up, why they always put a rooster as a symbol for the weather vane. Do you know? Is there any particular story that goes with that?
Well, there is, but I won't tell you what it is.
Sort of a professional secret, I guess. Well, I heard that it was because if they put a hen up on top of those buildings and it laid an egg, it'd be a lot of trouble to go up and get it. So for that reason, but you're a trick harmonica player, Mr. K.
I play 3 harmonicas at once, and I play a harmonica in the back of my neck.
You play a harmonica at the back of your neck?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There's no risk of dislocation setting in. I mean,
Well, I'm very careful all around, and I'll be careful on that.
All right. Now, what are you going to play for us first?
Well, I'll give you a quick tune, and I'll also play an Isle of Capri, and then I'll give you a few imitations.
All right.
All right?
All right.
Here's where I play it in the back of my neck.
All right, I'll explain it. Mr. K arranges a short about 2 feet of... Wait a minute, Mr. K. Just I'll explain it so that people will know what's going on. We can't have such a conglomeration of entertainment going on at once. I'll explain what it is. Mr. K has a short rubber hose here, which he inserts in his mouth and stretches it around to the back of his neck, where, without the aid of a mirror, he locates a harmonica, apparently, and plays it. Go right ahead, Mr. K. Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. K. Now, what is your first imitation?
I've trained a car stopping in a railroad depot, going outside of the depot and over the railroad bridge and in the distance.
Any particular road or just...
Well, I would say...
Pennsylvania.
All right. All aboard.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry that we didn't have time to hear your other imitations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Alfred James from New York City. Mr. James, according to my little slip here, you are a lawyer.
No.
Aren't you?
No.
Well, I'm generally wrong. Now I'm 100%. I mean, I thought for once I would be right.
No, I give you about 80%.
80%?
Yes, I'm a law clerk.
Oh, a law clerk. Well, I mean, if you keep trying, you'll be a lawyer in time.
Won't make much difference.
What are you going to sing for us?
I'd like to sing...
I don't want to rush you, but we're a little late. Mr.
You and
K,
the Night and the Music.
You and the Night and the Music? Well, just the Night and the Music. Leave me out of it, if you will. Thank you.
You and the night and the music fill me with flaming desire, setting my being completely on fire. You and the night and the music thrill me, but will we be one? After the night and the music, are done. Until the pale light of daylight and dawning, our hearts shall be throbbing guitar. Morning may come without warning, and steal away the sun. If we must live for the moment, love till the moment is through. After the night and the music die, will I have you?
Thank you. That was Alfred James, ladies and gentlemen. I've forgotten to tell you, folks, that Thursday, Friday, and Saturday of this week, the Town Hall Amateur Unit is playing the Strand Theater in York, Pennsylvania. I can assure you, York, that there is a treat in store for you Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Bob King, an accordionist. Word always trips me up, Bob. You were judging from the number of accordion players we've seen lately. The accordion is certainly coming back into popularity, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
How many notes are there on the accordion?
120 bass and 41 treble keys.
About 160 notes, the same as my car. Well, you probably get a lot more out of it than I get out. What are you going to play for us, Bob?
12th Street Rag.
12th Street Rag. Thank you. And now, Miss Paula Roberts of Larchmont. Is that right, Miss Roberts? Would you rather stand over here? We only have a short time, and I'm not going to take up your time. I'm just going to ask you what you'd like to sing.
Smoke gets in your eyes.
Oh, a sequel to Hot Lips, huh? Smoke gets... Come on, you go right ahead. Thank you.
How I knew my true love was true. I, of course, replied, something here inside cannot be frenzy ride, tears I cannot hide. So I smile and say, and the lovely flame dies, smoke gets in your
That completes our list of amateurs for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Tiny, will you take the helm while I go below to see about the results?
Certainly, Fred. Friends, in the few seconds while we're waiting for the results, I'd like to ask you a question. Have you a bottle of Sal Hepatica handy at home? When some member of the family needs a laxative, is Sal Hepatica there ready for instant use? It's the laxative, you know, that both rids your body of waste and combats acidity. Why not get a bottle from your druggist at once and have it ready at all times in case of need? And when you remember the Hour of Smiles in Town Hall tonight, remember, too, won't you, the two products of the Bristol-Myers Company that make these performances possible? They are Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. Now, in just a few more seconds, we'll have the announcement of tonight's winners. And meanwhile, a little music, Peter. Ladies and gentlemen, because here's Fred with the final result.
Thank you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the applause machine advises us that you have selected the Sickles Hayseeders, Betty Riley, and Paula Roberts. Now, I'm going to call out the names again, and as Tiny holds his lily white hand over the head, or heads of these contestants, he's going to have an awful time getting his hand over the heads of the Sickles Hayseeders. I'll turn around and see how that looks when you do it. But as Tiny holds his hands over the heads of the various acts, your applause will decide the winners of first and second prizes. Are you ready, Tiny?
Ready, Fred.
First, the Sickle Hayseeders from Saugerties, who played Hand Me Down My Walking Cane. Next, Miss Paula Roberts, the last girl who sang Smoke Gets in Your Eyes. Third, Miss Betty Riley, the attractive young lady who sang I'll Always Be in Love with You.
You asked me what the machine said, Fred?
Yes, I asked you what the machine said, Tiny.
I'm just waiting for the
This
result.
is the machine age, and we must look out for the machine.
Well, okay, coming up over here now. Here they are, Fred.
Don't tell me that the
in
machine
the order
is
name,
slowed
yes,
down.
sir.
Thank you. The first prize, $50, and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater starting this coming Friday goes to Miss Paula Roberts, who sang Smoke Gets in Your Eyes. The second prize, $25 in cash, goes to the Sickles Hayseeders, the hillbilly band from Saugerties, New York. Congratulations to both of you, and to the others, many thanks for your excellent endeavors. And Tiny?
1 second, Fred.
This is Fred Allen saying good night, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget that next Wednesday night, the town hall doors will be opened wide for you one and all. You're invited to spend another hour with Portland, the Mighty Allen Art Players, the Ipana Troubadours, the Town Hall Quartet, and another group of amateurs. Good night.
You and the Night and the music is from Revenge of Music. Smoke Gets in Your Eyes from Roberta. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
At precisely 10 a.m., in a quiet seaside village, something happened. Something unexplainable. Something unbelievable.
There's a lot of pregnancies, much more than would normally be expected. All the pregnancies seem to date from the day of the blackout.
Oh, no. Now, this town is about to discover that looks can kill.
There have been a few casualties. I should say, accidents. That might be related to contact with the children.
My daughter was involved. Who are they?
They have one mind that they share between them.
Father?
Let us pray.
You've been discussing us with Dr. Vern. What did she tell you? You're hiding something.
The police can't do anything to stop the children.
Get out while you can.
There's something so much more powerful than we'll ever be.
What are you gonna do?
The only thing that we can do.
You can't stop us, you know. Don't try.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
In this land of plenty, we occasionally forget that millions of less fortunate people elsewhere in the world are hungry, sick, destitute. But the three great religious faiths of our country, Protestant, Catholic, and Jewish, haven't forgotten. They conduct annual campaigns to help the needy overseas. 80% of all volunteer aid is channeled through religious organizations here. Because of the scope of this great charitable work, United States government surplus food can be distributed at low cost. For example, $1 will send more than 300 pounds of food abroad. But the money you contribute through your church or synagogue goes for more than food. It helps send clothing, bedding, and medicine, too. It goes toward the maintenance of hospitals and orphanages, to initiate and carry out self-help and resettlement projects. During this month of Thanksgiving, keep faith with those in need overseas. Give through your faith.
You sure you know what you're doing, Berkey?
Yeah, I know. This here's a good enough place. Ooh. Well, come on, climb down.
Don't make make no sense to me, leaving it here after all we done to get it.
Bring the shovel.
Put your hand on some money and bury it. It make no sense at all.
Go on down there near the creek. Right there under these bushes. All right. As good a place as any. All right. Start digging.
Now, listen, Berkey, you
Crab,
should...
now you start digging.
All right.
Ain't gonna do us no good to have the money if they come take it off of us, is it?
Well, no.
No, it sure ain't. When we start spending any of it before the fuss dies down, they're gonna be looking our way, sure.
Well, I wouldn't spend much of it, Berkey, honest.
Oh, you would. Just enough to keep yourself liquored up till it was run clean through.
Why, that ain't no
We're
good.
gonna lay low and dodge. And we're gonna act like we never seen more than 6 bits altogether. Until they forget about that hold on. And then I'll make you a bargain, Crab.
What's that?
I'll come dig up that gold myself. Yes, sir, you won't even have to touch a shovel.
Oh, I won't mind doing the digging then.
All right, then get on with it now. I ain't hankering to spend another night in this prairie.
I don't know why I'm going to do all the digging.
I sure will be glad to get back to Dodge this time, Mr. Dillon.
You know something, Chester? You're always glad.
Yes, sir, I know. It ain't so bad, these long rides, if we get something done, but to ride all that way for nothing.
It wasn't for nothing, Chester. We at least found out that the hold-up men weren't there.
Oh, we did that, all right. We done that. We also found out that nobody don't know who they was nor where they went, if that's any help.
Might be more help than some of the false leads we get sometimes.
That could be true. Well, I do declare. Look at there, Mr. Dillon.
What?
Off to the right there. Just look yonder.
Yeah. Come on.
I think he don't look like no Indian.
It doesn't look like he's got a horse. You're a long way from your horse, mister.
Yes, sir, I am. Matter of fact, I let him escape.
You let him escape?
I'm afraid that's exactly what happened. I'm not accustomed to horses. When I came back from the grave, the animal was gone. I guess I hadn't secured him properly.
Grave? Just what grave was that?
Why, an Indian grave back there a few miles. That's where I picked up this fine specimen of a bow and arrow.
Who are you?
My name is Milford, sir. Otis Milford.
I'm Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. You make it a habit to rob Indian graves?
No, sir, I do not. I have great respect for the Indians. I study them, you might say. I'm writing a book on every phase of their culture and of this West. Once in a while, it's necessary, in the interest of science, to collect a certain article.
You don't look as though you're very familiar with any culture out here on the plains.
You're right, sir, I'm not. I have studied the Indians of the East. I've come to study the Indians of the West.
Are you aiming at something with that arrow?
Well, yes, sir, I was. I wanted to test it, to compare the bow with the ones used by the eastern tribes. It compares very well.
I'm sure the Pawnee will be glad to hear that.
I was just on my way to pick up the quarry.
Are you shot something?
Yes, sir, a rabbit. It's just over here.
You shot a rabbit?
You're either a very good shot or mighty lucky.
Well, I've studied to become expert.
Well, where are you headed for now, Milford?
I was heading for Dodge City before my horse ran off.
Now, we're headed for Dodge. We'll give you a ride in if you want it.
I'd be much obliged, sir. Very much obliged.
Sure.
Right up behind me, Miss Dillon.
All right, Chester, give him a hand.
Thank you. Be careful of the bowl, please.
Yeah, Chester, be careful of the bowl, please. All right, let's go.
I hope supper's not spoiled, Jim.
Sorry I'm late, but we're taking inventory. With the nagging backache I've had and sleepless nights it gives me, I'm all dragged out.
You've been complaining of backache long enough. Don't you want to get relief?
Of course. But how?
Try Doan's pills.
Right. Doan's pills are an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's pills today. To save money, buy Doan's big economy size.
Very interesting. Yes, I'll make a note of that. Let's see now.
Hey! Might I ask just what you think you're doing, Mr. Milford?
Oh, Mr. Dobie, this is all most interesting, very interesting.
You ain't got no right to be going through them papers in my desk.
Why, you're quite right, Mr. Dobie. I suppose I should have asked you first.
I don't allow prying, Mr. Milford.
I wasn't prying, Mr. Dobie.
I'd like to know what you called it, going through them papers.
I was merely going through the back registers, Mr. Dobie, to see who had stayed here at the Dodge House in years past.
That ain't any of your business, as far as I can see.
It was in the spirit of pure research, Mr. Dobie. I was just looking for more background material for my book.
I don't care what you're looking for. I want you to get out of my office or stay out.
Certainly, sir, if you feel that way about it, but I don't...
No buts about it. You just get out, and I'll see that you stay out. I told him I wouldn't stand for it, Marshal Dillon. I want you to see to it that it don't happen again.
All right, Dobie. All right. Just calm down. Now, there wasn't anything missing, was there?
Well, now, nothing was missing, but that's not the point. I just don't want him snooping around.
Well, I don't think he'll bother you anymore, Dobie. He's not a crook.
Well, I'd like to know what you call it.
Milford was doing just what he said he was, looking up material for his book. He just neglected to ask your permission. Probably never occurred to him.
And I ain't going to stand for it.
All right. I'll talk to him.
Well, that's the proper way to conduct your job, Marshal Dillon. Good day.
Good day.
Oh, Dr. Adams, I didn't see you coming.
Yes, well, you better be more careful opening doors, Dobie. You might become a patient.
Good day, Doctor.
Yeah, good day.
What's eating him?
Come on in, Doc. Yeah, he's upset because our friend Milford started looking through the hotel records without Dobie's say-so.
Oh, Milford. I should have met that fellow's bound to get himself into some real trouble.
Milford's harmless, Doc.
Oh, sure, he may be harmless to other people, but he's not harmless to himself.
Oh? What do you mean?
He just doesn't belong out in this country. I treated him for his limp, like you said. And I swear, Matt, I never saw such a pair of raw feet in my life. Why, he must have walked for miles. And his boots, well, they didn't even fit.
Oh, granted, he's no frontiersman.
I should say he isn't. And he's not making any friends around Dodge, either.
No? What's he doing now?
Well, Matt, it's nothing criminal, but he keeps stopping people and asking them fool questions. And he nearly got himself kicked in the head a little bit ago.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, he was trying to get a better look at the saddle of old man Garcia's horse. You know, it's got silver work on it, you know.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't blame him for looking. It's mighty rare in Dodge.
Yeah. Well, Milford could have been killed.
Yeah, he could.
And he's talking now about starting off on an expedition into Indian country. Well, then he will be killed. Well, I say, I'd give him about 2 days.
All right, Doc. All right. I guess I better have a talk with him. I don't think it'll do much good.
Well, maybe you can send him back to his Eastern Indians.
I have a feeling they've sent him out here. Come on, Doc. I'll buy you a beer.
Well, I'm glad I didn't order, Matt. The food would have had to have been warmed up twice.
I'm sorry I'm late, Kitty, but I've been looking for somebody.
It's all right. Sit down.
Oh, thanks, Kitty. I could stand some food, and I think... Kitty, maybe you better go ahead and order your dinner, huh? I'll be a little while yet.
What is it now?
That's who I've been looking for.
You mean that little professor fellow?
Yeah, that's the one. I want to talk to him before he gets into any more hot water.
Before you eat?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
All right, Marshal. Far be it from me to interfere with the processes of the law.
Ah, Kitty.
Oh, go on, Matt. I can pay for my own dinner. Just remember you had your chance.
I'll see you later.
Sure, Matt. Sure.
Can I see you for a minute, Mr. Milford?
Oh, Marshal Dillon, sit down. Sit right down.
Oh, thank you.
May I offer you something? Some coffee?
No, thank you. No, thanks. No, you go right on with your dinner.
Oh, I've finished, thank you. Well, what can I do for you, Marshal Dillon?
Well, I understand that you're planning to head out on the high plains.
Yes, sir. That's exactly what I plan to do.
And you're going alone. Is that right?
I always go alone, Marshal. It's the only way to do a true job of study.
I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. Milford.
Well, I don't understand.
I don't think it's safe for you to ride off out there alone. It's tough country.
I'm not afraid, Marshal Dillon.
Might be better if you were a little afraid. You weren't doing so well the last time when we found you.
Well, I'm not going to try to ride a horse this time, Marshal.
You're not going on foot. Now, Doc says you're lucky to have any feet at all.
I think your doctor is somewhat of an alarmist. But no, Marshal, this time I'm taking a wagon. I'm going to be properly equipped.
Equipment isn't the whole answer, Mr. Milford. A man who doesn't know the prairie stands a good chance of not getting back.
I'll know the prairies when I get back. I promise you that.
Well, the Indians might not be too glad to see you either.
I happen to be a friend of the Indian, Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, but you might not get a chance to prove it. They can be dangerous, you know.
I certainly appreciate your interest, Marshal, but a man must pursue his calling. You can't legally argue with that, can you?
No, and I can't legally stop you, but I can warn you. And I won't legally be responsible for what might happen to you.
I understand your position, Marshal. I hope you can understand mine.
Yeah, I can understand it. But I don't like it.
Hi, this is Dennis James. Say, remember way back when this melody was popular? There's something very special about a long-time favorite, isn't there? Well, folks feel the same way about one of Kellogg's favorites, Kellogg's All Bran. Going on 41 years now, it's been America's most popular good food way to fight irregularity from lack of bulk. Because it's whole bran, Kellogg's All Bran gentles away irregularity safely and reliably. And because it's deep toasted for extra crispness, it never gets mushy in milk. There's only one All brand, Kellogg's All brand. That's ALL-BRAN. Kellogg's All brand.
All right, Mr. Ross. If you say I need beans, beans it is.
Well, it ain't proper to go nowhere in this country without a supply of beans, and that's the truth. Now, what else will you be needing? I'll be with you in a minute, mister.
All right. See, now, I have a blanket and a kettle and salt and... Oh, yes, I need a shovel.
All right. Long-handled or short?
Now, you might advise me about that, Mr. Ross. I want it for digging... Well, you might call it treasure. Yes, it might be treasure.
I won't be much longer, mister. I can wait on you soon.
Never mind. You must have been in a big hurry.
Oh, I hate to lose a customer.
Well, I have taken a lot of time.
Well, you're buying a lot of goods. Let's see. Here's the shovel. That look all right to you?
I should think that would do nicely, Mr. Ross. Now, if you'll just help me get these things in the wagon.
Are you going to pay now or later?
Forgive me, I forgot. I'll pay now. How much does it come to, Mr. Ross?
Now, let's see. It's $1.25 for the beans. That's $1.03 for the blanket, $2 for the shovel. I'll come to $7.65.
$7.65. There you are. 5, 6, 7.
All right, thank you. Oh, let me give you a hand down to the wagon with all this.
Yourself a drink.
There ain't time, I tell you.
You got a lot of time. You get them shells I sent you.
That's all that I've been trying to tell you. I didn't wait around. I told you it wasn't no good.
Told me what wasn't no good.
Burying the gold like that.
Crab, come on and talk straight, will you?
I seen the fellow who said he was heading out to dig it up.
You seen the... What fellow?
I don't know who he was. Don't make no difference. He was buying a shovel and he said he was going to dig it up.
You sure?
Well, I was right there. Wasn't I? And I heard him. He's starting out in the wagon, and he's going to dig. I told you it wasn't no good.
Oh, shut up. Come on. Something on your mind?
Oh, nothing that you're going to help me with. That's plain to see.
Now, what do you mean?
Well, they tell me Milford started out west.
Yeah, Doc, I'm afraid he did.
Well, I thought you were going to talk to him.
I did talk to him. Didn't do any good.
Obviously.
What'd you want me to do, Doc? Lock him up?
It might not have been a bad idea.
Now, listen, Doc, I've had...
Mr. Dillon!
All right, Chester, I hear you. Here I am.
Hello, Doc. Excuse me for interrupting, but I got something to tell Mr. Dillon.
Go ahead. Interrupt.
Oh, what is it, Chester?
Mr. Dillon, that fella has went and done it again.
What fella?
That Milford fella.
Well, where is he now?
That's just it, Mr. Dillon. They ain't hide nor hair of him.
Hide nor hair of him where, Chester?
Out there. Where his wagon turned over there.
All right, Chester, start from the beginning. Where is the wagon?
Well, sir, Luke Myers was riding into town, see? And when he got about a mile or so from Crawdad Creek, he seen this wagon turn clean over on its side.
Yeah?
Oh, the team was in terrible shape. Thrashing around, carrying on, so he cut them loose.
Well, how do you know it was Milford's wagon?
Well, because Luke looked around there some, and he found one of them little notebooks Mr. Milford's always carrying around with him and writing in. It had his name on it.
And no sign of Milford.
Not a sign in the world.
That doesn't look good, Matt.
No, Doc, it doesn't. You better get the horses, Chester. We'll have to go out there and take a look around.
There it is, Mr. Dillon, smack on its side.
Yeah.
Sure ain't around here.
No sign of a struggle either.
You mean he wasn't carried off?
No, it doesn't look like it.
Looks like somebody carried some stuff off in the wagon, though, Mr. Dillon. Ain't much left.
He may have taken it himself.
Well, no,
Look there. Look there, Chester.
Look like fresh footprints, don't they, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. Let's see where they lead.
Looks like they're heading for the creek, don't it?
All right, we'll leave the horses here, Chester. Go down through the bushes.
Yes, sir. What do you suppose he'd be after down here?
Now, there's no telling, Chester. He's a hard one to figure. If it's really Milford we're tracking.
Well, sure. Listen to that, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Come on. Be quiet.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen are wrong. You're dead wrong.
Looks like you was digging in the wrong spot.
I'm not digging in any particular spot. I'm carrying on a scientific investigation.
I told you, Clerk, he's digging for the loot.
Well, he ain't gonna do no more digging at all.
Now, you men pay attention.
Pay attention.
I don't know anything about any loot. If I did, I wouldn't care about it. I'm digging for signs of a lost civilization.
Oh.
Artifacts that might be buried in this area.
You're close to being buried yourself, mister.
Those guns. Now, you're certainly not going to kill me. I don't believe it.
You believe it.
You cover the farthest one, Chester, when I start.
Yes, sir.
Now. All right, drop your guns.
Hey, Berkey!
You got him, Mr. Dillon.
Hey! Chester. He ain't moving none, Marshal. Now, you stand still or I'll throw another bullet into your friend there. I'm backing out of here, slow and easy. Nice shooting, Mr. Milford.
I never aimed an arrow at a human being before. Sorry I had to.
Yeah, but I'm glad you knew how. Chester? Chester, you all right?
Mr. Dillon?
It's all right, Chester. It's all over. You got a crease in your head, Chester. It's a good thing you've got a thick skull.
Yes, sir. Mr. Milford, did they hurt that little Mr. Milford?
No, Chester, they didn't hurt him.
Oh, that's good. I've been worrying about him.
You don't need to worry anymore, Chester. He just saved your life.
He saved me. How could that be?
Never mind. I'll tell you when you feel better.
May I just say one thing, Marshal Dillon?
What's that?
It isn't always the Indians who are dangerous, is it?
No, sir, you're right. It isn't always the Indians.
Remember on past Thanksgiving days when your husband was all poised and set to carve the turkey? Remember the wonderfully perplexed expression on his face, on everyone's face? Remember how you thought what wonderful pictures this would make? Well, this year, don't be caught with an empty flash gun. Now, today, get a pack of Sylvania Blue Dot flash bulbs so you'll be prepared. Only with flash can you capture moments like this at their best, so quickly, so easily, anytime, anywhere. What's more, Sylvania Blue Dots, the world's largest selling brand, Work with any film with any camera. And by the way, right now your dealer is making a special holiday offer. With the purchase of just one pack of Sylvania Blue Dots, he'll give you a free copy of Sylvania's new flash guidebook called It's Easy to Take Better Flash Pictures. It's a 32-page, lavishly illustrated book that will help you take the best pictures ever. So remember, this Thanksgiving, don't be caught with an empty flash gun. Pick up your Sylvania Blue Dot flash bulbs today. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Barney Phillips, Lawrence Dobkin, and Ralph Moody. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story of the Western frontier. When Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke.
Gonna set my soul, gonna set my soul on fire. Got a whole lot of money that's ready to burn, so get those stakes up higher. There's 1,000 pretty women waiting out there. They're all living, the devil may care, and I am just a devil with love to spare. So Viva Las Vegas, Viva Las Vegas,
Viva Elvis, Viva and Margaret. Viva the excitement when these two let themselves go on a wild and woolly whirl through Funtown, USA. Yes, the sky's the limit for love, laughter, and those wonderful new sounds.
She loves me.
Would you like to make a bet?
I said the lady loves me.
When this boy falls, he really falls hard. But who wouldn't? When the girl is seductive Anne Margaret.
Once I met a nice old man upon the village green. I helped him cross the street into his limousine. Next day he sent the biggest brooch I've ever seen to show his appreciation.
The eyes of Texas are upon you. You cannot get away. If you think I don't need you, then baby you're wrong. I give you my heart today, tomorrow, and forever.
It's a pleasure to hear a man's opinion and not have to listen to the stubborn ravings of a boy who won't grow up and...
Viva Las Vegas! Your feet real loud. Come on, everybody, take a
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Puddings, coming to you from New York City, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with What'll We Do? Better and better and better. Yes, sir. Jell-O's been getting better and better all the time, year after year. And now Jell-O comes forward with its most revolutionary improvement of all, locked-in flavor. A new exclusive process for bringing you every last luscious bit of Jell-O's glorious goodness. Up until now, gelatin desserts constantly faded in flavor while waiting to be used. But today, Jell-O's rich, mouth-watering flavor is locked in. And no matter how long your package of Jell-O takes to reach you, time just can't steal away its flavor. Prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. There's no heavy, fruity aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. But the instant you dissolve Jell-O, what a rush of rich, marvelous flavor comes pouring out. And my, how you enjoy it. Try Jell-O tomorrow. Feast your eyes on its bright, scintillating colors. Thrill to Jell-O's full, never-fading, locked-in flavor. You'll say Jell-O really is different. Because the flavor never goes away. We put it in and it's there to stay. That was What'll We Do, played by the orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, exactly 449 years ago today, Christopher Columbus first set foot in the New World after a perilous ocean voyage of 40 days and 40 nights.
Boy, what a trip. I wish I'd have been there.
For weeks and weeks, Columbus and his band of intrepid adventurers were tossed around in the storm-churned Atlantic, little knowing that they'd come through alive.
Reef that mainsail. We'll make it, fellas.
So now we bring you a man who gets seasick when the crackers bob about in his oyster stew, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jell-O again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, that was a very funny introduction you thought of. You sure love to kid your old boss, don't you?
Yes, I do, Jack. And you're my idea of a real sport.
Well.
I make those cracks about you because you're so big, you're broad-minded. You're the kind of a guy that can take it.
A good old Donzy. By the way, I believe you were born in Denver, Colorado, weren't you, Don?
Why, yes, Jack. In fact, I spend my summers there.
Your summers, eh?
Uh-huh.
Well, unless you keep a civil tongue in your big fat head, snow will be hitting you in the face. But after all, we've been together too long to quibble over trifles. Incidentally, have you heard any... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. How are you?
Fine, thanks. Now, are you kidding? Don, have you heard any reports on our opening program last Sunday? You know, comments, reactions, and so forth.
Why, yes, Jack. Some people seem to like it very, very much.
Uh-huh.
Some people thought it was fairly good.
Uh-huh.
And some people...
Well, yes, sir. Well, Don, I thought the press was exceptionally nice this year. For instance, PM gave us a lovely notice. In fact, you could almost call it a raid.
Tell them about the Daily News.
Yep, PM said our opening program was really a humdinger. Very nice, don't you think?
Oh, wonderful.
And Radio Guide liked it, and Billboard, the theatrical paper, seemed to think we had a hilarious show.
Tell them about the Daily News.
Mary, it just so happens that Ben Gross, radio editor of the News, didn't like the program, and he's entitled to his opinion. I have no hard feelings towards Ben.
You haven't, eh?
No.
Then why did you try to get Errol Flynn to beat him up?
I didn't even know Flynn was in town. Anyway, most of the notices were very favorable.
Did you read the one you got in the Daily Worker?
Yes, I read the Daily Worker.
What did it say, Mary?
Same thing every year. Down with Benny.
Yeah, but you talk about write-ups. Get a load of this rave in the Waukegan News-Sun. Benny wows him again. Here, Mary, read it yourself.
Okay.
Well, naturally, Jack, your hometown paper would be 100% in your favor.
I don't know about that. They're pretty critical, you know.
Say, Jack.
What?
Look at this news item on the other side of your write-up.
Where? I didn't see it.
It says, Boo Boo Benny, cousin of Waukegan's own Jack Benny, was picked up again last night for parking his body too far away from the curb.
What?
When interviewed, Boo Boo said, I don't want to set the world on fire, I just want a bromo.
Give me that clipping. That boo-boo is always getting into those publicity stunts. Anyway, Don, the consensus seems to be...
Hiya, Jackson. Like the washwoman says, what do you hear from the mop?
What?
M.O.P.
I got the gag. You don't have to spell it. I got it. Say, Phil, we were talking about the first program last week. Did you see any reviews on it?
Yeah, there was a swell write-up in the Orchestral World.
Oh, the musician's paper, eh? What did it say?
It said, due to the length of the dialogue on Benny's first program, Phil Harris had to cut out his usual band number.
Oh, they missed it, eh?
No, they liked the idea.
Oh, well, don't feel bad about it, Phil. It's only one opinion.
And that reminds me, Jackson, I hate to bring it up, but Alice thinks that this program is a little too corny for a guy like me.
What?
She feels that I ought to be on a high-classer show.
High-classer?
Yeah, Alice says I ought to be on Information, please.
Oh, she does. Well, Phil, Alice is a dear, sweet girl, and I respect her opinion. But if you were ever on Information, please, and you were asked who was the first president of the United States, and you said George Washington, Clifton Fadiman would drop dead. And I might also add that at present, Mr. Fadiman is in perfect health. Luca wants to be on Information, please.
Why, Phil, even Jack would be afraid to go on that program.
Absolutely.
And he has a remarkable memory.
Certainly. I read something, I never forget it.
Especially that write-up in the Daily News.
Quiet, will you? You're going to keep talking about... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Say, Mr. Benny, did you see the write-up your opening program got in the Brooklyn Eagle?
The Brooklyn Eagle? No, what did it say?
It said what happened to you and the Dodgers shouldn't happen to a dog.
Well, I guess they're still a little blue over the series, you know. Anyway, Dennis, I heard a lot of nice things about your song last week, so now that you're here, let's have another one.
Okay, I'm going to sing a very popular number called Time Was.
Good.
And this being Columbus Day, I dedicate it to my new girl I met last night.
What's the connection?
I picked her up at Columbus Circle.
Oh, how are things around there? I must saunter by. Go ahead and sing, Dennis. Hold it. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
May I congratulate you on this, your opening broadcast of the new season.
Opening broadcast? Look, Bub, we had a show last Sunday.
Good heavens, are you going to count that one? Get out of here!
What a guy. His head looks like the ball Mickey Owen dropped. Go ahead, then.
Have a world of memories, you and I, the kind you cherish more and more as the years go by. Time was when we had fun on the schoolyard swing, when we exchanged graduation rings. One lovely yesterday. Time was when we wrote love letters in our coffee and dreaming the time away. Picnics and hay rides and midwinter sleigh rides and never apart.
hikes in the country, and there's more than one tree on which I've a place in your heart. Darling, every tomorrow will be complete if all our moments are half as sweet as all our time was then. Oh, darling, if all our memories stay so sweet, all our tomorrows will be complete as all our time was then.
That was Time Was, sung by Dennis Day, my favorite tenor. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Mr. Benny.
What is it, Dennis?
You know, I saw Charlie's aunt this summer, and somebody just told me that pretty lady in it was you.
Oh, well, it was me. It was me. It was my character in the picture. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Holy smoke! You know, I thought it was a real girl.
No, Dennis, it was me. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
I sent you a love letter. Forget about it.
Well, now, wait a minute, jerk. Dennis. Look, Dennis, the fact that I was wearing a dress shouldn't have fooled you that much. After all, a woman doesn't walk like me.
Very few men walk like you.
Is that so?
Speaking of the way you walk, Jackson, have you seen them penguins over in Radio City?
Yes, I've seen them penguins. And he wants to be on information, please.
All right, then. Jefferson was the first president.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Phil, Washington was the first president. I merely said if you knew that, Fadiman couldn't stand the shock. All right, Don. Fadiman couldn't stand the shock.
Oh, Jack, it's so obvious.
Don, I know what's clever. Now go ahead. Fadiman.
Oh, if I'd only saved my money.
Don! Fadiman.
Oh, very well. An important message. Ladies, whether your husband is a fatter man or a thinner man, he will always enjoy a dish of Jell-O.
There you are, see?
Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert, is not only economical and easy to make, but it has that new locked-in flavor.
Locked in?
By means of a new exclusive process, all of Jell-O's full original goodness is now locked in for keeps.
Is that what makes it taste so good?
So remember, folks, the flavor never goes away. We put it in and it's there to stay.
And poetry, too. Very good, Don. Very good. Very good. You see, I was right. It's not corny at all. It's terrific. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Mr. Benny, in that fan letter I sent you, I enclosed 25 cents for a photo.
Later, kid, not now.
Well, gee whiz.
I haven't got one in a bathing suit. Now leave me alone. How he can do any good at Columbus Circle, I don't know. Really, I don't. And now, folks, we're having fun tonight, aren't we? Now, folks, I'd like to announce that beginning next Sunday, October 19th, our broadcast will come to you from Hollywood, California, as we're returning home. Well, we sure had fun in New York, didn't we, fellas? Huh?
Yes, it's been grand, Jack. The little woman and I saw nearly every show in town.
Yeah.
I saw 3 swell ones. Panama Hattie and Claudia and the Wookie.
Wait a minute. What about the one I took you to?
Oh, yes. Arsenic took me to see Old Lace.
Look, Mary, you don't have to be so bitter. Those were the best seats I could get.
Oh, stop, will you?
I'm not kidding. I got them from the producers of the show, Lindsay and Krause. They had dinner at my house one night.
Well, they're even with you now.
Oh, for heaven, don't be silly.
Oh.
What if we were sitting up high? Who could see you? You were wearing a veil.
Veil, nothing. I got caught in some cobweb.
You got caught in that gag, too, right in the middle. You know, if you read that gag right, it's a good laugh. Really, it is. Huh? What? It's only our second show. You know we're nervous. Huh? Well, anyway, Mary, next time you can go alone.
Say, Jackson.
What?
Alice and I saw Lady in the Dark the other night, and we thought it was great.
Oh, did you like it?
Yeah, she explained the whole plot to me.
Well,
get this situation.
Huh?
Now, Gertrude Lawrence plays the part of a dame who's all mixed up about everything, and she don't know what's the matter with her.
Uh-huh.
So she goes to see a psychiatrist.
Psychiatrist? That's a psychiatrist. Psychiatrist is a Japanese dish.
That's sukiyaki.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was right about Washington. That I know.
Anyway, she finally gets the right guy. They fall in love. The curtain goes down. Alice put on her shoes, and we went home.
Well, that's a vivid description. You know, Phil, the next time you go to a show... Pardon me. Come in? Yes?
Excuse me for intruding, Mr. Benny, but I got a note for you.
I'm sorry, I'm busy right now. Come back later.
Now, I would advise you to take a quick gander at this communique.
All right, what's the note? What does it say?
Now, I'm only a carrier pigeon. We ain't much on reading.
Oh. Okay, let's have it.
Who's it from, Jack?
Who do you think it's from? Rochester. Listen to this. Dear boss, please give bearer Mr. Columbus Smith. Columbus?
Yes, that's me.
Oh.
Happy anniversary.
Mary. Let me read this note from Rochester. Please give bearer $50, which you owe me, as I owe it to a group of gentlemen who ain't. And I'm being sorely pressed for payment. Well, of all the nerve. I don't care if he is pressed.
Mr. Benny, if you don't come through, that boy's going to be clean and pressed.
Oh, well, look, Columbus, you tell Rochester I'll call him when I get home tonight. What's his number?
Monument 21700.
Monument, eh?
Yeah, and do call, lest one be erected to his memory.
Okay, I'll call him.
Yeah, thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye. Imagine Rochester sending for $50. Play something, Phil. He got into this jam. Let him get out of it. How to Set the World on Fire, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra, who haven't even got a match. All right, I didn't like that gag either, I told you first. Say, Phil, I notice you're using a lot of New York musicians while we're in town. Where'd you get them?
I walked out of Lindy's with a sturgeon in my pocket, and they followed me.
Well, throw it to them. They look hungry. Now, fellas, as I told you before, we're leaving for California tomorrow, and I may not get to see you till train time. So I might as well give you your tickets right now. Oh, Phil, here's accommodations for you and Alice. And Don, here's space for you and the little woman.
Oh, thanks, Jack. Oh, goody, we get a lower going back.
Yes, sir. Now, Dennis, you're bunking with me as usual. And,
Gee whiz, Mr. Benny, you snore.
All right, I snore. It's only for 3 nights. You're young yet. Now, Mary.
If I'm going to stay up all night, I might as well be a playboy.
All right, be a playboy. Let's drop it. Now, Mary.
I know. I'm going to sleep with Miss Whipple.
That's right.
Miss Whipple, who's she?
Jack put an ad in the paper for someone to share my berth.
Never mind.
I meet more darn people that way.
Mary, let me run things, will you? You know, planning a trip like this is no cinch.
I'll bet she's big and fat.
She's very slim. I asked for a picture. Now, fellas, remember, we meet at the station a half hour before the train leaves, and I want you all to be there on time and no more complaints.
Hey, Jackson, what's the idea of putting Alice and me in an upper berth? She's a big movie star.
Phil, I'm in charge here, and you'll take what you get.
Mr. Zanuck won't like it.
Nuts to Zanuck. Now, fellas, nuts to Zanuck? What did I say? I've got to make pictures there. I've got 3 more pictures to make there. What am I doing? Oh, well. Now, remember, fellas, everybody be at the station a half hour before the train leaves. I'm giving a cocktail party for Miss Whipple. Might as well all get acquainted. So try to make the... Come in. Oh, it's you again.
Mr. Benny, I just spoke to Rochester on the phone. He says it's imperative I bring him the $50.
Now, wait a minute. Did you tell Rochester I'd call him later tonight?
Yes, sir. And he said if you don't call him now, later tonight you'll have to communicate with him by Ouija board.
Oh, he's making a mountain out of nothing. Rochester must think money grows on bushes.
Well, you owe it to him, don't you?
Mary, if you're referring to that bet I made on the Lewis-Nova fight, I have never conceded that Nova was knocked out.
Well, Jack, Rochester would never have sent the note unless it was important. Now, I think you ought to call him.
Oh, all right. Mary, get me his hotel, will you? Monument 21700.
Okay.
Well, you've certainly gone to a lot of trouble here, Columbus. Are you a good friend of Rochester's?
No, sir. I'm just a member of the syndicate which threw that fatal 7.
Oh, I see.
Goodbye, Miss Benny.
Goodbye. Wish I'd have left Rochester home where he belongs.
Here's your number, Jack.
Thanks. Hello?
Good evening, Teresa Hotel.
I'd like to talk to Rochester Van Jones. This is Mr. Benny calling.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Are you going to pay him that $50?
What? What business is it of yours?
We're stepping out tonight, and I had hoped for a bottle and a bird.
I can't help that. Now, operator, will you please ring Rochester's room?
Yes, sir. By the way, Mr. Benny, has Rochester got a girlfriend in California?
Oh, for heck. Yes, he got 4 or 5 girls there.
Is it 4 or 5?
What's the difference?
I'm going to carve him up and pass him around.
Operator, will you please get Rochester? I want to talk to him.
Yes, sir. I'll ring his suite.
Imagine living in a suite yet.
Call for Mr. Van Jones.
Here I am, sweet potato.
Don't sweet potato me, short, dark, and gonna be shorter.
Operator, get off the line.
Oh, hello, boss. Did Columbus get there?
Yes, he landed twice today. I got your note, Rochester, and I'm not sending you any 50.
But, boss, I owe it to some gentlemen, one of whom is mechanized.
I don't care what he is. And another thing, Rochester, why is it you have a great big suite here in New York while I live in one room?
Well, I'm in so much trouble I gotta pace up and down.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
You better get a racetrack, son, because I'm going to run you.
Operator, will you please stop cutting in? Now, Rochester, you promised me you wouldn't shoot dice while we were here in New York, and yet you lost $50. Explain that.
Well, boss, it just happened that I was down on one knee tying my shoe.
Uh-huh.
And several of my lodge members got down on their knees to see what I was doing.
Uh-huh.
And while we were all in that position, Ivory reared its ugly head.
Well, I'm sorry for you, Rochester, but you'll have to take care of your own obligations.
But, boss, all I want is the money you owe me on the Lewis Nova fight.
I told you before that, in my opinion, Lewis did not knock out Nova.
Oh, reconsider.
Operator, please. Now, Rochester, I don't want to discuss this any further. The fight is over, so forget it.
Wait a minute, boss. There's a gentleman here that's very much interested in me collecting that 50. Would you mind talking to him?
Oh, all right. Put him on.
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Metropolitan M. Spears talking.
Yes?
Rochester tells me you question the outcome of the recent Lewis-Nova fight.
I certainly do. The bet was that Lewis would win by a knockout. When the fight was over, Nova was on his feet.
Yeah, but he wasn't going no place.
Look, all I'm trying to say is Nova was not unconscious when the fight ended.
Mr. Lewis thought he was.
That's what he thinks, but I'd like to get Mr. Nova's opinion.
Well, when he comes to, let's check with him.
Now listen, Metropolitan. You say Rochester owes you $50.
That's right, and it was my understanding. Come back here, boy.
I ain't got my hat on.
Well, look, Metro, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll send you a check for Rochester's debt as soon as I am definitely convinced as to the result of the fight.
Thank you very much.
That's okay.
I'd like awfully well to get it before inflation sets in.
You'll get it. Now put Rochester on the phone.
Yes, sir. Oh, Rochester, Mr. Bennett's going to take care of that 50.
You want to make it 100 or nothing?
Rochester! Now listen, Rochester, we're leaving for California tomorrow, and you haven't even started to pack my trunk yet. So you better meet me bright and early.
Well, what time does the train leave, boss?
You ain't going to be on.
Operator. Now, Rochester, I want you to stop at the tailor's and pick up my shirt.
You said you wanted to marry me, and you got 5 gals in California.
They're just bridesmaids, honey.
Rochester, pay attention. Now stop at the tailor and tell him that all my cleaning must be ready by noon. And see that you don't miss the train. And here's another thing. The next time you're in New York and you bend over to tie your shoe, you better have something to back it up with. Because I'm getting sick and tired.
Did you ever go out into an orchard and eat cherries right off the tree? Remember how good they tasted? What a grand, tantalizing flavor they had? Well, you'll remember all over again, friends, the moment you taste red cherry mold. A luscious blend of rich crimson cherries and cherry jello. It's one of Jack Benny's own favorite treats and one of the easiest desserts to make you ever saw. Simply dissolve 1 package of jello, imitation cherry flavor, in hot water as you usually do. Chill it until slightly thickened and fold in 2 cups of the cherries themselves. Then finish chilling it and serve with a garnishing of orange sections and mint. You'll never tasted a more attractive, more delicious dessert. Ask your grocer for a can of ripe, juicy cherries and a package of cherry jello tomorrow. And be sure you say jello, because only Jell-O's new process of locked-in flavor gives you all the flavor, always.
We're a little late, folks. Good night, Joni.
Friends, every time you say Jell-O to your grocer, say Jell-O puddings, too. Try Jell-O vanilla pudding. Here's vanilla pudding with that real old-fashioned flavor. A smooth, rich pudding that's gloriously creamy. And not only grand as a pudding, but ideal for making cream pies, tarts, and cakes with cream fillings. Not even Grandma could make a pudding that tastes more homemade. And your first creamy spoonful of this swell dessert will win you at once with its delicate, mellow goodness. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O puddings. Chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. KFI, Los Angeles.
nobody goes to that island. Not in their right mind.
Why do you say that?
I don't say it, it's what the natives say. What they have been saying for the last 50 years. They say nobody ever goes there and comes back.
The voodoo curse strikes at all who are drawn there by the lure of gold.
Look out!
Ashes. Maybe they're not ashes from a fire. Maybe they're ashes of a different kind.
Black magic cast its darkest spell, turning it into a jungle of overpowering evil.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Alan Ladd and Loretta Young in And Now Tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Preston Sturgis.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Around this time of year, we are all entitled to a reasonable dose of spring fever, the feeling perhaps of restlessness and vague impatience. In the old days, sulfur and molasses was the customary antidote. But tonight we bring you a better combination in Loretta Young and Alan Ladd. They are starred in the Paramount hit And Now Tomorrow, based on Rachel Field's best-selling novel of the same name. And they assume, of course, the same roles they interpreted so finely on the screen. Loretta Young is the proud and wealthy girl who finds her romance thwarted by an act of fate, and Alan Ladd is the childhood enemy from another world who tries not only to help her overcome her handicap, but to overcome as well the barriers that stand between them. This is the second time that Alan and Loretta have been starred together on this stage, and your many letters requesting their reappearance are herewith acknowledged. Meanwhile, you may have seen Alan in his current Paramount production, Salty O'Rourke. While our story takes place before the war, the title itself, And Now Tomorrow, expresses our attitude throughout America today, as we turn from victory in Europe to the conquest of Japan. To the men in the services abroad, these broadcasts will continue to be sent by shortwave regularly, as we receive, expressing their appreciation. Mariner writes us that while he always listened to our show on Monday nights, self-specific, to make him full as toilet soap was. He adds, whenever I take my next shower, which may be some time from now, it will be Lux and nothing but Lux. To that exuberant seaman, many thanks. And to all his fellow men in uniform, our wishes for a safe return. It is curtain time now, and here's the first act of And Now Tomorrow, starring Alan Ladd as Merrick Vance and Loretta Young as Emily Blair. A week ago, Miss Emily Blair of Blairstown, Massachusetts, came to Chicago to see the celebrated specialist, Dr. Sloan. After days of tests and observations, he sits now in his office, watches the movements of his lips, and from them learns his discouraging verdict.
What you're trying to tell me, Doctor, is that there's nothing you can do for me.
I'm sorry, Miss Blair.
No hope at all? I'll never hear again?
There's always hope. Miss Blair, 2 years ago, in 1935, you had a severe case of meningitis. The result is marked deterioration of the auditory nerves. I know of no cure for it.
I see.
But I'm only one man, Miss Blair. There's Chase of Johns Hopkins, Merritt in Rochester, Caro in Montreal.
I've seen them all, except Carol. I've been examined and tested by so many specialists, I just couldn't face another one right now. I'm going home for a while.
Perhaps that's best. I'm glad you haven't let your deafness be a handicap.
You read lips remarkably well.
I've had excellent teachers and a great deal of practice. Well, thank you, Doctor.
Wait a minute, Miss Blair. A doctor's obligation goes beyond mere diagnosis. Your personal life may have a bearing on what anyone can do for you. You're not married, are you?
Really? What possible bearing can that have on the case?
It might have a lot to do with any advice I could give you.
I'd rather not discuss my affairs.
As you wish. I only want to help you.
Well, I suppose there's nothing that I shouldn't tell you. My parents died some years ago. I have a younger sister. She lives with me, and so does my aunt, who manages our factory.
But no husband.
I'm engaged.
Well, then, there's no reason why you shouldn't have a full and happy life, regardless of your hearing.
Except, Doctor, I have no intention of marrying until I'm cured of deafness. I will not inflict this handicap on someone else.
But that's absurd. There's nothing...
Please, Doctor, please. I've discussed this with my fiancé. It's a matter entirely between ourselves. Now, if you'll tell me the amount of your...
Miss, your bag's in the drawing room. You getting on now?
How soon are we leaving?
For 5 minutes, miss.
Then I believe I'll walk down the platform here.
Yes, ma'am.
Gangway! Gangway! Gangway, lady! Look out!
What's the matter with you? Want to get yourself killed?
I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to grab you, but that baggage truck was about to run you down.
I didn't hear it. You see, I'm deaf.
I know. Sure you're all right?
Perfectly all right.
I'm getting on that train, too. Here, let me...
Thank you. I'm sure I'll manage nicely by...
Okay. Manage nicely by yourself. Miss Blair.
Yes, conductor.
We'll be in Blairstown in 10 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Meade? Mr. Meade?
Why, hello there, Miss Emily.
Got your cab here, Mr. Meade?
Why, sure. But aren't they coming down to meet you?
Did you say something, Mr. Meade?
I said, aren't they coming down to meet you?
No. No, I wanted to surprise them. Oh, your cab seems to be engaged.
Huh?
There's somebody in it.
Sorry, mister. I've got a passenger already.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Meade, I think I'd rather walk.
If there's any walking to be done, Miss Blair, I'd like to do it.
Apparently, you know my name.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but...
Mine's Vance, Dr. Merrick Vance.
Well, Dr. Vance, you've seen me embarrassed once. The baggage truck, remember? I'd rather you didn't see me embarrassed again.
Meaning?
That I'd feel much better if you'd share this cab with me.
Just as you say, Miss Blair.
Where to, mister?
Dr. Weeks' house, please.
Oh, you're a friend of Dr. Weeks?
Yes, he practically brought me up.
He's our family doctor.
Isn't he? Everybody's here in Blairstown. I'm sorry, Miss Blair.
What for?
I've been staring at you.
Oh, clinical interest, Dr. Vance?
You're pretty good at reading lips. I'm sorry I shoved in on you like this.
But it was your cab, Dr. Vance.
Yeah, but you're Miss Blair of Blair House. One just doesn't do that to the Blairs.
I beg your pardon?
Skip it.
Dr. Weeks' place, mister.
Yeah. How much do you, Skipper?
Dr. Vance, please let me pay Mr. Meade.
Sorry, but even a Blair can't buy this ride. I enjoyed it too much. Goodbye, Miss Blair.
And you're home. Oh, Emily, dear, I'm so glad to see you. But, darling, why didn't you let us know? Just a surprise, Aunt Martha. Now, tell me, how is everybody? Fine.
Fine.
Oh.
And what about you, dear?
No luck. Another failure.
Emily.
We'll talk about it later. Where's Jeff?
Still at the mill. But he'll be here for dinner.
Reporting to the boss, huh?
Really, dear, he's done wonders at the plant. And it's all because of you. You're all he ever talks about. Emily, dear, why don't you marry him? You'd be much happier.
You know why. But, darling, no, I just simply couldn't stand seeing me stare at other people's lips and watching me look around before I'd take a single step. We Blairs are much too stuck up for that. Now, what about Janice? How's she?
Your sister needs a talking to, my dear. She's out entirely too much, and no accounting for it.
But who knows? Maybe it's romance. Well, I'd better freshen up.
Hurry, dear. I'll phone Jeff right away. Oh, Dr. Will's coming to dinner, too.
Well, that's wonderful. Oh, Jeff, don't be silly.
I mean it, Janice. You shouldn't come to the office like this.
Oh, darling, please don't scold me.
It's this hiding, lying about working late.
But, Jeff, we didn't want to fall in love. We tried our best not to.
Well, maybe we didn't try hard enough.
Oh, Jeff, you haven't kissed me all day, and I... Oh, now what?
Hello? Yes. Oh, Aunt Martha. What? Why, that's wonderful. How is she? It's Emily. She's back.
Emily?
She what? Oh. Well, I'll be right home. Thanks. Thanks, Aunt Martha. She wanted to surprise us.
She's surprised.
That specialist in Chicago couldn't do anything.
Oh, poor Emily. But we've got to tell her, Jeff, about us.
Deliberately hurt her? I simply can't do it, Janice. If only she could hear, I'd tell her.
But now. All right, forget it. Guess I can stand it a little while longer. You can. Come on, we better get up to the house.
And that's why you sent for me, Dr. Will? Emily Blair. That's right, Merrick. Because Sloan could do nothing for her. How did you know? She sent me a wire before she left Chicago. Look, Dr. Will, I'm not for the Blairs. Sure, I've had some success with deafness, but I'm just a guy working in a free clinic. Merrick, we've known each other a long time. You're very close to me, my boy, but so are the Blairs. And just what do you want me to do? I want you to stay here for a while and treat Emily Blair. You know, I'd do anything in the world for you, Dr. Will, but this I can't see. If my work is any good, people need it who can't afford to go to the specialist. I'm needed far more in Pittsburgh than I am in Blairstown. Look, can we talk about it later? Later? The Blairs expect me for dinner. They expect you, too. Oh, now, wait a minute. Aunt Martha insists that I bring you. Who's Aunt Martha? Martha Evans, Emily's aunt. She manages the mill. You will come, won't you? Me having dinner with a Blair. Sure, if they won't throw me out.
Janice and Jeff and I are having coffee in the study. Dr. Vance, won't you join us?
Oh, thanks. Where's Dr. Will?
Cambridge, I think. We're all leaving for the Hodges dance at 10. I hope you'll come along, too.
Well, don't worry about me, Miss Blair.
I hope you're not too scientific to walk, Doctor. Jeff, turn up the radio.
Well, I'm afraid I never had time to learn.
Oh, well, Jeff, you come on and dance then.
By all means. Emily, dear.
Yes?
This is the tune we danced to at our engagement party. May I?
I'll try, Jeff, but remember, I can't hear the music. Cigarette, Doctor.
No, thanks.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Jeff stumbled.
Come on. We'll start again.
Poor Emily. She's trying so hard not to let her deafness be a handicap.
Yes, I see.
Oh, I am sorry.
My fault, darling. They're playing it faster than they used to.
No, really, it's no use, Jeff. It's really no fun dancing when you can't hear the music.
But, Emily, what about the Hodges party?
But if you don't mind, Jeff, I don't think I'll go.
Why, Emily...
But, darling, we promised. Yes, I know. So you go ahead without me. Without an escort? Of course not. Jeff will go with you. That's all right with you, isn't it, Jeff?
Emily, there'll be lots of people there not dancing.
I know, dear, but I'm tired. I'd really rather not go, honestly. Well, darling, we said we'd be there early, so yes. Yes, you'd better leave.
Emily, you sure you don't mind?
Of course not, darling. Have a good time.
Good night, dear. Good night, Dr. Vance.
Good night, Mr. Stoughton. Excuse me, I'll turn off the radio. You don't like to make compromises, do you, Miss Blair?
You think that's why I'm not going to the Hodges?
Isn't it?
You're very observant, aren't you?
That's part of my business. Besides, I know much more about you than you realize. We've met before.
We have?
Yes, it was at a Christmas party at the mill. Our name wasn't Vance then, it was Vankovich. You were about 7 and I was 12. You were giving out Christmas baskets for the workers. Everybody thought you were so cute. I hated you. Would you like to know why, Miss Blair?
Well, no, not particularly.
I'll tell you anyway. A week before Christmas, my father was let out of his job. We didn't have much to eat that winter. My father never got over it. He died a few months later. Do you blame me for hating your mill and everybody connected with it?
Well, I'm sorry it happened, of course. But it wasn't my fault.
No. No, it wasn't. Forget it.
You've had a hard time, haven't you, Dr. Vance?
Oh, not too tough. Dr. Will practically adopted me, put me through medical school.
Oh, I see.
That's why I'm here tonight.
Oh.
He wants me to try to cure you.
You?
Oh, I know. You never heard of me. But I've helped a lot of deaf people, Miss Blair.
Dr. Vance, I have been to some of the best specialists all over the world.
I know, but they don't know anything about my treatment. You see, it's something I stumbled on in a free clinic in Pittsburgh.
Oh.
No. So, Miss Blair, I don't think the surroundings of the clinic would suit you at all.
Sure they wouldn't. And besides, I don't think I'd make a very good guinea pig.
I'm not so sure of that. And since you aren't looking at me, I can say that deafness isn't the only thing I'd like to cure you
I
of,
beg your
Miss
pardon,
Blair.
did you say something?
I was saying, I don't think I'll wait for Dr. Will. Good night, Miss Blair.
Another cup of coffee, Mary?
Oh, thanks, Dr. Will.
By the way, you ran out on me last night.
No, not on you, on Emily Blair.
What happened?
Nothing. Just she still thinks of me as an immigrant kid from the wrong side of the river.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Emily's a wonderful girl.
Yeah, she's a tearing beauty, all right. At least she doesn't feel sorry for herself.
Do you think you could do something for her? I mean, if you had time.
And she wanted me to. I might. You know, I've never had a meningitis deafness. I think I'd like to try it.
My boy, I'm delighted.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I'd have to be in Pittsburgh at least once a week. I'd have to fly, and that costs money.
Oh, you leave that to me. I'll have my old office fixed into a nice little laboratory for you. We'll wire for everything you need, and I'll have Emily Blair here on Monday.
All right. But remember, I'm doing this for you and you alone.
I understand, my boy. Perfectly.
Won't you sit down, Miss Blair?
Thank you.
Emily didn't understand the other night how far you'd gone in your special field, Mary. I ought to have told her more about you.
Well, you certainly made up for it today, Dr. Will.
She's here because I believe if anyone can help her, you can. And, Mary, if Emily decides to take your treatment, we'd like to keep it a little secret.
But why?
Well, for one thing, Dr. Vance, my aunt wants me to go to see Caro in Montreal, and I don't want to. I want to stay home for a while. If your treatment should be successful, it would be a happy surprise for all of us. And if it isn't, well, it will save the others another disappointment.
I'm very hopeful. Very hopeful.
Oh, there's one thing, Miss Blair, before we go any further. If we start this, I want to be sure you'll see it through.
Just what does that mean?
The treatments involve injections twice a week, a special serum that I've developed.
How long will it last?
I haven't any idea.
Well, I mean, about how long? How long did it take with your other patients?
Well, that's no indication. None of them had meningitis, and not all of them are cured.
Oh. You haven't much faith yourself, have you?
No. You're not going to like the treatments. You're going to feel pretty sick after some of the injections. That's why I want your promise to stay with it until something's proved.
Would you tell me at once if you knew it was useless?
Well, of course. My time has a certain value, too, Miss Blair.
Very well, I promise. And Dr. Will seems to have enough faith for both of us anyway.
You know, it seems as though we're both doing this for Dr. Will. You know, it's a lucky break for us that deafness isn't one of those ailments where you have to like the doctor to be helped.
Or the doctor has to like his patient.
Yes. You can roll up your sleeve, Miss Blair.
Our stars, Loretta Young and Alan Ladd, will be back in just a moment with Act Two of And Now Tomorrow. Meanwhile, it sounds like gossip.
So I said to Mary, well, that's a catty remark. You'll have to admit Ellen has a mighty adoring husband.
Mary's just jealous of Ellen, that's all.
That's what I think. But all I said was, well, I hope when I get a husband, he looks at me the way Jim Taylor looks at Ellen.
I guess that did it.
Sounds as if Ellen were something of a glamour girl. Certainly her husband thinks she is. One thing's sure. Ellen's a girl who realizes the compelling charm of smooth, radiant skin. Yes, Ellen's a Lux girl. A girl who never takes chances with complexion loveliness. Here's her daily beauty care.
My Lux soap facials are easy and quick. I cover my face generously with the creamy active lather and work it well in. Then I rinse with warm water, splash on cold, and pat my face dry with a soft towel. This beauty care works for screen stars, and it works for me, too.
Active lather facials with Lux toilet soap really do make skin softer, smoother. No wonder this fine soap is the chosen beauty soap of 9 out of 10 famous screen stars. Lovely women everywhere. They'll tell you the extra creamy lather is like a caress on the skin. You'll agree it feels like smoothing beauty in. Recent tests showed actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time with this gentle daily care. Why don't you get some of this fine white complexion soap tomorrow? Here's Preston Sturgis and our stars.
Act 2 of A Now Tomorrow, starring Loretta Young as Emily Blair and Alan Ladd as Merrick Vance. For more than 2 months now, Merrick Vance has remained in Blairstown. And unknown to her family, Emily Blair comes to his improvised laboratory twice a week. Not even her fiancé, Jeff Stoughton, knows of her visits. But Jeff has other matters to keep his mind and his spare time occupied.
But what do you want me to tell her, Janice? Darling, our engagement was a mistake. While you were away, I fell in love with your sister.
Can't you? Then I'll tell Emily myself. I'm sick and tired of feeling like a thief just because I want something that belongs to me. You're not her property anymore.
If you tell Emily one single word now, you and I are through.
Jeff. Oh, Jeff, don't say such a thing.
I'm sorry, darling, but I had to make you understand.
Oh, Jeff. Jeff, put your arms around me.
Darling, we're in your house. Someone may come in.
I told you Aunt Martha went to Boston.
But Emily,
Haven't you noticed? Every Tuesday and Friday afternoon, she's gone. Wouldn't it be a laugh if she were double-crossing you?
Janice.
Oh, I just can't help being nasty. I can't stand this much longer. I can't.
Engagement to Miss Blair. This is the 22nd treatment. Your arm looks sore. Does it hurt?
Yes, a little.
More than little. But you're not afraid of pain, are you? Maybe you even like to suffer.
I don't know what gives you the right to say that, Doctor.
Why don't you marry the guy?
It seems to me you won't know more about my affairs than there's any need for.
Anything that affects your state of mind affects your health, and anything that affects your health is my business. I'm your doctor, remember?
Very well, Doctor. Since you insist upon my saying it, you ought to know how unfair it would be for me to marry Jeff the way things are.
Unfair to whom?
To him, of course. Who else is there?
You?
Really, Doctor, I just don't want to talk about it.
I'm sorry, Miss Blair. Same time Friday. Well, Miss Blair, only a half hour late. You're improving. Last time it was 40 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have walked too slowly.
Oh, that's all right. Just make yourself comfortable. I'll be back in a half hour.
You're going now?
Yes, just sit down and read a magazine. That is, if you care to wait.
You're not very polite this afternoon, are you?
About average for me, Miss Blair. About average.
But, Doctor, when you say a half an hour, you mean 30 minutes, don't you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have walked too slowly.
Now, it's kind of you to give me lessons in manners, Dr. Vance, in addition to all of your other kindnesses to me.
Oh, no one can teach you manners, Miss Blair. You know them all.
Now, look. It's been over 10 weeks since I've been coming to you. Do we always have to fight?
It isn't fair, is it? Especially when I have all the sharp weapons.
I have an appointment with my manicurist. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered to wait.
You know, it's funny. You came first because of Dr. Weeks. Today you're here because you have an appointment with your manicurist. But I'm not discouraged. Someday you're going to come here just because you want to get your hearing back.
Doctor, do you think you could stop back at the house later?
Frankly, Miss Blair, I doubt it.
I wouldn't think of bothering you if Dr. Weeks were here, but Carrie, our cook, has a terrible cold, and Aunt Martha suggested...
You can tell your Aunt Martha I'll be over after dinner. Now, if you'll step into the laboratory, we can... Look, we're all right, Miss Blair. Keep Carrie in bed the rest of the week and have this prescription filled right away.
Thank you, Doctor. You're sure you won't stay? A drink, perhaps?
Sorry, but I can't...
There's a phone call for you.
Oh, thank you, Miss Allen.
You can take it on extension there.
Thank you. Hello? Hello? Yes, it's Dr. Vance. Who? Peter Gallo. Yeah. What's the matter, Peter? Little boy? Yeah. Well, what's his temperature? Uh-huh. I'll be right over. Yes, right away. Goodbye. Oh, do you mind if I make a call on your taxi?
If it's urgent, why don't you take one of our cars?
Well, if you wouldn't mind, it's an emergency.
Of course. The sedan is in the garage. Dr. Vance.
Yes?
Let me go with you.
Why? What for?
Oh, just for the ride. Please, I'm just so bored stiff this evening.
You won't find it amusing where I'm going. Shantytown.
I'd still like to go.
All right, get your hat and coat.
How is he, Mrs. Gallup? What does the doctor say?
He isn't sure yet. He told me to wait out here.
You're Angeletta, aren't you? I'm Emily Blair. Don't you remember me? We went to school together.
You think I don't remember you? I remember you all right.
Well, if you'd rather, I'll wait outside in the car.
No, it doesn't matter.
Angeletta.
Yes.
He says it's mastoid.
Peter. Oh, no.
I haven't any choice, Angeletta. He's too far gone to risk taking him to a hospital. I'm going to operate here.
I told him, do what he thinks best.
I'll need all the hot water I can get, boiling hot.
I'll get it, Doctor.
Is there anything I can do?
Yes, plenty. I'll have to count on you to get the anesthetic. Think you can, Miss Blair?
I think I can.
If you start feeling faint, be sure to tell me. Don't wait too long.
No, I won't.
All right, then take that red stuff off your fingernails and start scrubbing your hands.
Can't you tell us? Doctor.
I think you'll be all right now, Angela. I think you'll be all right.
Doctor, how can I say thank you?
Forget it. He'll probably sleep now for hours. I'll be back in the morning. Be sure to take his temperature every hour. If it doesn't go down steadily, call me.
Yes, Doctor.
Excuse me, I'll go wash up.
Emily, I want to thank you for what you did. I won't forget it ever.
He's going to be all right. I know he is. Angela, it seems a long time since high school days, doesn't it? I'm sorry we haven't seen more of each other.
Why would we? I don't live in your world. You always had the best of everything. I think I hated you for that.
I always had the best of everything.
But now I think you're wonderful.
You ready, Miss Blair? I'll take you home.
Yes, Doctor, I'm ready. Do you mind if I keep the light on in the car?
Light? Why?
Because it's hard to see if it's dark and I can't tell if you're talking or not.
Feel like talking?
There's one thing I'd like to know. That little boy, what would have happened if you hadn't operated?
You would have died?
So quickly?
Kids die like that, Miss Blair.
Oh. I don't think I'll ever get over tonight. It must take great skill and courage to meet an emergency in a place like that.
In Shantytown? How'd you like it?
I didn't like it. And that lovely girl just worn out. I hated it.
You did pretty good, Miss Blair. Did you have any sensation of hearing just then?
Hearing? No. No, but it's funny you're asking me that. Because at times you're so easy to talk with that I'd almost forgotten I was deaf.
You know, it's a shame you weren't born poor.
Poor?
Mm-hmm. It's that easy rut of prosperity you were born into and you'll be stuck in if you marry that guy you're engaged to.
Now, I happen to love Jeff Stoughton, and the only kind of life I want is the kind that we'll have together, whether you approve or not.
Okay, if that's what you want, I hope you get it. How about stopping for a cup of coffee?
Yes, I'd like it very much, Doctor.
I have a first name if you feel like using it.
Well, that's very kind of you, but I don't think it would be professional now that I'm your anesthetist.
Okay, baby. That's another round for you.
Did you say something?
Huh? Oh, no. Well, you're home, Miss Blair. What time is it?
About 12:30.
Oh. What's Mr. Jeff Stoughton going to say about this?
Why, nothing, of course. You're driving past the garage, Doctor.
I'll let you out of the house. I can put the car away.
Thank you. Oh, wait a minute.
What?
The garage, there's a light on in the upper window.
Well, shouldn't there be?
No. No, would you mind turning it out?
Oh, not at all.
Down there in the drive.
Emily and Dr. Van.
Oh, we were fools to come up here at all.
We've done nothing wrong. There has to be some place where we can talk alone. Oh, look, he...
Keep quiet.
Jeff, he's coming up the stairs.
For Pete's sake.
Oh.
Oh, Jeff, he'll tell Emily.
No, he won't tell Emily anything.
Well, I hope he does. I want him to tell her.
Doctors don't tell other people's secrets.
Everything all right, Doctor? Wait.
Yes, Miss Blair. Everything's all right.
Don't you ever leave this laboratory, Merrick?
Hello, Dr. Will. What have you got there? The auditory nerve of a rabbit. You want to take a look?
Looks like regenerating tissue to me.
It is. 3 weeks ago, I started injections of serum. The rabbit had been stone deaf.
The same serum you've been using?
No, something new I'm working on. But I haven't got it yet. The rabbit died.
I see.
You cured the disease, but killed the rabbit. Mary, what about Emily? Do I really have to go to the Blairs for dinner? It's Thanksgiving. They're expecting you. But you haven't answered my question. You know, if there was anything to tell, I'd tell you. By the way, I have a letter from Dr. Thoreau in Montreal. He wants to know more about my serum. That's a great compliment, Mary. Aunt Martha's set on having Emily see Thoreau. I'm afraid we can't postpone it much longer. Why don't you say what you mean, Doctor? Do I have to? No. No, I guess you don't. I know I haven't been able to help her. Dinner at the Blairs at 4 o'clock, you said. I'll meet you.
Oh, good afternoon, Dr. Vance.
Am I too early?
No, the others are having cocktails in the house. Shall we go in?
Oh, there's something I'd like to tell you first.
Yes?
You know, there's no place as beautiful as New England in November. And nothing suits this background more perfectly than you do. You're just the right color, just the right touch of frost.
Is that what you wanted to say to me?
No. It's been almost 5 months since we started this treatment. And you made a promise then to stay with it until something was proved.
It wasn't too difficult.
I made a promise, too.
Yes. Yes, you promised to tell me if you knew the treatment wouldn't help me.
Do you consider 5 months very long?
Very long, Doctor, when you count every day of them and wait and hope. You know, at first I didn't have any faith in you. I didn't even like you. And then after that night when you operated on the Gallo child, What is it you're trying to tell me, Doctor? Another failure?
I don't want to give up. But you have a perfect right to know the prospects aren't too bright.
Oh, I guess I should have suspected it. Well, there's always Dr. Carroll in Montreal.
No, there isn't.
Did you say something?
I said no, there isn't.
No, there isn't what?
Dr. Carroll regards the meningitis tetanus as incurable. I wrote and asked him. But I could have told you a month ago that I wasn't getting anywhere. That wasn't any too honest, was it?
No, not if you were sure.
There's no such word as sure. I didn't tell you because, well, I just didn't want to go back to Pittsburgh.
I thought you liked Pittsburgh.
There's no Emily Blair there.
What did you say?
I said there's no Emily Blair in Pittsburgh.
Oh, I see. You can't cure me, so by way of compensation, you're willing to make love to me.
Who are you that a man can't make love to?
It's
an ivory palace or something?
Good taste, Doctor, to keep it to yourself.
Well, I never learned your kind of good taste, so I can finish what I was going to say. You're engaged to a man named Jeff Stoughton, but you won't marry him. Why? Because you're deaf? It wouldn't make any difference to me.
You think it does to him?
Well, whether it does or not, he won't go on waiting forever, even though he is a Pennsylvania Stoughton.
No one in my entire life has ever dared to speak to me like this, Doctor. No.
Why don't you try acting like a human being for a change? Pride isn't enough for even you to live on.
Have you quite finished, Doctor?
Yes. Maybe I've said it all wrong, but at least I've said it.
Then perhaps we'd better go into the house.
Well, here they are. From there.
Hello. Just in time for a drink.
Cocktail, Emily?
No, thank you.
Doctor?
Thank you.
Jeff, there's something I want to say to you, to everyone. I have a confession to make.
A confession, dear.
I'm serious, Aunt Martha. For the past 5 months, Dr. Vance has been trying to cure me with a special serum that he discovered. That's why I've avoided going to Montreal.
Emily, at least you might have told me.
I didn't want to tell anyone. And anyway, it doesn't make any difference because Dr. Vance's treatment didn't work.
I'm responsible for the whole thing. Mary didn't want to do it. Emily...
That's the funniest thing I ever heard. Fancy Emily going to this handsome young doctor on the fly.
Janice, behave. Please, I haven't finished. Dr. Carroll can't cure me either. Dr. Vance had a letter from him. Now, apparently, no one can cure me. Jeff, I'm going to be deaf all the rest of my life.
Oh, Emily, no.
For the past 2 years, I've been indulging myself in a very selfish attitude. I've been asking you to wait and not giving you any idea of how long you'd have to wait. Well, too proud or something to see it for myself. Jeff, if you still want it that way, I'll marry you just as soon as you like.
I've always wanted it just that way, Emily.
Oh, Jeff. I hoped you'd say that. Then we'll have our Christmas wedding after all. Even if I can't hear the wedding march.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a minute, we'll bring you the third act of And Now Tomorrow, starring Alan Ladd and Loretta Young. And now, a dance for some homecoming soldiers. May I?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, this is wonderful. Say, you walk like a dream.
I've got a good partner, soldier.
No kidding. I knew you'd be like this to dance with. Light as a feather, and gosh, you're mighty sweet, too. A man means many nice things when he says a girl is sweet, but this he's sure to mean. She's feminine, appealing, lovely to be near. And clever girls realize the very definite appeal of skin that's fragrant, sweet. Here's what a famous and beautiful screen star, Ann Baxter, has to say about it.
There's no charm more important than perfect, exquisite daintiness. No girl should ever neglect it.
And this is Ann Baxter's tip on how to make daintiness sure.
A daily beauty bath with my complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, leaves skin really fresh and sweet. And I love the delicate fragrance a Lux Soap bath leaves on my skin.
Why not use Lux Toilet Soap as your daily bath soap, too? It's luxurious, yet very inexpensive. Each smooth white cake is hard milled. You'll find Lux Toilet Soap doesn't get mushy or soft. Can be used to the last thin sliver. Get some of this fragrant white beauty soap tomorrow. Here's Preston Sturgis, our guest producer.
After this final act, our stars have an important message for you. Now our curtain rises on the third act of And Now Tomorrow, starring Alan Ladd as Merrick Vance and Loretta Young as Emily Blair. It's 2 days before Emily's wedding to Jeff Stoughton. In the home of Dr. Weeks, Merrick Vance is getting ready to return to Pittsburgh. He has hurried to completion the last experiment with his new serum. Excitedly, he's called for Dr. Weeks to see the results.
All right, Dr. Will, hit the tuning fork and watch the rabbit. He jumped. Sure he jumped. It scared him. Last week, his rabbit was dead. He's had 5 shots, very small ones, but he's cured. Really? A complete cure? Yeah, but on a rabbit. I'll have to go back to Pittsburgh to really test it. It'll have to be on human beings, volunteers. When are you leaving? Tomorrow? Then I'll see you after I get back from the rehearsal. Rehearsal? Yes. At the church. I'm to give the bride away. Oh. I'll be sure to give her my congratulations.
Thanks for the lift home, Dr. Will. Tell me, how did rehearsal really go? Was the music right?
My dear, everything was perfect.
Doctor, did you notice Janice? She seemed, upset.
I think moved would be the better word. By the way, where is she?
She and Jeff should be along any minute. Now, what's the mystery? You said you wanted to see me alone.
Yes. It's about Merrick Vance. He's developed a new serum. He's been treating a rabbit deaf from birth.
Yes?
Good day, it could hear. Merrick's going back to Pittsburgh tomorrow. More tests and then experiments on human patients.
That'll take a long time, won't it?
A long time. Can't fool around with serums, you know.
No, of course not.
Now, you run along to bed. Good night, Emily.
Good night, Dr. Will.
Miss Blair.
I know it's late, but I've got to speak to you.
Well, sure. Come on in.
Dr. Will told me tonight about your new cure.
Sure. I have no cure. A rabbit isn't a human being.
No, of course not, but it might mean that a human being could be cured, too.
I don't know that. There's still lots of work to be done, finding out if what'll work on a rabbit will work on people.
What people?
Volunteers, charity patients back in Pittsburgh.
You don't have to go to Pittsburgh, Dr. Vance. I want to volunteer.
And the answer is no.
Well, I don't see why. Those people at the clinic, are they any better for your purpose? Do they want the hearing back more than I do?
Now, look, Miss Blair, I've tried to tell you that
I know that you have to test the serum. Well, then test it on me. Oh, look, Dr. Vance. Do you remember that first night you came to our house? I told you I didn't think I'd make a very good guinea pig. Well, I was wrong. I'd make a fine guinea pig.
Emily Blair, no better than a charity patient? You have changed, haven't you?
Oh, what does it matter?
Well, it matters to me because I've changed, too. I can't experiment on you any longer. I tried to tell you that Thanksgiving Day, but you shut me up.
You did something else that day, Dr. Vance. You took away my hope. And with no hope of hearing, I committed myself to marrying Jeff as I am. Incomplete.
Well, you love him, don't you? Isn't that enough?
It needn't be. When Dr. Will told me what you've been doing, that hope was reborn again. I know now that I can't live without it.
Well, you can and you will. Not going to let you hope again.
But you can't stop working. I'll be hoping.
You won't give up, will you?
Will you?
No, I guess not. As long as you're deaf, I'll go on working until I can give you the only thing you want from me.
Oh, don't make me wait till then. Start now.
Now?
Yes.
You know, don't you, that it's...
I might die.
No, it may easily fail again.
I'm not afraid. Oh, Jeff has waited for me now for a little longer.
You want to take a second to prepare the shot? Sit down, will you? The immediate injection will feel like the others. Almost at once. That's better. Down.
Oh, hello, Dr. Will.
It's continuing.
That's right, the Vance.
A good doctor is never put his patient, is he, Mary? That's right. And you
choose to. I insisted that he give it...
It's untested. It's dangerous. Emily's... See, I'm talking a language that neither of you want to understand. I'm taking you home, Emily. Emily, are you... What's the matter? Dr. Will.
You fool.
Help me get her to the couch, then get my car. Dr. Will, pulse is regular. She's still unconscious. She's going to live. Yes, she'll live. No thanks to you. Well, I can leave now. But I had to know. Yes, of course. What time is it? 7:10. Just time for you to make the 8 o'clock train. Just.
Dr. Will. Dr. Will.
You're home in bed, Emily. You're all right. Everything's all right.
Dr. Van?
He's not here.
He'll come soon.
He's on the train to Pittsburgh, my dear.
He went away?
Not until he knew you were all right.
I see. What happened to me?
The injection, it produced a sort of shock. You had us worried.
But why? Why did he go away?
We'll talk about it later. Try to rest.
Nurse, what time is it?
Oh, good morning, Miss Blair. It's 8 o'clock. I was about to get you some breakfast. And then Dr. Weeks wants to see you.
It's so gloomy in here.
I'll pull the drapes. Won't matter much, though. A real nasty day. Rained all night, and now it's turned to sleet.
Fine day to be sick.
Well, I started a fire in the fireplace. That should cheer you up. Anything you want before I bring your tray?
No. No, thank you.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
What is... I can hear. What can't be? No, it can't.
A real nasty day. Rained all night, and now it's turned to sleet.
Sleet against the window. I can hear it.
I've started a fire in the fireplace. That should cheer you up.
The crackling of the logs, the sound of the flame. My own voice. It's true. True, I can hear. No!
Emily, dear, what is it?
Dr. Will.
You were calling?
Dr. Will. Say something to me.
But you'll have to look at me, Emily.
But you'll have to look at me, Emily.
Why, I can hardly believe it.
Go on, say something else. I'll keep my head turned.
Emily, tomorrow would be your wedding day if you were well enough.
Emily, tomorrow will be your wedding day if you were well enough.
It's a miracle.
I know it. Oh, to be able to hear again. To hear voices, to hear footsteps. Janice.
Emily, darling, how do you feel?
Oh, Janice, I've never felt better in my whole life.
Shall I tell her, Emily?
No. Janice, turn away from me.
What in the
Go on, so I can only see your back.
Well, all right, but this is silly.
No, it isn't silly.
Emily, you heard me.
Yes, I heard you. I can hear.
I'll get in, Martha. She should know it was.
Oh, no. I want to tell her myself. Where's Jeff?
He'll be here soon, dear.
I want to see Jeff's face. Oh, Dr. Will. Dr. Vance. Oh, I wish he'd waited.
So do I, my dear.
He should have been the first to know.
Oh, no, darling. Jeff should be the first. You don't know what this is going to mean to him. Almost as much as it means to you. And to me, darling. To me.
Hello, Janice. How's Emily?
She's waiting for you, Jeff.
In her room?
Yes, I'll go on up with you.
How is she, Janice?
She's fine. Never better.
What?
She's better than she's been for years.
Well, if that's so, we won't have to postpone the wedding.
Are you really going through with it, Jeff?
Of course I am. What else can I do?
A man of honor, aren't you? Keep your promise.
That's the way things are. You'll have to accept them just as I have.
I see. She's dead, so you can't let her down.
That's the way I feel.
Here's the door. We might as well go in. Jeff, before we go in, I want to be sure of one thing.
Yes, Janice?
You do love me, don't you, Jeff?
Janice, please.
You aren't afraid that she can hear you, are you? After all, she can only hear you when she's looking at you.
Yes, of course.
Then say it. Do you love me?
You know I do, Janice.
Thanks, Jeff. You'd better go in now. Emily has something to say to you.
Aren't you coming in?
I think now she'd rather see you alone.
Janice, please. Come in.
Hello, Emily. You're looking wonderful.
Well, Jeff. So you love Janice?
What do you mean?
I think it's simple enough. I heard you.
You heard me?
Yes.
You can hear?
She can hear, Jeff. There's no reason now why you shouldn't tell her.
Yes, I think you'd better tell me, Jeff.
Emily, I'd rather do anything than hurt you.
Even marry me?
Emily.
Now, look, Jeff. Will it help you if I tell you I'm not going to ask you to choose between Janice and me?
I have no apologies, Emily. You were away a great deal, and we fell in love with each other.
Janice, what about you? Do you love Jeff?
Yes, Emily. I love him.
Oh, I see. Janice, sit down. Jeff, you sit down, too, both of you. Oh, poor Jeff. You haven't been happy, have you, you and Janice?
No, we haven't. Meeting out in country roads and cars over the garage.
Over the garage?
Yes, it was the only place we could talk alone.
Why, that's strange. One night I came home with Dr. Vance and I saw a light in the window. He went upstairs to turn it out.
We were there. Janice and I.
He saw us.
He saw you?
Yes.
Well, that's funny. He didn't even mention it. And then on the terrace on Thanksgiving Day, he practically challenged me to marry you, Jeff. I wonder why he thought that was such a good idea. I think I'll have to ask him the next time I see him.
Pittsburgh Emergency Clinic, good morning. Just a minute, please. Pittsburgh Emergency. Yes, he's right here. Who? Just a minute, please. Oh, Dr. Vance.
Yes?
There's a call for you. You can take it there at the desk.
Oh, yes, thanks. Hello.
This is Miss Blair, Dr. Vance.
Oh, hello, Miss Blair. How are you?
Just fine, thanks.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I suppose today's the day for good wishes.
Oh, no more so than any other day.
Well, you are being married, aren't you?
Not that I know of. And by the way, Dr. Vance, you have a lovely voice. You see, this is the first time I've heard it.
Hey. You can hear. You're telephoning. The serum, it worked. You can hear. Hey. Hello, operator. So somebody cut me off.
Cut you off?
Yeah, I was talking to Massachusetts.
Good morning, Dr. Vance. Good morning.
Miss Blair. Emily. You phoned from here.
I was talking to you on the house phone just across the hall.
Hey, quick into my office right this way. You can hear.
Yes?
It worked.
Yes, it worked.
Come here.
What?
Did I hear you say you weren't getting married?
No, I'm not, thanks to you.
Thanks to me.
Well, in the first place, thanks to you, I have my hearing back. But more than that, my eyes are open, too.
Oh, you mean about Stoughton and your sister?
Well, yes, that, but more. That's why I came to Pittsburgh. To start repaying you.
Repaying me for what?
Oh, I don't mean in money. But once you said you wished I had been born poor. Well, I find myself wishing that, too, because now I know what you meant. I would have been useful. I would have learned how to work. Perhaps I began being useful when I started being a guinea pig.
And perhaps now I can continue by being an exhibit for you. Until you help me to learn other useful things.
There was something else I said to you, remember?
What?
I said there was no Emily Blair in Pittsburgh.
Well, there is now.
To stay?
Yes.
What about Blairstown and all you left there?
Oh, that was yesterday, darling. And now tomorrow.
Well-earned applause for tonight's stars, Loretta Young and Alan Ladd, who come to the Footlights to receive our thanks.
Oh, and thank you, Preston. It was a pleasure to be back here again with Alan and to work with such a fine cast.
I'd better warn you both that the autograph hounds are lined up at our stage door.
Oh.
Well, Preston, we've been collecting autographs ourselves these last few days.
You and Loretta collecting autographs? What kind?
Well, the kind that make you feel humble when you read their names. Will Rogers, for example. Wallace Reed. And Carol Lombard.
Where do you pick up autographs like theirs?
Oh, a few blocks from here. At a booth outside of Paramount Studios.
They cut the signatures off canceled paychecks that the studios saved from years back. And you can take your pick with every war bond that you buy.
And that's one way of adding attraction to the best investment in the world.
Well, that's right, Preston. But you don't really need premiums to urge you to buy war bonds.
Where can you do better than $4 for 3?
I can understand why you two have a personal interest in this 7th war loan. Alan having served in uniform, and you, Loretta, with a husband in the Army.
Oh, I don't think Alan and I have any more vital interest in this drive than every other American, Preston.
Yes, it's just hard sometimes, I think, for any one individual to realize what his purchase means.
Right, Alan. So let's look at it this way. If everyone in our Lux audience, for instance, bought just one $25 bond, it would come to a total of $750 million.
And that's a lot of hay in any language, especially in Japanese.
Right. And if our audience were to buy a $100 bond apiece, we'd have a fighting total of $3 billion good American dollars, enough to build 40 aircraft carriers and send them against the Japs with 4,000 planes aboard.
That's quite a challenge to your audience, Preston. I hope they'll have acted on it before we meet again next week.
What play do you have for next week, Press?
Next Monday night, we take you to the bluegrass country with a story of romance and racing from the 20th Century Fox success, Kentucky. And our stars are Laraine Day, Walter Brennan, and Tom Drake. A family feud that clashes with a warm and moving love. And the color and excitement of the racetrack give you one of the screen's most powerful and gripping dramas.
Well, we'll be looking forward to it, Preston. And good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thanks from all of us. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Laraine Day, Walter Brennan, and Tom Drake in Kentucky. This is Preston Sturgis saying good night from Hollywood.
This week, buy a poppy and wear it as a tribute to the men who sacrificed for you in this war and the last. The money you give goes to help disabled veterans and their families. Buying a poppy is the best way of saying thank you. And Now Tomorrow was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current picture is the Hal Wallace production of The Affairs of Susan, starring Joan Fontaine and George Brent. Loretta Young will soon be seen in the international picture, Along Came Jones. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Kentucky with Laraine Day, Walter Brennan, and Tom Drake.
Short on points? Short on sugar? Then don't risk precious ingredients. Switch to the Spry way, the sure way to baking and frying success. Get light, velvet-rich cakes, tender, flaky pastry, golden, digestible fried foods with Spry. That's pure all-vegetable shortening at its creamy best. S-P-R-Y, Spry. Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Kentucky with Laraine Day, Walter Brennan, and Tom Drake. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You know, it's not a bad idea.
What?
Making a girl. Actually making a girl.
This is Wyatt and Gary. I'd give her warm digis mammary glands. Something's about to change their world. Something out of this world.
She's alive! Alive!
What would you little maniacs like to do first?
It's all in the name of science. Weird science.
If you want to be a party animal, you have to learn to live in the jungle.
Not us. Not here. No way.
She is turning their lives,
Trust me for once, will you?
What is going on?
Gary, I don't know. I don't know.
their minds, and their house upside down.
It's seriously affecting your sex life.
It's completely unnatural.
Do you realize it's snowing in my room?
Totally unbelievable.
What's going on?
And definitely weird.
Hi, dudes.
They went from zeros to heroes in one fantastic weekend.
I'm so good.
Universal Pictures presents a John Hughes film, Weird Science.
It's purely sexual.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, where the nighttime explodes into the canyon streets like some passion, screaming to be rid of the day. And the night is a backdrop for a million fragments. Neon and roar and melting shapes and shocks and the clots of crowd. It's a fury that sweeps you up and holds you close, then throws you in the gutter of your own choice. It's Broadway, My Beat. At 2 o'clock in the a.m., Broadway is laughing itself to death. It's a time for doing either one of two things. You nod to the bartender for another one, or you buy the papers and go home. Me, I bought the papers, but I didn't go home. Back to headquarters and write out a report on a visiting convention delegate with a wayward buzzer. It had to be done. I owed it to the taxpayers, because the taxpayers had supplied me with a sergeant named Tartaglia.
Them convention delegates never give up, do they, Danny?
Nope, they never do.
You know, I never forget what happened 3 years ago, the time I went to a convention.
Tell me later. Answer the phone.
Yeah, Danny. Sergeant Tartaglia speaking. What? Wait a minute, I can't understand you, lady.
Well,
What?
What is it?
Some dame on the phone, laughing, crying all at once. I can't make out heads or tails.
Well, let me have it.
Yeah, here.
Danny Clover speaking.
I'll be dead. I'll be dead.
Who is this?
Dead. Oh, hurry, please. Please, hurry, please.
Well, pull yourself together. I can't understand what you're trying to say.
All right, I'm trying. You see, I'm trying.
Well, sure you are. Now, talk to me.
Tori Jones, that's my name.
Tori Jones. Good. Talk slowly.
Yes.
Tell me where you live, Miss Jones.
In the village. Greenwich Village, 1112 Bank Street. Please.
Don't say it again, Miss Jones. I'll be right there.
Go away.
Let me in, Miss Jones. It's Danny Clover of the police.
Police. Why would anyone call the police? Did someone call the police?
You did, Miss Jones.
What? What did you say?
You phoned me and said you were in trouble, remember?
Dad? I don't remember doing that. Get out of here! Get out of here!
Easy, Miss Jones, easy. All you need to know is that I've come to help you. Do you hear me? Do you hear me, Miss Jones?
Why do you do that?
I didn't mean to be rough.
I didn't mean that. I mean, why do you call me Miss Jones?
Aren't you Tori Jones?
No, I'm in there. The beautiful Tori Jones. The girl most likely. She's in there. Behind that door. Oh, I want her now.
Her body hung from a tarnished light fixture with all its bulbs blazing down on her golden hair. And the thing that held her suspended and moved her like a puppet in a slow waltz-like circle was a scarlet sash of silk wound once, twice, 3 times about her throat. A draft from an open window somewhere ruffled her dress. And it was a dance you watched, a slow, dignified, stately dance to the rhythm beat of horror. And on her face was the terrifying smirk of the violent dead.
She's in there, isn't she? I didn't make it up. I didn't dream it. Tell me she's in there, policeman.
When did you find her like that?
A minute, a year, 100 years before you came. I just got home from a date, and he kissed me at the door. I went in and called to Tori. She didn't answer. And I went into the bedroom to see if she was asleep. She wasn't. She was like that. Like that, with that horrible smile.
You live here, then?
I'm her roommate. Tori's roommate. I'm the plain one, Beth Stafford, the plain one.
Tori called me about 15 minutes before I got here. Was she with anyone? Pull yourself together. Was she with anyone tonight? Can you tell me that?
I don't know. Leave me alone. I don't know. I think she had a date. Tori always had dates. Every night of her life was a date.
Where's she from? Who are her people?
I never asked her. All we knew about each other is what happened to us in this room. The phone calls, the meals, the screaming you hold in.
Where did she work?
At Sterling Incorporated. She was a dress model there.
Sterling Incorporated, huh? Okay. I'll want you to stay here, Beth. You won't go away.
All right.
I could send a doctor. Do you want me to do that?
I'll be all right. Just get rid of that. And I'll be all right. Mr. Clover,
Yes?
girls like Tori always end like that. Don't they? Don't they, Mr. Clover?
You can call it an advantage that a policeman has. He doesn't have to wake up from a nightmare and scream. He nuzzles the pillow and knows that the dream of a lovely girl hanging by silk from a light chandelier is only a projection of his workaday life. Yeah, it's quite an advantage. When he gets up the next morning, he gets dressed, has breakfast, and goes to work trying to find out who made him have a dream like that. And in the morning, the world of Sterling Incorporated, manufacturers of ladies' dresswear, was simply sterling efficient. The long lines of cutting tables, sewing machines, and the faces that went with them. Faces that wouldn't get weary until another hour or so. The face of the office force goes with the company's product. It sees your badge, bites its lip, and announces you into the office of Lionel Conrad. He owns the joint.
All of it, Mr. Clover. And just think, 20 years ago, I was peddling elastic bands on Broadway.
Yeah, that's...
Horatio stuff, eh? That's what you were going to say, Horatio. Still read the stuff. Finest literature a man can lay his hands on. Smoke? Cigar?
No, I just...
But you won't refuse a gumdrop now, will you? Here, have one. Been eating them since I first read that Ned, the fun-loving rover boy, always nibbled them before a big game. Go ahead, have one.
No, thanks.
You wanted to see me about something, Mr. Clover?
Yes, about Tori Jones.
Tori Jones? Lovely name. Lovely model. Was. The girl was murdered. Read it in the morning papers. Pardon me. Lionel Conrad speaking. Yes, dear. Yes. But you know you have trouble getting into a size 42. All right, I'll bring it home with me. Goodbye, dear. My wife, Mr. Clover.
We were talking about Tori Jones.
I don't know anything about her, Mr. Clover, except she modeled our clothes. That's the extent of my information. Our designer sketches the dresses. We make them. Models like Tori model them.
Well, I got my tip, Lionel. See you later.
Second, Martin, I want you to
No
meet...
time for a salesman. I'm late now.
Who was the racket man?
My shop manager, Martin Driscoll.
Oh.
Only he don't spend a lot of time in the shop. I gotta talk to him about that. It worries me.
You got worries?
Plenty. Somebody's stealing my designs, Mr. Clover. Somebody's stealing exclusives and peddling them to two-bit mass production dressmakers.
Yeah? How could that be done?
I wish I knew. Ira makes the sketches. I okay them. They turn up in basement stores at $12.95 per line.
Who's this Ira that sketches?
Ira Getz, my designer.
Uh-huh. Where do I find him?
In the village. That's where his studio is. You'll get the address from the girl at the desk. Will there be anything else, Mr. Clover?
Nothing. Thanks a lot.
For what?
I don't know. Maybe a motive for murder? At the Greenwich Village studio of Ira Getz, a tired Venus in homespun linen, emerald toenail polish, and long chains of Indian silver that jingled, jangled, jingled, lifted a turquoise-studded hand, strangled a yawn, and in pure green print, told me Ira was having lunch at the Flamingo Cafeteria, only a pearl's throw away. She fell asleep while she was talking, so all I had left was the Flamingo Cafeteria. The Flamingo, 7th Avenue's haughty answer to the left bank. The delicate poets eating chopped herring like it was snails and wine. The girl athletes lobbing Freud and insults across their littered trays. And the fellow who's learning French off a phonograph record.
You are looking for someone or something, mon ami?
A man named Ira Getz. You know him?
Do I know him, the gallant asks. Of course I know him. Who doesn't know Ira? He's working. Il travaille.
Where is he?
Over there, mon ami, at that table near the wall, surrounded by his usual coterie of sycophants.
Oh, thanks.
Il n'y a pas de quoi. Oh, I said it, Stephen, I said it.
It's abysmal what Dolly is trying to do. Can you imagine acting like that about Picasso? Oh, that's great.
Pardon me, are you Ira Getz?
Don't interrupt while I'm talking. Dolly, stunning craftsman, but by what right?
I'm Danny
does he
Clover of the
presume-
police, Mr. Getz. Maybe you want to talk to me, huh?
Police?
Fair weather sycophants, Mr. Getz. They needn't have left on my account.
Maybe it's because we have nothing in common with the police. Nothing to talk about,
Tori Jones, we could make conversation about her, couldn't we, if we tried?
All I know about Tori is that I sketched her in things I created.
This creating, it pays well?
Well enough. What are you getting at?
Your boss tells me your designs are being stolen. Does that bother you?
As long as I get paid a living wage, nothing bothers me. Isn't that how it is all over?
You could add to your income by selling your drawings twice to a competitor of Sterling Incorporated. Tori could have found out about it, and you could have...
Murdered her? I don't think so. No. Converse some more, Mr. Clover.
Were you ever out with Tori?
No. It can be checked, Mr. Clover, was it?
Who passes in your drawings at Sterling? Lionel Conrad?
No, Martin Driscoll does that. As a matter of fact, I gave him my spring collection only a little while ago.
Oh? Where is he now?
Philadelphia, probably. Business trip. Don't look so sad, Mr. Clover. He'll be back in time to dress for the opera tonight. Anything else?
No. Tell your coterie to come back, Ira. They'll love it. Now you're a martyr. It became a matter of routine. I grabbed a loose detective named Muggavan and gave him a detailed description of Martin Driscoll, planted him at Penn Station, and had him check all the incoming trains from Philadelphia. Muggavan was conscientious. He called in every 40 minutes with no word. He got sadder all the time. But at 5:40, there was a lilt to his voice. Driscoll was back in New York. In fact, he was in his apartment, and Muggavan was waiting outside. In 10 minutes, I was outside, too.
Hi, Danny.
Hi, is he still upstairs, Muggavan?
No, that's him getting in that cab over there. The guy in a top hat, white gloves, and tails.
Well, he's a little early for the opera. Mr. Driscoll! Mr. Driscoll!
He didn't hear you, Danny.
Maybe not. Thanks, Muggavan. Go home. I could have stopped him with my siren. I could have, but I didn't. If Mr. Driscoll were going to the opera, he was going too early, and he was going by way of the third act overture. His cab headed downtown and east toward Greenwich Village, so I followed. It swung into 8th Street. Me too. Then it stopped in front of the studio of one Ira Getz. I passed it, parked a half block further down, and waited. A 2-minute wait, enough time for Driscoll and Getz to have a long handshake. Then I entered the doorway of the apartment house. It was that 2-minute wait that ruined everything. The shots came from Getz's apartment. When I got to the door, all I could hear was a lot of pain.
I'm hurt.
Yeah. Not too bad.
Help me.
What happened?
I don't know. Ira and I were talking, and someone... See, through that open window. Somebody shot through.
Yeah. Where's Ira Getz?
There, at the piano. There. Aren't you going to call an ambulance for me? For Ira? We need help.
Not Ira. Not anymore. He's dead.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. There's $55,000 waiting in Sing It Again's jackpot this week. The current Phantom's proving a real hard-to-get guy. And $30,000 in wonderful prizes awaits the CBS listener who can identify him. Be around listening hard when Sing It Again comes your way again tonight on most of these same CBS stations. Dan Seymour may call you.
There's this about Broadway. It wants everything neat and in place. A word misspelled on a spectacular can stop traffic. A girl with a run in her nylons, likewise. The scream of the loudspeakers has to be adjusted, just so. And the deep, anguished weeping in a darkened doorway, not too much. Even death and violence have to meet Broadway standards. Broadway weighed the death by hanging of a golden girl named Tori Jones, balanced it against death by bullets of a designer named Ira Getz. Found they measured up and gave it its seal of approval. Artist and model murdered. Grade AA. The wounding of a man named Martin Driscoll, that was okay, too. Broadway waited outside the emergency hospital to see how it came out. I waited inside for the same reason.
You're a lucky, lucky man, Mr. Driscoll. It's only a flesh wound. A little more to the left, you'd be a dead duck, as we say in the profession.
Very amusing, Doctor.
Now, this may hurt. Just grit your teeth or something. Brave fellow. Now we're almost at the finish line. A little washing, some bandages, a few kind words.
Is it all right if I talk to Driscoll while you're doing all that, Dr. Sinsky?
Oh, of course. It's all right with him. It's all right with me.
Why did you go back to Getz instead of going to the opera, Mr. Driscoll?
I should think you'd be more interested in who it was tried to murder me.
Spunk. That's what Mr. Driscoll has, Danny. Spunk. Oh, he'll recover all right. He will.
We all know you've been wounded, Mr. Driscoll, but answer the question anyway, huh? Why did you go back to Getz?
Well, there was something about his drawings that needed correcting.
You didn't have the drawings with you.
No, but Getz would know what I was talking about. The mutual understanding of co-workers, Mr. Clover.
Exactly what happened before the shots?
I think I told you that.
Tell me again.
I rang Ira's bell. He came to the door. We talked about the drawings. I heard a shot, several shots. I had this sudden, terrible pain in my side. And then you were standing over me. That's all that happened, Mr. Clover.
Why should anyone want to murder you?
A man makes enemies, Mr. Clover. Enemies he doesn't realize he's making. Some, I suppose, want to kill you.
And Ira Getz. Why should someone want him dead?
That I would hardly know, Mr. Clover.
Yeah. The doctor.
Yeah, Danny?
You'll take good care of Mr. Driscoll.
Of course. How else would
You'd
I...
prescribe a good rest at home, wouldn't you, Doctor? So a person would know where to find him? Wouldn't you prescribe that, Doctor? Confusing, huh, Tartaglia?
It's a cookie.
A what?
What I'm holding under your nose, a cookie. Mrs. Tartaglia whipped them up on her mixmaster. A bagful. Have some, Danny.
Everybody offers big goodies. Oh, yeah, thanks, Tartaglia. Real good.
Danny, now that you have indulged yourself with Mrs. Tartaglia's confections, I myself have something to brighten up your otherwise drab day.
Another cookie, Tartaglia? Just put the bag on the desk.
Yeah, Danny. It's about the gun.
Well, tell me about the gun.
The gun which did in one Ira Getz was found in the bed. The bed of frozen geraniums, Danny, which was underground beneath said Ira Getz studio.
Go ahead.
The bullet, which also grazed the side of Martin Driscoll and was recovered from the woodwork, also was fired from said gun.
Mm-hmm.
Conclusion. The hand behind the gun that pulled the trigger that shot Ira Getz was also the hand behind the gun that pulled the trigger that nicked Martin Driscoll.
Well, get off the dime, Tartaglia. What about prints?
No prints. White clean.
Okay. Guns registry. Tell me about that.
Foreign make. Probably a war souvenir.
So?
So, if it was war loot that was registered, we'll trace it. Well, like we're trying to do now.
Was that all?
That's all, Danny. That's the news from me to you.
Great. You did a fine job on my otherwise drab day. Give me a squad car, Tartaglia.
Yeah. Can I have my cookies now?
Well, didn't you hear me? Give me a squad car. You drive slowly back to Greenwich Village. Slowly, because you want to think. But the images of violence dance in your brain, and you can't think. You breathe a sharp December wind, and it cuts a pain in your lungs, and it brings you back. And you know that violence walks the streets of the city. And the shape of violence is weird and grotesque. Stolen designs. A man lying near a piano and the blood flowing out of him. A girl with a scarlet sash deep in the flesh of her throat. And finally you're there to talk to a hysterical girl. And you hope the hysteria is gone because something has to make sense.
It's good to have someone to talk to, Mr. Clover. I haven't talked to anyone since Tori.
How are you, Beth? Are you all right?
Sure, I'm all right.
I want to ask you some questions, Beth. Try to answer them as simply as you can.
Don't I always, Mr. Clover? I even did the night. What questions?
You knew Tori maybe better than anyone else.
It's the way I knew her, Mr. Clover.
Who would want to kill her?
I can tell you that. I wanted to kill her. Over and over. How many times I've wanted to do that. Over and over.
Why, Beth?
Look at me, Mr. Clover. Look at me. Isn't it plain? Isn't it?
Go on, Beth. Let it spill out, all of it.
Everything I ever wanted, she had. It's like in the movies, isn't it? The Princess and the Ugly Duckling. Clothes, presents, men. Men who called for her, took her out, showed her a good time.
What men, Beth?
Oh, big men, important men.
Like who?
Like... I'm not going to keep it back any longer. I don't owe him anything. He never even looked at me. He called for Tori, and I might as well have been the rug or the floor. He never even looked at me.
Who, Beth?
Why, Lionel Conrad, president of Sterling Incorporated. Even the night Tori was... He hardly spoke.
Conrad took Tori out the night she was murdered?
Yes. It's all right if I tell you that, isn't it, Mr. Clover? I don't owe him anything now, do I?
Where's your phone, Beth?
Over there, under the doll. What'll they do to him, Mr. Clover?
Sergeant Tartaglia speaking.
Danny Tartaglia. Get Lionel Conrad. Bring him to my office, quick. Got that?
Yeah, Danny. Lionel Conrad, your office. Quick. Got it.
I want to thank you for bringing me down here, Mr. Clover. You police work just as effectively as we dressmakers.
And I want to thank you, Mr. Conrad.
You know, this is my opportunity to see you detectives detect it firsthand. Nick Carter stuff, huh? Got a show full of Nick Carter. Broadens the mind like Latin.
I want to ask you some questions.
Questions, eh? Fine. Great. Just fire when you're ready.
You're married, aren't you, Mr. Conrad?
22 years.
How often did you have a date with a model named Tori Jones?
Huh?
Answer me.
Look here.
Answer me. What about Tori Jones?
I refuse to answer. I know my rights. I've read enough books to know all about them.
Me too. I'm going to book you for suspicion of murder.
Mr. Clover, Mr. Clover.
Yeah?
I've got to get out of here. I've got to get out of
Come
here.
here. Sit down. Sit down and talk to me. I said talk. Lionel, the fun-loving Conrad boy. Your playing around doesn't concern me. It's who it was with.
Suppers. Shows. That's all we did, Tori and me.
Go on.
I love beautiful things. Tori.
I wouldn't know. She wasn't beautiful when I saw her.
Tori dead.
Yeah.
Who did it? Who did it, Mr. Clover?
Did you?
Beautiful. Once she kissed me.
Why didn't you tell me about Tori before?
I couldn't. Don't you see?
Nobody likes to get mixed up in a murder, Mr. Conrad. Not even a murderer.
My wife, my business.
Yeah. No other way to say it, I guess. Your wife, your business. The whole thing. 22 years. A mess.
I didn't kill her.
Maybe. Sure, I can understand why you didn't come to us. As a human being, I can understand that. But I'm a cop. And right now, you're in a lot of trouble. Right now... Yeah, Tartaglia, what is it?
More news, Danny.
What's on your mind? Come on.
We traced the gun.
To whom?
To this guy right here, to Lionel Conrad.
Book him.
Let me tell you something.
Book him for murder. Call the DA
The gun was stolen. It was stolen from me.
Get him out of here, Tartaglia. He's for the DA.
Come on, you.
But the gun was stolen. I didn't do it. I didn't.
Why didn't you tell us about the gun?
Because of what you're doing to me now, accusing me of murder.
What are you trying to say?
I knew it was my gun that killed Ira. The description of it was in the newspaper. Why shouldn't I have kept quiet about it? My fingerprints were on it. I haven't got a chance.
Come on, mister. Let's go.
Hold it, Tartaglia.
What?
Bundle Mr. Conrad up and put him in a cab. Send him home, Tartaglia, and charge it to the police department. Now get out of my way. I made a fast exit past Tartaglia's open mouth. Conrad had confessed that his prints were on the gun. His confession saved him. The gun had been wiped clean before the murder, because the killer didn't have time to do it after the murder. And that added up to my last call. When I got there, Detective Muggerman was being part of the street scene. He was heaving snowballs at a snowman. I brought him inside the apartment house where it was warm.
Danny, I've been watching him all day like you told me. He just came in a little while ago.
Yeah. Open up, Driscoll.
He's in, okay. I saw him come in a little while ago.
Yeah. Come on, Driscoll, open up.
Who is it?
Danny Clover, I want to talk to you.
You've already talked to me. Go away.
Come on, open it up before I break it down.
Should I?
Wait a minute. What about it, Driscoll?
You seem anxious, Mr. Clover. Is it about that murder?
About exactly that.
Just a second.
Hey, Watch it, Muggavan.
Yeah, he ain't playing.
Me either. Driscoll.
Maybe you got him, Danny.
Let's go, Muggavan.
He ain't. Hey, the window's open over there.
Yeah, the fire escape.
There he goes up to the roof. Come and get me, Clover!
Oh, careful, Muggavan. Watch the snow. It's slippery.
There he goes, Danny, near the chimney. I missed him.
You can't get away, Driscoll. Come on out with your hands up. Cover me, Muggavan.
Yeah.
I'm coming after you, Driscoll.
Come on!
You coming, Driscoll? You coming? Well, Driscoll.
Okay, Mr. Clover. Okay.
Okay, Driscoll, now we'll talk.
Talk away, Mr. Clover, talk away. It isn't finished between you and me. Not finished!
Easy, Driscoll, easy. I want you to hear when I talk. Every word, every word. That's good, Driscoll. Let's keep it that way.
I'll kill you yet, Phil.
Like you killed Tori Jones, like you knocked her out and hung her by the throat.
You're dribbling at the mouth, Mr. Clover.
You waited for her, didn't you, Driscoll? You saw Conrad leave and you waited. And she saw you and called me. Then you walked in and murdered her.
Why would I do that, Mr. Clover? Why? There has to be a motive in murder, doesn't there, Clover?
I got that, too. You killed her because you knew. She knew you were stealing the designs and peddling them to Conrad's competitors. That was easy for you, wasn't it, Driscoll? The important man, the loyal employee, the manager.
You left out a thing, Clover. Who tried to kill me? Who tried to murder me?
The man who shot Ira Getz. That was you.
I think you're insane, Clover.
You asked someone in the office who I was, so you knew it was a policeman tailing you to Getz's apartment. So you killed Getz because he wanted in on your little larceny. And then you shot yourself and heaved the gun out the window.
How do you know that?
Because you wore gloves to go to the opera. Only you wore the gloves to hold a gun to kill a man. That's why there were no prints on the gun. None at all.
It's a tricky one, huh, Danny?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it was, Mr. Clover. Exactly.
Put the cuffs on him, Muggavan. I don't want to hold him anymore. He makes my hands dirty.
Okay, Danny.
Hey, let go of me, Driscoll. Let go.
If you try to shoot me, officer, you'll kill your detective, too. Danny, he's right. I can't get at him.
Driscoll.
All right. I'll let go. Catch me, Mr. Clover. Catch me.
Let's get him, Muggavan.
Driscoll, what?
Danny, he slipped right over the edge. Snow.
Yeah. Let's get off the roof, huh, Muggavan? In the midnight cold, Broadway is a wasteland. A wasteland that echoes with sounds you hear where there's only darkness, where there's no sun. People pass you and you touch. And you look down and there are fingers of dust on your shoulder. It's phantom, but it's real. It's Broadway. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover and is written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The musical score was composed by Alexander Courage and conducted by Wilbur Hatch, and the program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The cast tonight included Charles Calvert, Michael Ann Barrett, Virginia Gregg, Ed Begley, Elliott Reed, Jay Novello, and Jack Crucian. Looking for new fields to conquer, Jack Benny will take a look at Notre Dame football tomorrow night. For Notre Dame's brilliant coach, Frank Leahy, will be Jack's guest. And who knows, Jack may end up as Nickelback next season. Mary, Dennis, Don, Phil, and Rochester will also be in the lineup. So don't miss Jack Benny's show with Frank Leahy as guest on all of these same CBS stations tomorrow night. Stay tuned now for Sing It Again, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. The Sing It Again gang will be here with famous tuneful riddle songs that total up to $55,000 in prizes. This is CBS, where you'll find Broadway is My Beat every Saturday night. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
This has been a RadioClassics.com presentation. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights reserved. All rights reserved. All rights reserved. All rights reserved.
You must seize the only specimen of the mariposa plant in England. That flower is the only known antidote for werewolfery.
A very interesting folk tale, but of no value to the police.
I warn you, sir, unless you secure this plant, there'll be an epidemic that will turn London into a shambles.
When my experiments are completed, I will show their results to the entire world. Not before.
Remember this, Dr. Glendon. The werewolf instinctively seeks to kill the thing it loves best.
You brought this on me that night in Tibet.
Sorry I can't share this with you.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
It's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. For deep down laughs and listening enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for deep down coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House, with extra flavor in the blend because of choice Latin American coffees, skillfully combined. Extra flavor in the cup because Radiant Roast develops the full flavor of every coffee bean. And the result is that today more people buy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. Well, it's morning in the Burns home, and George has just come down to breakfast.
How about a little food, dear?
All right, George. But first, there's something I'd like to ask you.
What?
Well, our radio show goes on this evening, and my club, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society, would like to take it over.
Oh, no. You sneaked those dames on the program last week, and they set radio back 50 years.
Oh, no, that's not fair, Judge. We simply made a few changes.
Some program. Everybody's laughing at me.
Well, you see, that's one of the changes we made.
Forget it.
But, George, the girls are simply dying to get on the air.
Then let them fly around with the other bats. That's my program, and it's going to stay my program.
Well, of course it is. We'll be on it, but you'll direct the whole thing.
Direct it?
Well, yes, because that takes brains, and you're the brainy one in this family. Why, compared to you, I'm only brilliant.
That's very flattering, but...
Your darling little head just bulges with brains.
Look,
That's what makes your ears stick out that way.
Thanks for the explanation, but
You'll love being a director, George. We'll get you a chair with your name on it.
what am I supposed to do with that?
Well, you're supposed to sit in it. Of course, a man as clever as you might have a better idea.
Oh, sure. I'll do
And
something.
we'll get you a lovely desk with 10 telephones on it.
10 telephones?
Yes, a great executive needs at least 10. Suppose you can't make a long-distance call because of a telephone strike. You just make 10 short ones and add them together.
Yes, that's convenient.
And the best feature is that you never come to the studio. You stay right here at home.
Gracie, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society is not taking over my program.
Oh, be progressive, George. Sooner or later, women are going to take over radio, and you can start the movement.
Nothing doing.
But your name will go down in history. People will always speak of you as that progressive George Burns. That clever progressive George Burns. That brilliant, clever progressive George Burns. Dynamic? Scintillating? No program.
No program, no. And not only do I want those dames kept off my program, but I want them kept out of my house.
Yes, dear.
Every time they meet here, they come into the kitchen before I awake and gobble up all the bacon and eggs.
Yes, dear.
And now I'm ready for breakfast.
Yes, dear. What would you like?
Bacon and eggs and a piece of toast.
I'll get you a piece of toast.
You mean?
They're in the den.
In the den, yes. Well, get those dames out or I'll throw them out.
You can't, George. Meredith Wilson rents the den, and he said we could meet there.
Yeah, the poor jerk lets you meet in his room because you laugh at his terrible jokes. Why, you women even took him into your club.
Well, it was perfectly legitimate. We made him an honorary woman.
Okay, you run along and break that meeting up as soon as you can. I'll fix my toast and have a piece of cheese with it.
Oh, that reminds me. Our new member, Madame De Silva, doesn't like bacon and eggs.
Don't tell me she ate the cheese.
Uh-huh. I'll see you later, dear. Quiet, girls, quiet, please.
Well, Gracie, did you talk George into staying home so we could take over the program again?
Well, no, girls, I'm sorry to report that Plan A, making him think he was an intelligent director, didn't work.
Oh, dear. What am I going to do?
Unfortunately, he was a little too smart to believe that he was intelligent.
Oh, what a shame. And we had such a cultural half hour all prepared.
Yes. I was going to sing 30 or 40 songs.
Well, fellow members, I guess it's up to me to clear away the gloom with a little joke. I got a pipperoo about brides, if someone would care to mention the subject of brides.
It's your turn, Madame De Silva.
Very well. Many years ago, I was a bride.
Ha! Speaking of brides, I'm reminded of a recently married gentleman who said to his bride, "Sweetheart, there's something wrong with this pudding you have prepared for me." Whereupon the perplexed bride responded, "There can't be. The cookbook says it's perfectly delicious."
Is that the finish, Meredith?
Yes?
All right, girls, let's show our appreciation.
I knew it was a pipperoo.
Now, girls, there must be some way to keep George out of the studio this evening so we can put on our show. Plan A was a failure, so let's get to work on Plan B. Any suggestions?
We might give him something to make him dopey.
Nature beat us to that one.
Any other suggestions?
Well, I think
All right, girls, then it's settled. Plan B will definitely be the bathtub plan.
Well, hello, Uplifters.
Hello, Bill.
How are you? Say, George says you girls are trying to get him off the radio program again. How come?
We don't want any men on the program.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You can't get rid of me, you know. I represent the sponsor. You can't go on the air without me.
Say, that's right. How can we get around this?
Well, there's only one way. We'll have to make Bill an honorary woman, too. Then he can join our club.
Oh, no. I don't want to be a woman. Not me.
But women have lots of fun, Bill. Don't the women who go out with you have fun?
Well, sure, but that's just it. If I'm a woman, I won't be able to take myself out. And if I can't go out with me, what's the fun of being a woman?
Oh, Bill, won't you change your mind? You like being a woman. Sure you will.
Oh, come on, be a woman.
Yes, join us, Bill. Speaking as one who has just recently become an honorary woman, I can recommend it.
You can, Meredith?
Yes. As you know, I used to be very shy and bashful around women. But after 1 week of being around the uplifters, other women don't frighten me at all.
That I can understand.
Then you refuse to become an honorary woman? You won't join our team?
Oh, no, Gracie. If I join your team, it'll spoil all my scrimmaging.
Oh, well, very well. Blanche, as vice president in charge of blackmail, can you dig a little persuader out of your file?
I think I have some interesting data on Mr. Goodwin.
Oh, no, not that again.
Here we are, December 10th. Bill Goodwin gave an engagement ring to a beautiful redhead named Patricia Ryan.
Oh, so that's her last name. I wondered about that.
On that same day, Bill Goodwin also gave engagement rings to the following girls: Elizabeth Jones, Florence Riley, Mary Edith Stahl, Natalie Galen, Ruth Henning, and Geraldine Boggio.
Well, now, wait a minute. If those girls find out that I have more than one fiancé, I'll be in hot water.
Hand me the phone, Blanche. I'll light the fire.
Have a heart, Gracie. Natalie Galen's father's a big game hunter. He'll shoot me.
Don't worry. You look very fetching on the wall of his den.
Yes, you'll be the first Hollywood wolf ever stuffed.
Okay, you got me. I'll join your
Oh,
club.
good. Here's a copy of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society Oath of Allegiance. Now raise your right hand and read it.
Holy smoke, this is going to change my whole life. On my honor, I do solemnly swear that henceforth women will come first with me. Isn't going to be as big a change as I thought.
Please, madam, this is a solemn occasion. Read on.
I do hereby agree to share with my sister members of the club any and all treasures, such as my beauty secrets, silk undies, and pre-war girdles. Oh, now, wait a minute, Gracie. I don't have to swear to that, do I?
Well, no, I guess not.
Good. I don't mind sharing the beauty secrets, but I'm running awful low on the other two.
Read on.
And last, I do hereby declare that my great objective in life shall be that of every woman. Oh, no, I can't read this.
Hand me the phone, Blanche.
Okay. My great objective in life shall be that of every woman, motherhood.
Congratulations, Bill, old man. Old girl.
Well, now that Bill is a full-fledged member of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society, he can help us put across Plan B.
What's Plan B?
That's our next plan to keep George from showing up at the radio broadcast so we can take it over.
Yes, under Plan B, George winds up in the bathtub and all his clothes are gone.
Oh, Gracie, that's a low, mean trick. That's underhanded stuff. Surely we wouldn't do a thing like that.
He hasn't been a woman very long, has he?
And now here's Meredith Wilson and his chiffon arrangement of Carolina Moon. Say, Meredith, Don't you think when folks hear that familiar strain, just about everybody knows what you're playing?
Well, I'm sure they do, Bill. I think practically everyone knows Carolina Moon.
Yes, the name Carolina has found its way into American hearts through familiar American music, just as the Carolinas themselves have been such a familiar part of the American scene through the years. Virginia Dare, Sir Walter Raleigh, Roanoke Island, the Appalachian and Blue Ridge Mountains are only a few of the names that come to us from the colorful history of the Carolinas. And I can't help thinking, too, how today there's another name that's become part and parcel of our American scene, of so many American homes. It's the name Maxwell House, signifying a coffee blend of true distinction, combining these fine Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Meadowlands for richness. Other choice Latin American coffees for vigor. And Bucaramangas for full body. So it's no wonder that the famous name Maxwell House is known all over this great land of ours for full-flavored, fine coffee. Good to the last drop. And now let's go back to the Burns home where Plan B, to keep George off the radio program, is being launched by Gracie. Under this plan, she gets George into the bathtub and swipes his clothes. Personally, I don't see how she's going to do it, but you know Gracie.
So won't you come into the den and sing for the girls, George? They're waiting to hear your glorious voice.
You sure this isn't a trick to get me off the program?
Get you off the program? Why, we want you to sing for the entire half hour.
Don't you honor the broadcast culture?
We do. And what could be more culture than your voice? Why, you give the world a pearl of melody every time you open the oyster of your mouth.
Well...
Come on, darling. The girls are waiting to hear you sing.
Okay, I'll give them a little thrill.
I don't understand. Oh, here he is, girls. The Nightingale of Beverly Hills, Sugar Throat Burns.
Any special requests?
Oh, sing Ain't Misbehavin'. I'm sure all the girls will swoon when they hear that, won't you, girls?
Well, that's exactly Okay. Ain't misbehaving. Wait a minute, I wasn't singing yet.
And now for his next number, Mr.
Next number? I didn't do my first ditty.
For his next number, Mr. Burns will sing something which I know will be especially thrilling to our own classical singer, Madame de Silva. Shortening bread.
But have you started Ain't Misbehaving?
Shortening bread for Madame de Silva.
Mammy's little baby loves shortening. Mammy's little baby loves shortening bread. Mammy's little baby. Mammy's little baby.
Madame de Silva, control your ecstasy.
That was not ecstasy.
What?
It was joy, dear. That's much louder than ecstasy. Why, you're better than Nelson Eddy.
You really think
Well,
so?
certainly, and much more convincing. Why, when you sang Shortening Bread, I could actually smell it.
The same goes for Ain't Misbehaving'. Gracie, listen, how does this get him into the bathtub so we can grab his clothes?
You'll see. Yes, girls, my husband was magnificent, but you haven't heard anything until you hear him sing in the bathtub.
Oh, I see.
Well, it's true. The bathtub seems to give my voice an added resonance and depth.
Yeah, why don't you jump right in now, darling?
Well, I've had one bath today, but I like baths.
Good.
I guess I'm just a caveman at heart. makes me feel good to get rid of my clothes for a while.
Yes, well, this bath is going to keep you happy for a long time.
Okay, now listen closely, girls. I may hit a high C. Memories, little baby.
Okay, girls, our objective is in sight. As soon as he gets into the tub, we'll get all his clothes. Blanche, you take his other suits from the closet.
All right.
Clara, you take his shirts and ties.
Okay.
Madame De Silva, you bring his shoes and socks.
Very well.
But Gracie, what if he wraps a towel around himself and chases us?
Oh, don't worry. There isn't a towel in the house that'll go all the way around George. Now, hurry. We'll meet at Bill Goodwin's house in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns. I've been ringing your door buzzer a long time. You look awfully old and tired today, Mrs. Burns.
I'm not Mrs. Burns. I'm Mr. Burns.
But you're wearing a dress.
I know I'm wearing a dress. It's all the clothes I could find.
My goodness, I didn't know the shortage of men's clothes was that bad.
Look, Mr.
I hope the returning servicemen won't have to wear dresses. The poor fellas won't know who's whistling at who.
You don't understand, Mr. Postman. I have clothes, but my wife's club, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society, took them.
But why?
Why? They want to take over my radio program. Naturally, I can't do a broadcast in just my underwear.
You're right. Let's not kill television before it gets started.
Well, those dames haven't outsmarted me. I called NBC and told them not to let any women into my studio tonight.
A shrewd move.
Certainly is a shrewd move. We can't let women get the upper hand. We men are the masters, and we're going to stay the masters.
Your dreams are getting better all the time.
Well, so long, Mr. Postman. See you later.
Goodbye, Mr. Burns.
What was that for?
That short dress shows your legs.
Not bad, huh?
I wish my wife had legs like yours.
Really?
Yes. Then when she got after me, I could run between them and escape. Well, goodbye. Remember, keep smiling.
Well, girls, are you all comfortable?
Oh, yes. Charming little place you have, Bill.
Oh, thanks.
I like the way your walls are simply covered with pictures. There must be hundreds of them.
Well, yes, but they're not so good. I'm having some better ones taken next week.
Now that you're one of us, Bill, we can tell you that taking over George's program is only the beginning.
Really?
Oh, yes. According to our plan, women will gradually take over all the programs.
Well, but how can women fill the place of singers like Crosby and Sinatra and Haynes?
Well, that's easy. The place taken by all three of them can be filled by Kate Smith alone.
You're so right. But you'll have to replace the classical singers, too, Gracie. What about John Charles Thomas?
We'll replace those three with the Andrews sisters.
You're really crowding the men right out of the picture.
Yes, and then the Old Maids of America will sponsor a quiz program for male contestants. If any man misses a question, he has to marry one of the sponsors.
And the questions won't be easy.
Yeah. Isn't that a wonderful plan?
Grand.
We'll call the program Take It and Love It.
Gracie, suppose the guy isn't happy with her.
Well, then he can tell his problem to Madam Anthony.
You certainly have figured all the angles.
Yeah, we're tired of it being a man's world.
And when we women take over radio, it'll be run smoothly and efficiently. No quarrels, no jealousies, no dissension.
Sounds great.
Yes. Let's decide what each of us will do on the program this evening, huh? Madame De Silva, what will you contribute?
I intend to sing the Bell song from Lakme.
Why don't you sing a song about the Liberty Bell, dear?
Why? Would that suit my voice better?
Yes, it has a crack in it.
Why, you tone-deaf ignoramus.
Item 1, solo by Madame De Silva. Now, what will you contribute, Clara?
Well, I thought I'd give a talk on fashion trends. I design all my own clothes, you know.
Did you design that peculiar garment that you're wearing?
Yes, and what's peculiar about it?
It resembles a tent pitched by a very young Boy Scout.
Oh, why, you dowdy old frump.
Item 2, fashion talk by Clara Bagley. Now, what about you, Blanche?
I'll give a Shakespearean recitation. You? Why not? When I was a girl, I learned everything Shakespeare wrote.
When you were a girl, he hadn't written much. Why, you illiterate hillbilly.
Item 3, Shakespearean recitation by Blanche Morton. Now, you see how smoothly we settle things, Bill?
Yeah, I'm fascinated.
Well, let's run through the opening. Bill, you read the announcement.
Okay, Gracie. Presenting the Beverly Hills Uplift Society in radio's first all-woman program.
Ah,
beautiful lady.
Women of the world, arise. Let us shake off the chains of slavery and build a better world. A world in which there will be no men, just women and children.
Beautiful lady.
And now, for this evening's first tidbit of culture, here's Blanche Morton with a Shakespearean recitation.
The quality of mercy is not strained. It droppeth as a gentle rain from heaven. Upon the place beneath it is twice blessed. It blesseth him that gives and him that takes. 'Tis mightiest of the mightiest.
Mrs. Morton. Please. Who would listen to that?
Well, I guess you could do it better.
Well, certainly. Listen to this. The quality of Maxwell House is tops. It poureth from the fragrant coffee pot into the cup beneath. It is twice blessed. It blesseth him that pours and him that drinks. 'Tis tastiest of the tastiest. Now, you see, people listen to that because it's familiar to them. They know that Maxwell House is appetizing, rich, full-bodied, mellow coffee at its full-flavored best. Good to the last drop.
But those are not the words of William Shakespeare, the bard of Stratford-on-the-Avon.
No, those are the words of William Goodwin, the bard of Maxwell on the House. And believe me, those words are known everywhere because more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. Why, everybody who... Come in.
Good afternoon, Mr. Goodwin. Here's your mail.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Postman. Oh, say, I guess you're kind of surprised to find a dozen women in my house.
Yes, that's not as many as usual.
Mr. Postman, I don't suppose you saw anyone at my house.
Oh, I saw your husband, Mrs. Burns.
Well, how could that be? You couldn't see the tub from the front door.
Yes, I could. He's the one who opened it. He was wearing one of your dresses.
Oh, well, come on, girls. Let's get to the studio and do the broadcast.
Yes. Oh, just a moment, ladies. I'm afraid it's no use. Mr. Burns told NBC that no women were to be allowed in his studio tonight.
Oh, well, that does it. Well, we might as well take George's clothes back. George's clothes? That's it. We'll put on his clothes and walk right in.
But, Gracie, even in a suit, my figure won't look like a man.
Well, we'll pad you a little, dearie.
Now, just a minute.
Girls, hurry and put on George's suits. We'll go to the studio as men.
Well, goodbye, fellow. Well, whatever you are, remember, keep smiling.
Now, look, Mr. Postman, I know you've got orders not to let any women into Studio D, but I'm not a woman.
Now, beat it, sister.
Look, I've got on my wife's dress because my clothes were stolen. I'm a man.
With them hips?
Honest, I'm George Burns.
Oh, sure, and I'm Lauren Bacall. You ain't crashing this gate, sister.
I tell you I'm George Burns, and if I don't get
Well, good evening, Mr. Doorman.
Evening, Mr. Wilson.
Meredith, you're just in time. Oh, no. It's Gracie and the Uplifters. And they're wearing my suits.
You really are screwy, sister.
Honest. All those men are women. The little fellow in the green suit is my wife.
These are new members of my orchestra, Mr. Doorman. Mr. Morton?
Trombone.
Mr. Bagley?
Bass drum.
Mr. De Silva?
Zither.
And Mr. Allen?
Pipe organ.
Okay, gents, go right on through. Gracie, you can't do this to me.
One side, madam. We have a program to do.
Oh, this is the end.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin.
Until next Thursday, then, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Gracie, I have a surprise for you. Next week, our guest star will be Kay Kaiser.
Oh, wonderful. When we make him an honorary woman, we'll have a Southern Belle in our club.
Oh, no. The Beverly Hills Uplift Society, not next week.
All right, dear. In honor of Kay Kaiser, we'll call ourselves the Boll Weevil Uplift Society.
Gracie, those dames will not be on the program, or my name is not George Burns.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, everybody.
Stay tuned to this station because Dinah Shore's open house is coming on in just a second. Dinah's special guest tonight is Rudy Valley.
Oh, goody, goody Jell-O pudding tonight. It tastes like Grandma's, only more so.
You ain't kidding, that's right.
And just as Jell-O's 6 delicious locked-in flavors can't be beaten. So the proof of Jell-O pudding's in the eating.
The Jell-O twins are hard to find, but keep on looking in your store. When sugar shortages are over, there'll be more.
Just a taste of Jell-O pudding or a Jell-O and you know it's the one and only Jell-O.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Unlike other classics, West Side Story grows younger.
All right, now, come on. Shoot it, man, shoot it.
You hoodlums don't own the streets. Go play in the park. Keep off of the grass. Get out of the house. Keep off the block. Get out of here. Keep off the what? A gang that don't own the street is nothing.
The shots are gonna have to pay.
unlike other classics. West Side Story grows younger.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
For a breakfast cereal that gives you real nourishment, get Cheerios. It's made from good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. And now, Cheerios presents the Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of The Man Who Forgot. Listen. Yes, listen for the magic wire. Listen today, sure, for this is a last call. Today is the last day to hear about Cheerios' great contest on this program. Your last chance to win a marvelous new home recording machine. And now, the Green Hornet strikes again. Duke Findlay was nearly broke when he was released from prison on parole. He had his evening clothes and his suave manner, but little else except two men who had operated under his leadership in the lush days of 10 years ago.
Less than $50. Not even the price of a new wardrobe, to say nothing of a couple of cars.
Look, Duke, if you don't like my
No
car...
offense, Maxie. Your car's all right. But I'm thinking of the days when I owned half a dozen cars. Gosh, Duke, those were sure the days. When I think of that fathead lawyer that let me get a rap in state's prison just because he was too dumb to fix a couple of jurymen,
Well, you're out now, anyhow. We fixed the parole for you.
Is that car still following us?
Not anymore.
And not following us through the park. But you can bet your bottom dollar there'll be a shadow when we get back to the apartment.
We can't get out of the park without being spotted. The heat's on here, Duke. There's a character known as the Green Hornet that's got the cops all stirred up.
The Green Hornet? You heard of him? Yeah, I've heard of him. And he's a tin horn compared to what we used to be.
Call him what you want, Duke, but he's plenty smart.
Hey, Max, look out. Watch him, Max.
That fathead. Hey, you, why don't you look where you're going?
You'd have hit that guy if you didn't have good brakes. Look at him.
He walked right in front of the car. He's lucky he didn't get killed.
Let me out. I'll go with you, Duke. The guy acts balmy. Now, look at him. He's just standing in front of the headlight staring at us. What's the matter with you, mister? That guy's nuts.
Hey, you trying to commit suicide or something? Couldn't you see our headlights?
Come on, you. Speak up. We didn't touch you. What's the racket?
I don't know.
What's your name?
I don't know that.
Hey, is he drugged?
Where do you live?
I can't remember.
He's nuts. Shut up, Steve.
Can't remember a thing.
Did you get slugged or something?
Nothing in my pockets.
Hey, Chief, I want to talk to you. Come over here. What's up, Steve? I know that guy. His picture's been on the front page of the Sentinel since he disappeared from home a couple of days ago. Yeah? Who is he? His name's Grant Wheeler. He's worth a pile of dough. What good does that do us? Don't you get it, Duke? There's something wrong with him. Nothing in his pockets. And look at those clothes. He must have gotten doped or something. Someone rolled him for all he had and switched clothes with him.
I still don't get it, Steve.
You're slipping, Duke. His wife would pay a nice hunk of change to get him back. All we gotta do is find a place to keep him hid for a while.
I get it. Not bad, Steve. Not bad.
You got any ideas about how we can hide him?
My apartment's being watched.
I know.
But wait. Maybe I have got an idea. Steve, I'll take this car out of the park alone. You and Max stay here with the guy. Tell him his name is John Murphy. You got that, John Murphy? And then here's what you and Max have got to do.
That's the Lux Street. Fibber, millionaire still missing. Read about the Wheeler mystery. Here you are, lady. Police discount kidnap theory. Here you are, sir. That's the Lux Street. Fibber!
Sergeant Burke speaking. Huh? No, you got the wrong line.
I thought that might be my paper, Colin.
Well, it wasn't your paper, Axford. Now, what were you saying about the Wheeler disappearance?
I know something about Wheeler that the cops don't know.
Yeah?
I got this straight from Britt Reed.
What does Reed know about Wheeler?
He knows plenty on account of he's been dating Sandra Wheeler once in a while. She told him in confidence about her old gent.
Yeah?
He gets spells when he can't remember nothing. Not even his name.
Why in blazes didn't Mrs. Wheeler tell us that? That changes everything. The chances are he's wandering around somewheres and wondering who he is.
Now, hold on, Burke. I told you that in confidence. And you can't say a thing about it unless you get it straight from Mrs. Wheeler or her daughter.
Oh, Sandra. Sandra, I don't know how long I can stand this suspense.
Mother, don't you think it would be better to tell the police about Father's amnesia?
Oh, no, dear. He doesn't want people to know about it.
But something serious must have happened. I think the police should know everything. Let me call Britt Reed and ask his advice. He's been so cooperative.
Sandra, I forbid it.
But Britt has had Dad's picture on the front page of the Sentinel. If anyone saw Dad, surely they'd recognize him.
Telephone.
I'll answer it. Hello?
I want to speak to the wife or daughter of Grant Wheeler.
Who is it, Sandra?
Quiet, please, Mother. This is Sandra Wheeler speaking.
Then call off the cops.
Who is this? Who are you?
Never mind who I am. Tell the police to stop looking for your father. Tell them you've located him. Then we'll let you know how to get him back.
You kidnapped him.
Sandra, let me take the phone. Hello. Hello, this is Mrs. Wheeler.
I gave your daughter a message. Tell the police you've located your husband and that there's no need to continue the search. Then get $20,000 ready.
$20,000?
Mention this to the cops and you'll never see your husband alive.
Hello. Hello. Oh, listen to me, please. Hello.
Oh, Mother.
Oh, he's hung up. Oh, Sandra, Father's been abducted. He's been kidnapped. We must pay $20,000. And if we say anything to the police, they'll kill him.
Lenore Case, Britt Reed's secretary, sometimes found it easier to type the information Michael Axford brought from police headquarters and to argue with the former policeman.
There you are, Michael. I'll read that over, and if you don't like it, you can type it yourself.
Oh, now, don't be like that, Casey.
It's the wasted effort I object to, Michael. You know very well Gunnigan won't use that material.
Now, look here, Casey. You don't have to pass on the news value of what I bring in. I only asked you to type that up so that I could turn it into Gunnigan.
Well, there it is.
Maybe I'd better show it to Reed first.
He's busy, Michael.
Oh, I know he's busy. He's been working night and day trying to get something to show that Findlay bribed some state officials to get his parole. But that's all right. He never minds when I go into his office.
Michael, come back here.
That's all right. Good. Hey, Reed. Oh, golly, I didn't know you had a lady in your office.
Come in, Axford. This is Miss Wheeler. Sandra, this is Michael Axford.
How do you do?
Miss Sandra Wheeler? Oh, golly, it's glad I am to meet you, Miss Wheeler.
Thank you.
Reed, I don't want to disturb you, but there's this little item I picked up at cops' headquarters about a street fight.
You can turn it over to Gunnigan.
But, Reed, there was something about it. You know, you told me to keep an eye on that Duke Findlay guy to see what he turned to for quick cash.
Now, don't tell me he got involved in a street fight.
Oh, golly, no. But Max Jordan is a friend of his, and he's one of the guys that was in the fight. He got out on paying a fine, but the other guy, John Murphy is his name, is in for 10 days.
Very well, Axford. The city desk.
Okay, Reed. I sure hope the cops find your father, Miss Wheeler.
Oh, Father is all right. He telephoned.
Yeah? Say, that's swell. I'm sure glad to hear it. Burke was saying that there wasn't any chance that Findlay had been mixed up in the kidnapping.
Who?
A guy named Duke Findlay, who used to be a big-shot racketeer, just got paroled. But the cops knew he wasn't mixed up in your father's disappearance because they've been watching him real close.
Just how closely has Findlay been watched, Axford?
Well, just about every minute, Reed. The cops even went through his apartment while he was out, figuring he might have been mixed up in the Wheeler disappearance.
Oh.
By the way, Miss Wheeler, did you call the cops and tell them the old gent was safe?
Oh, yes, of course. Well, I've taken enough of your time, Britt. I must go along.
I'll take you home, Sandra.
Oh, no, please don't.
But I insist. After all, the Sentinel can run without me. How do you like the new convertible, Sandra?
I like it, Britt. I do wish you'd go straight home.
Just one turn through the park to give you a chance to tell the truth.
Britt, what do you mean? The truth?
About your father.
I told you we'd received a phone call from him. He's all right. He'll soon be home.
Sandra. That story's all right for public consumption. But you're talking to me now. And I've inherited Dad's suspicious nature.
But
Young lady, you were too vague about that phone call. You told a fib, and you darn well know it.
Oh, Britt.
It's true, isn't it? You fibbed, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, I did.
What's the truth about your father?
Well, we did have a phone call, Mother and I. We were ordered to tell the police that Father was all right and to get $20,000 ready for ransom.
Now we're getting someplace. By thunder, I wonder if Duke Findlay is involved. 10 years in prison wasn't enough of that crook.
Oh, Britt, please. Please don't do anything. Dad's safety is all that matters to Mother and me. We want him back.
If Findlay gets away with anything like this, he'll try it again. Sandra, I don't believe in meeting kidnappers halfway.
Britt, Reed, if you do anything, I'll hold you responsible for all that happens to my father.
Fine spot for a publisher to be in. A fine spot.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Last call, last chance. Listen carefully, because today is the last time you'll be hearing about Cheerios' big contest on this program.
Remember, if you hurry, you may win a wonderful new home recording machine, complete with microphone. A wonderful machine that you can use to record your own voice.
It's terrific. A marvelous home recording machine that makes recordings on wire. It's the amazing new Webster Chicago wire recorder.
You simply talk or sing into the microphone. This great new instrument actually records your voice on a magical piece of stainless steel wire.
And listen, this marvelous new Webster Chicago wire recorder also plays the recording back just the way you made it, for it comes complete with a built-in speaker as well as a microphone.
It's easy as ABC to operate and fun for the whole family. You can record your own voice. You can use it to entertain friends and relatives. You can record your favorite radio programs, baby's voice, birthdays, anniversaries, family events. You can record your own plays. Teach yourself to become a radio announcer or singer.
Listen, this amazing machine has an advertised retail price of $149.50 and is slightly higher west of the Rockies. But it may be yours as a prize.
Right now, for the last time on this program, Cheerios is offering 200. Yes, 200 of these wonderful Webster Chicago wire recorders in a great contest.
Enter this big, easy contest now. Just finish this easy sentence. I like Cheerios Walt Disney pocket-sized comic books because. Finish that sentence in 10 additional words or less. For complete rules, get the handy entry blank at your grocer's.
There's no need to make a fancy or elaborate entry. And if you want ideas, see the Cheerios package. The back of the Cheerios package tells you all about these swell Walt Disney pocket-sized comic books.
Remember, finish this sentence in 10 additional words or less. I like Walt Disney pocket-sized comic books because...
Enclose your name and address and one box top from Cheerios, that nourishing breakfast cereal that's made from oats all ready to eat.
Send your finished sentence together with your name and address and one Cheerios box top today. And hurry, this contest is closing soon. Today is the last and final time you'll be hearing about it on this program. Send to Green Hornet, Box 7800, Chicago, Illinois. That's Green Hornet, Box 7800, Box 7800, Chicago, Illinois. Now to continue our story. Britt Reed and Michael Axford were finishing dinner in the young publisher's fashionable apartment. Axford pushed back his plate and opened the latest edition of the Daily Sentinel.
Have you had enough, Axford?
Yeah. You can clear away things if you want to, Cato.
Yes, Mr. Axford. Axford, you see the article about the return of Grant Wheeler? It was cut down considerably.
Suffering snakes, Reed. Gunnigan blue penciled over half of it. He left out what I said about Max Jordan being a pal of Duke Findlay. And likewise, he left out what I said about how this other lug looked.
John Murphy?
Yeah. I had a pretty complete description of the guy, telling how his face was a mess of bruises that showed through 2 days' beard, and how he acted like a dope. Human interest stuff, you know.
You can't say things like that about a man, Axford.
Wouldn't have been liable if it was the truth, Reed, and it was the truth. Murphy didn't know from nothing, not even what started the fight.
Was he badly beaten up?
Well, it wasn't bad enough to put him in the prison hospital, but it was pretty bad.
Axford, why don't you go after the human interest story with both feet?
Huh? What do you mean?
I'll spend a little money. Find out how much it'll cost to get John Murphy out of jail. Pay his fine. Take him to a hotel room or someplace. Get acquainted with the man.
Reed, you mean that on an expense account?
Sure, go ahead. A Sentinel can stand it.
By God, you Reed, I'll do it. And I better be going. I'd have to pull a few strings to get Murphy out of the Hoosgow tonight.
Where'll you take him?
I don't know. The hotel's are sort of jammed up. Say, Reed, it wouldn't do to bring him here, would it?
Well, hardly, Axford. But you might take him to my beach cottage on the lakeshore.
That'll do it, Reed. That'll be swell. I'd get him there and talk to him till I find out all about him. Well, I'll be seeing you. If you want me for anything, you know where to find me.
A beach cottage, huh?
If I'm not there, it'll be at Cops headquarters. Good night to you, Cato.
Oh, good night, Mr. Axford. Mr. Britt, why you make suggestion about cottage?
Cato, I've been putting 2 and 2 together, and the answer's 4. I have a hunch, and I'm going to play it. Axford gave a pretty complete description of the man who's in jail.
Well, you mean John Murphy?
Yes. It might be Grant Wheeler. It's significant that one of Findlay's pals was involved in that fight. Let me have the telephone.
Oh, yes, sir. Well, why police not recognize Wheeler?
He's wearing cheap clothes. He's without his distinctive glasses, and he has a stubble of beard. And furthermore, Cato, as far as the police know, Wheeler is no longer missing.
That's true.
I'm calling Mrs. Wheeler. I want to find out if she's had any further word about the ransom. Hello? Hello, Sandra. Britt Reed calling. Have you or your mother had any further word? No, you haven't, huh? Well, of course you're worried. Oh, your mother knows that you told me. I'm glad of that. Well, Sandra, I'm coming over there. I'll be there in a little while. Bye.
What are our plans, Mr. Britt?
Cato, first of all, we're going to the beach house and see who Axford brings.
We go as Green Hornet?
Yes. Get the mask and weapon. If my suspicions are right, it's going to be a lively evening, and you're going to have a lot to do.
Michael Axford experienced little difficulty in effecting the release of a man who was called John Murphy. He took him to Britt Reed's lakeshore cottage after picking up a key at the character's home. He had been there but a few moments when the black car of the Green Hornet stopped in the darkness.
There they are, Cato. You can see through the window.
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt.
I was right. That is Grant Wheeler. But look at him, Cato. It's no wonder the police didn't recognize him.
Well, now what we do?
Now that we know Wheeler's safe, we'll go ahead with the rest of my plan.
You tell Miss Wheeler you call on her tonight.
And so I shall. But first I've got to call on Axford.
As Green Hornet?
He won't hear my voice. Come on, let's go.
I don't know how it happened, but there was a fight. I wasn't fighting, but somehow I was involved. Then the police came. That's all I know, Hat.
Go ahead, Murphy.
Well, I was...
Hey, Murphy, what's the matter? What are you...
There, the door behind you. A masked man.
Huh? Masked, you say? Holy crow, the Green Hornet.
What's the matter? What happened? That gun. What did he do?
You too.
Oh,
Yeah, that does it. Come in, Cato. They're both out cold. Keep an eye on them while I use the telephone.
You give them only a little gas.
Yes, just enough to hold them for a few minutes. I'm going to call the police and tell them to get out here right away. I think Axford will carry on from that point. I'm also going to call Mrs. Wheeler.
What do you mean call on Mrs. Wheeler?
I'm going to call on her as Britt Reed. But first, I'm going to call her as the Green Hornet.
Hey, Joe, get Flanagan and come over here quick.
Well, that's the trouble, Sergeant Burke.
Joe, that guy we picked up in the park, John Murphy. Some guy just called and says he's Grant Wheeler.
But Mrs. Wheeler reported that
I know. I got to find out about it.
But, Sarge, I don't
Hey,
get it.
Flanagan, come on with me. We got to go out to Britt Reed's cottage on the lake shore where Axford is.
Britt Reed made a second phone call from his cottage, a call to Mrs. Wheeler, during which he spoke as the Green Hornet. It was about 1 hour later when Duke Finley dialed the same number, while Max and Steve stood by.
Mrs. Wheeler?
Yes, this is Mrs. Wheeler.
I told you I'd call you and tell you where to take a certain package.
But you already called. I'm leaving with the money just as you said.
What's that?
You're the Green Hornet, aren't you?
Well,
What's up?
I'm just checking up, Mrs. Wheeler. What time are you going to make that delivery?
At 11 o'clock.
And where are you taking this stuff?
Why, to the post road where it intersects Granger Highway. That is correct, isn't it?
Yeah, that's all right. You do just that.
What's the matter, Duke? What's wrong?
Boys, it's a good thing I'm a fast thinker. The Green Hornet's muscling in on this affair. That dame's going out to deliver $20,000 in cash to the Green Hornet, thinking he's the guy that has her husband. Well, we're going to the same place at 11 o'clock tonight, and we're going to grab the money and the Green Hornet. Come on, let's get the car. We'll have to drive around enough to make sure we're not being followed before we start out on a post road. You've been watching out the rear window, Steve. Are you sure we weren't followed here?
I'm sure of it, Duke.
This is the intersection, all right. Yeah, sure is out in the country.
Plenty dark.
Hey, there's a guy standing over there.
Tall guy. Maybe that's the Green Hornet. Keep quiet now. We'll move close. Maybe I can get in solid with the cops if I turn the Green Hornet over to them. For 25,000 smackers.
You better soft pedal now.
All right, pal, we got you.
I got his arms.
We got you. Take it easy.
Hey, what's the idea?
Let go of me. Try to pull a fast one, eh, mister? Well, you've made your last play. Turn that flashlight on him, Maxie.
Right.
Now, you don't have to go this far. What's the matter with you?
Hey, Duke. This is Britt Reed. He's publisher of the Daily Sentinel.
Of course I'm Britt Reed.
What are you doing here?
I've been waiting 15 minutes for you men to show up. I came to represent Mrs. Wheeler.
You mean you brought the cash here? Is that it?
That's it. Now take your hands off me.
Hey.
What's the idea of the roughhouse?
Why didn't Mrs. Wheeler come?
Mrs. Wheeler's over there, and the police are with her.
Ah, you're crazy.
It's a bluff. You're trying to make me think she'd put her husband on the spot by calling the law?
Her husband's on no spot, Findlay. Grant Wheeler got home over an hour ago.
More lies. You can't make me believe that stuff.
I'm giving you the works right now.
Like fun, you are. We got you. We got you covered. Try any roughhouse and we'll shoot to kill.
Throw down your guns and put up your hands.
I give up. Don't shoot.
Hold it. So, Finley, it's you that's working with the Green Hornet.
And it's you that's trying to collect ransom from Mrs. Wheeler.
Wait a minute. We don't know anything about the Green Hornet.
We don't have anything to do with them.
Well, you had plenty to do with taking advantage of Wheeler's condition to collect ransom. And by golly, Finley, that'll hold you for another 10 years. And your pals with you.
No, wait, listen. We came here to get the Green Hornet. You gotta believe us. Ask Mrs. Wheeler. She'll tell you he's the one that called her.
Axford, that car down the road, you see it?
I see something.
Perhaps the Hornet was going to meet Mrs. Wheeler.
By golly, I wonder.
He's starting away.
Not only starting, he's getting away, Bert.
He probably changed his plans when he saw so much activity.
There. You see, the Green Hornet was coming here.
That's quite possible, Findlay. You see, the Hornet must have followed Axford when he took Grant Wheeler out of jail. Then he called Mrs. Wheeler. But that doesn't alter the fact that you called a half hour later.
And you schemed the whole thing.
And for that, you're going back to prison.
It was long after midnight when Michael Axford came into the apartment and wakened Britt Reed.
Oh, golly, Reed, I've been up to now writing a story of what happened tonight.
How was Grant Wheeler when you left him?
Oh, he's doing fine. His memory came back when he got with his wife and daughter. But even if it hadn't, Finley's gook would have been cooked. Wheeler's identification of them crooks was all that was needed. By golly, Reed, Finley'll get the works this time. I don't suppose we ever will know who it was that switched clothes with Wheeler just after he disappeared from home.
Probably not.
And there's another thing I don't get, Reed. How did the Hornet know that Mrs. Wheeler was waiting for a call with instructions for delivering the ransom?
Oh, she explained that to me, Axford. The Hornet called from my beach house after he'd knocked you and Wheeler out. And as soon as he mentioned Grant Wheeler's name, Mrs. Wheeler said she had the ransom money ready and asked what she should do with it. I guess the Green Hornet took advantage of the opportunity.
Well, that being the case, why did he call the cops?
Oh, was it the Hornet who called the police?
It must have been. Bert got the call while I was unconscious.
He probably wanted the police to get there in a hurry so he wouldn't be accused of abducting Grant Wheeler.
It's a shame that Finley was picked up so quick. With him going back to jail, all the time you spent trying to prove he'd bribed his way out of prison with the parole board is wasted.
Axford parole boards are no better than the officials who appoint them. Perhaps we'd better improve parole boards by arousing the people so they'll elect better officials. After all, the real responsibility for good government lies with the voters themselves. It's the responsibility of every citizen to know the men for whom he votes.
Okay, Reed, okay. I didn't mean to get you started on your favorite subject. But I was just thinking, it's a funny one the way Finley and his pals thought you were the Green Hornet. Oh, golly, if that had been true, what a story I'd have had for the Sentinel.
Yes, Axford. You can say that again.
Set the Lux Fibber, parole criminal captured in kidnap plot. Finley involved in Wheeler disappearance. Green Hornet attempts to hijack ransom. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Set the Lux Fibber.
If you would like to win one of the 200 genuine Webster Chicago wire recorders, you must hurry. Today is the last day we can tell you about this big, easy contest on this program. Just finish this sentence in 10 additional words or less. I like Cheerios Walt Disney pocket-sized comic books because. For complete rules, get the handy entry blank at your grocer's. Enclose your name and address and one Cheerios box top and mail at once to Green Hornet, Box 7800, Box 7800, Chicago, Illinois. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by Cheerios, the breakfast cereal that's made from good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Attention, Green Hornet fans. Next week, we'll tell you how you can get a big, exciting model city.
Model City looks just like a real city. It's complete with business buildings, houses, automobiles, and about everything you see in a real city. And you can get Model City without sending in a single penny and without waiting. That's right. Be sure to listen to this program next week. We'll tell you how you can get Model City when you get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This copyrighted picture originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
MGM presents Westworld.
Your attention, please. We will soon be landing at Westworld, the ultimate resort.
We have you on grid 5, over.
It consists of 3 worlds of the past.
Locking in now.
Worlds where you can live out your every fantasy. There's Roman world, the lusty, decadent delights of imperial Pompeii.
Notify ground crews.
Medieval world, chivalry and combat in 13th century Europe. And Westworld, lawless violence on the American frontier of 1880.
Bacon, cinnamon toast.
Each resort is maintained by reliable computer technology and peopled by lifelike robot men and women.
Let's stand by for resort activation. Ready on 6, on 5, on 4, on 3, on 2. Activate now.
Our robots are programmed to provide you with an unforgettable vacation.
Dinner at 7, breakfast at 6:30. Get lunch on your own. Don't look like much here, but we have everything.
You mean to tell me he's a robot?
What'll it be?
Vodka martini on the rocks with a twist of lemon. Very dry, please.
Just give him whiskey. He's new in town.
Many elements of the Delos Resort are potentially dangerous. That's part of the appeal.
Go on.
You say something, boy.
Kill him.
Your move.
Our technology is designed to provide all this in complete safety. In Westworld, frustrations find release. Desire ends in satisfaction.
Let me handle it.
And all in a controlled environment.
That's not supposed to happen.
We know you'll enjoy your stay in Westworld,
Hold it.
the ultimate resort,
Let me do it this time.
where nothing can possibly go wrong.
I'm shot.
Go wrong.
Raw.
Go wrong.
Oh, my God.
Shut down. Shut down immediately.
Westworld from MGM, starring Yul Brynner, Richard Benjamin, and James Brolin. Westworld, the ultimate resort. Boy, do we have a vacation for you, for you, for you, for you.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear. Well, the Lone Ranger, up next.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with a speed of light, a cloud of dust, the hearty Hi-yo, Silver! The Lone Ranger.
the early years of the western United States, government troops were sent to the new territory to preserve order and protect the settlers from hostile Indians. The officers and their men were unaccustomed to Indian methods of warfare, and they might never have accomplished their task if it had not been for the Lone Ranger. It was the masked champion of justice who made possible their final victory and the winning of the West. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! The Indians are on the warpath! We've got to hurry! Oh, Silver! Away!
Dismounted and kneeling behind such cover as they could find, a small body of blue-clad men fired methodically at the swiftly moving circle of painted savages that hemmed them in. Lieutenant Wade issued a terse command to the troopers.
Fire at will, but conserve your ammunition. Make every shot count.
We ain't going to get out of this, sir. I know we ain't.
Don't be a fool, Stan. Of course we will. Indians won't stand up to accurate fire. They haven't the stomach for it.
Sure they ain't. Yippee, I got another. Chalk it up, boys. That was my six.
Keep down. Watch you don't expose yourself.
I think they're getting ready to charge you, sir.
Let them come.
We'll never hold them off, sir. We can't.
Silence. They're drawing together. Break it up before they reach these rocks.
Here they come.
Rapid fire. Come on, men. Give it to them. Come on, men. Shoot that one.
They're running. They've had enough. Fellers, we licked them.
They turned back.
I knew we could do it. Blast it. They're getting out of range before I could run up my score to a dozen.
That'll be enough. Cease fire.
Do you think they'll be back, sir?
No, they've shot their bolt. We've seen the last of them.
Back to the post now, sir?
In a moment. Sergeant, come with me.
Yes, sir. Where are we going, sir?
Some of those redskins lost their rifles. I want to look at them.
Uh-huh. I was thinking the same as you, sir.
Let's have that one there.
A Sharps.
Regular Army issue. And new.
You think?
That Major Clemson was right.
The skunks. The sneaking, money-grabbing renegades.
Indians don't get guns like these unless white men sell them, Sergeant. And whites who would arm redskins to kill their own kind deserve the firing squad. Tell the men to mount. We return to the fort.
At Fort Worcester, Lieutenant Wade reported to his commanding officer, Major Clemson.
Sharp's rifles, sir. New ones. And every redskin in that band was armed.
6 months ago, these Indians couldn't have mustered a dozen guns between them. Those they had were flintlocks at that.
But where are they getting them, sir?
Yeah, that's what better men than we are would like to know, Lieutenant. Well, this is going to cause trouble. We can't protect every scattered settlement in the district. We haven't the men. With the rifles to play with, the Redskins will go on a howling rampage.
Yes, sir.
You better detail messengers. Have them warn the settlers. They can come to the fort until the danger's over.
They won't like it, sir.
They won't, eh? Well, they won't like losing their top hair either. What are we supposed to do? Send a troop to guard every ranch house between here and the Brazos? We have men enough to hold the fort, and that's all. They'll have to like it. They won't come to the fort. We can't be responsible for them.
I'll send men out at once, sir.
Oh, wait.
Yes, sir.
Captain McKay at Fort Desmond and Captain Jervis at Lathrop wired asking why we hadn't sent them the arms they requisitioned. Reply that Hogan and his freighters haven't arrived here yet. The moment they do, they'll get their supplies.
But Major, I understood the wagons had left Carson 3 days ago. I thought they were...
You thought they'd got here. Well, they haven't. I don't know why any more than you do. I expected them either yesterday or early this morning. There's been nothing heard of them since they set out.
Sir, do you think they may
I don't
have...
know what to think, and I won't guess. If they ran into Indians, well, we won't think about it. That'll be all. Detail your messengers first.
Yes, sir.
It's Hogan.
They did get through. Thank heavens.
Hogan!
Figure we weren't going to get here, Major. Howdy, Wade.
Hello, Hogan.
What delayed you?
Go over and take a look at them wagons, and you'll soon see. Injuns, shot us up for fair. Take a look at the bullet hole.
Where did you meet them?
12 hours out of Carson. Jumped us when we was fording the river. We had a running fight with them for close to 15 miles.
Armed, were they? The Indians?
Well, they was. If they weren't before, they sure are now.
Hogan, what do you mean?
Well, we had to leave 3 wagons behind in order to get clear. Well, I couldn't help it. Didn't have no choice.
You let 3 loads of guns and ammunition fall into their hands?
I said we didn't have no choice.
Just how much of a fight did you put up?
Easy, Lieutenant.
But, Major, abandoning
Now,
guns...
just a second, Wade. You soldiers ain't the only fellas who know how to fight. My skinners there don't wear no fancy uniforms, but they can handle rifles. And if you think we just turn tail and run for it, take a look under the tarp on that lead wagon.
What is it, Hogan?
3 of my best men, Major, done for. I don't like to see fellas drawing my pay get killed. And neither do I like to hear anybody hinting my men are cowards. If I wasn't signed to a contract to freight your supplies, I'd tell you to haul them yourself.
Lieutenant Wade was hasty. He didn't mean that, Hogan.
I didn't know. I'm sorry.
No, forget it then. Want us to unload right away, Major?
Find the sutler. Perhaps he may...
What the?
Who did that?
It's an arrow, sir. There on the floor.
An arrow? That means Injuns.
There's a paper around the shaft, Major.
Give me that.
Yes, sir.
Is that writing on it?
It is.
What is it, sir? What does it say?
No, it's nothing. Nothing.
But, Major...
I believe I gave you certain orders to carry out, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Well, but they're writing, Major.
It's none of your business, I'm afraid. I think you'd better see about getting those supplies unloaded.
Yeah, I'll get the boys at it. See you later.
The Lone Ranger. Two horsemen approached the fort. Taps, we're just on time, Kimasa. There's the west gate. There's the grove. Major Clemson obeyed the instructions I gave him. He should be there.
Me not see him horse.
And that doesn't prove anything. He most likely left the fort on foot. The horse would have drawn attention.
That right.
Wait. I believe I see him. See? There by that farthest tree.
That feller, all right.
Major Clemson?
Who are you?
Oh, Silver.
Oh, Scout.
I'm the man who wrote the message you received today. This is Tonto. He shot the arrow. Dismount. Remember, this is a trick I have you covered. Yep, it isn't. The message I received was signed the Lone Ranger. Right. How do I know you're him? Silver, you're who, old fella? Yep, that's it, old boy. What does that mean? Look at the shoe he wears. Silver. That's old boy. These are my guns. Open them. Examine the shells. The bullets. Silver bullets. Yes. And this Indian. What was it you called him? Tonto. Good enough. It checks. Now, why did you want me to meet you? No one knows you came here? No one. Good. Major, some time ago, 3 months ago, General Wheeler appointed 3 young officers to make a secret investigation. What does that... One moment. You must have had reports that the Indians are securing modern arms. What soldier in the territory doesn't know it? Exactly. Well, those 3 officers were detailed to discover their source. They were told to carry out the investigation in whatever way seemed to them best. Not in uniform, of course. This is the first I've heard of any such action? No one was to know of it, other than the 3 officers involved and General Wheeler himself. That was for their own safety. You wouldn't be told of it now if everything had gone as planned. You mean that... One of the 3 reported secretly to General Wheeler each week. Until a month ago. Since then, nothing has been heard of them. You're telling me the truth? I am. And it's clear enough. They learned where the guns came from? Yes. And died for it? It's possible, almost certain, in fact. On the other hand, they may have discovered the source, but at the same time discovered themselves in a position
but they could not report to General Wheeler without arousing suspicion.
We'll hope it's nothing worse than that. I'm glad you've told me this. I assume it's confidential.
Of course.
You must have had a reason for it. What?
There are more guns in the hands of Indians in this district than in any other.
I've had proof of that more than once.
Which would seem to indicate that the gun smugglers are making this district their headquarters.
Yes, perhaps
And
that's
if
right.
they are, and the 3 officers are still alive, this is the logical district in which to look for them. As I said, it may be they can't report to the general. Instead, they might try to get in touch with you.
I see.
Naturally, they have nothing on them with which to identify themselves. Unless you were told of the situation, you'd no doubt question their story.
And how did you learn of this?
General Wheeler got in touch with me only recently. I gave him my word that when you'd been told of this, Tonto and I would search for the missing officers, and if possible, the men responsible for the sale of arms to the Indians.
Very well, I'll...
What that?
You heard something?
What was it, Tonto?
You listen.
Nothing.
Stick break. If we were overheard...
Silence. Where, Tonto?
There.
That brush?
Whoever you are, come out of there. Step out before I fire. Don't fire. Don't attract the sentries.
May not be necessary. Follow me. If there's anyone there, we'll rouse him out.
We know you're there. Show yourself. Maybe Tonto imagined it.
Tonto's an Indian. He doesn't make mistakes like that.
This is your last chance. Show yourself or... There, fella. He's running for the wall. Halt! Stand where you are. He'll not stop. If he gets over the wall, we'll never be able to tell which one of the men from the fort it was. Come on. The blazes for the sentries. Bring that fellow down. I'll fire over his head. Halt or I shoot to kill. Him over wall. Major, he's safe away for the present. I told you to bring him down. And in spite of what I said, I never shoot to kill.
Major! Major Clemson, where are you?
The fools. You'd better clear out. Right. Here, Silver. Here, Scout. But I won't be away far, Major. What do you intend? You'll hear from me again.
There's the Major.
Back to the fort, you fools! Back to the fort! Get him up, Scout! Away! The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto, making camp just out of sight of the fort, rose before dawn the following morning. The Lone Ranger saddled Scout instead of Silver and directed Tonto, while the faithful Indian applied a disguise. When Tonto had finished...
Could I pass for a settler, Kemosabe?
Them not find you out.
There shouldn't be much chance of discovery. I'll leave Silver with you and take Scout. Yesterday, the settlers were warned to gather at the fort for security. They'll be coming in by the dozens. In a crowd like that, I won't be noticed.
Why you go?
Whoever spied on us last night, Tonto, had a reason. It may have been connected with the sale of arms to the Indians, or it may not. I hope it wasn't. But we can't take risks.
That's right.
That man's inside the fort. I want a chance to look around. He might possibly do something to give himself away. The odds are against it, but if he does, I'll be on hand.
You take care.
Right. Here, Scout. Remain here until I return. If for any reason you have to move camp, leave sign that I can follow.
How to do that?
I'll be back when I can. Come on, Scout. Come on.
At the fort, others were up early. Among them, Major Clemson and Lieutenant Wade.
Beverly, huh? Well, when there's work to be done, some of us have to give up our sleep. Now then, Lieutenant, you understand your instructions?
Yes, sir. Scouting parties are to be sent out in each direction. They're to look for signs of Indian war parties. But on no account are they to proceed so far as to risk being cut off from the fort. Right, sir?
Yes,
Who's there?
It's me, Major. Hogan. Can I speak to you for a second?
Come in. That'll be all, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Well, Hogan, what is it? Make it short, will you? I'm busy.
Sure, Major, I savvy. And I wouldn't be bothering you neither if I could help it. You see, sir, it's about them fellas working for me that was killed.
Oh.
Well, I thought a heap of them boys, and seeing as how in a way I'm kind of responsible for their dying.
Yes?
Well, I'd like to give them a real proper burying. Doggone, I suppose it sounds funny to you.
Of course it doesn't. I respect you for the way you feel. What can I do for you?
Well, they can't be took back to Carson. They'll have to be buried here.
I know.
If you could spare us an escort, then maybe if afterwards something could be played on the bugle for 'em. Something kind of sad-like.
Of course. Glad to. Come with me. I'll speak to the officer of the day. I'll give him instructions to follow whatever suggestions you make.
Well, thank you, Major. Thank you.
Carter. Oh, Carter.
You wanted me, sir?
Yes. This is Lieutenant Carter, Hogan. Lieutenant, Mr. Hogan's asked a favor, which I'm glad to oblige. He'll explain to you. Give him all the cooperation possible.
Yes, sir.
Major, I wish I could tell you
Sure,
how...
don't mention it.
Come on, boy.
Right.
What is it, sir?
That man. That fellow there, he just rode by.
You know him, sir?
It couldn't have been him. But that horse, I've seen it before. I know I have.
A day and a night passed. The scouting party sent out by Major Clemson returned with the word that no red men had been sighted. Hogan's 3 employees who had been killed were buried. And during the interval, the Lone Ranger, disguised, roamed the fort at will, suspected by no one but the Major, who could not reduce his suspicions to a certainty. Tonto had remained in camp, and on the morning of the second day, he saw his friend approaching.
It's White Friend. Hi! Hi, Kemosabe! Hi! Go, Scout! Go, boy! Go there!
Oh. Tonto, I know who's selling guns to the Indians. And I know what happened to General Wheeler's officers. Kemosabe, the game's in our hands.
You find feller spy?
No.
And how you find out?
I listened to talk and attended a funeral, Tonto.
Me no savvy.
Look there.
Oh.
To the west, Indians. And there, Tonto, more Indians to the south.
Indians.
And they're pouring out of those hills to the north. Tonto, there's hundreds of them. Sweeping down on the fort.
And what you do?
I've got to warn the garrison. Steady, Scout.
You not take silver?
You'll need him more than I will, Tonto. You're riding to Fort Lathrop.
Not go with you?
Fort Worcester's crowded with settlers. Major Clemson hasn't half enough men to hold out for long against numbers like those. He'll have to have reinforcements. It's up to you to bring them here just as fast as you can.
Tonto, do it. Here, Silver.
I can still get word to the garrison before the sentries sight the attack. Every moment gained now counts. We're depending on you, Tonto. Bring more troops.
Get him up, Silver. Get him up.
Come on, Scout. Hurry, Scout. Hurry.
In the meantime, Fort Worcester already had had its first indication that something was wrong. In the telegraph room, a tense group of men watched Sergeant Bates as he worked without success at the key.
Line's dead, sir. I can't rouse him.
Try Fort Desmond.
Yes, sir.
If the line's been cut.
Quiet. Well?
Nothing doing.
Cut off from Fort Desmond and Lathrop both. Major, that proves something's wrong. Just one of them, and it might have been an accident, a breakdown, but both...
Sergeant, see if Carson answers.
I'll try 'em, sir. But I got money says they won't.
The scouts found no signs of war parties.
But they didn't range far, sir. You remember your orders. They weren't to risk being cut off from the post.
I know. Nothing doing, huh?
I've done my best, sir.
Well, that leaves it square up to us. Lieutenant Carter, double the guard.
Yes, sir.
Wade, I want you to... What's that?
Something's wrong.
Major, Redskins are on the way here in force. They're coming from the west, south, and north. They'll be in sight in 5 minutes, and they'll attack in 10.
Where'd you get your information?
I saw them. I came here to warn you.
Who are you? Your voice. I know I've heard it before.
Don't you understand? There's no time to waste. Get the settlers inside the fort. Assemble your men. Close and bar the gates. Do it now, or you'll never get the chance.
You're right. Orderly, find the troublers. Sound to arms. Wade, warn the settlers.
Yes, sir.
Carter.
Yes, sir.
Break out extra guns and ammunition.
Yes, sir.
Tell Hogan and his men they'll have to help. Now stir yourselves. I want action.
While the troopers, summoned by the call to arms, tumbled out of their barracks, the panic-stricken settlers abandoned their belongings to crowd within the walls of the fort. A few short minutes, and then a seemingly irresistible band. The red-skinned savages burst into view, howling their fury and charging upon the fort as though they meant to overwhelm its defenders at the first attack.
Fire! Fire at will! Fire at will!
first attack was beaten off, and a second, and a third. When night fell, Fort Worcester was still in the hands of the whites, and the red men had withdrawn to a position of safety.
Any orders, sir? I think we're safe for the night. Tell the sentries to be on the alert, and tell the men to get what rest they can. They're to sleep in their clothes with their guns at hand. I want them ready at the first alarm. Right, sir. And, Lieutenant. Yes, Major? You'd better pray. Pray that we get reinforcements.
Major.
Eh? Oh, it's you.
I think you've guessed who I am.
I've known since you told me you'd sent Tonto for reinforcements.
You suspected this disguise the first day I came here.
Yes.
The reinforcements haven't arrived. I expected them before nightfall. If I've judged the situation correctly, reinforcements are our only hope. Sooner or later, the Indians are bound to take over. Am I right?
You are.
Once inside the fort, every man, woman, and child will be wiped out. If they're still here.
Of course.
I said if they're still here.
If? What do you mean?
There is a way to get everyone safely through the Indian lines. See those wagons, Hogan's freighters? There's enough of them to carry soldiers and settlers both. Listen and I'll explain.
The hoped-for reinforcements did not arrive. And before dawn, a strange activity took place within the fort. The settlers, and after them the soldiers, were loaded into the freighters, and then concealed from sight by tarpaulins drawn over their heads. Behind each driver knelt a trooper, gun in hand, with the Lone Ranger himself watching Hogan, whose wagon was in the lead. At daybreak, the fort's gates were suddenly thrown open, and...
Now, Hogan, if you value your life, you'll do as you've been told.
You dirty...
Keep still and get going. The others will follow.
I'll get you for this yet. Get up there! Get up! Get up there!
They've already seen us, Hogan. It's up to you. One word to warn them means you're finished.
Mister, I hope to live to see the day when your scalp decorating some Indian's belt. And maybe that won't be so long from now either.
Perhaps. But if so, you won't be alive to enjoy it. They're coming. You better rein up. I'll be under the canvas. But don't think I won't be able to use these guns.
Oh, there! Oh! Oh, up there! Oh, boy! No, wait. You know me and my men. We're your friends. Just hold on a second.
You, Hogan.
Yeah, that's me.
Where you go?
Just down the trail.
Why you go?
They found out about me back there at the fort, Lame Wolf. They kicked us out so they wouldn't have to waste grub on us. Let us through, won't you? We gotta clear out. You ain't gonna do nothing to us, are you?
You friend, Red Man. Shell gun. Red Man not hurt you.
Well, that's fine. Sure, I'm your friend. Can we go now?
You wait. Why paleface leave gate open?
Why, it's a trap for you. That's what it is. Yeah, trap. They're hoping you'll try rushing them. They're all set to blow you up. Now, can we go?
What do?
What did the chief say, huh?
You go.
Gosh, thanks. Thanks a heap. Get up there. Get up. Get along with you. Get up there. Come on, boy. Get up there, you finished. Get up there, boy. Come on.
So far, so good, Hogan. But we're not out of danger yet. They discover the fort's empty. They find they were tricked. You drive like you've never driven before. Hear me?
You go to...
Don't forget, you tricked them, Hogan. If you do, your redskin friends won't. You're in this as deep as the rest of us.
Wait. What is it?
Reinforcements! They come!
There's Tonto. Hogan, right up. We finish this right now.
Forward, man! After the man! Follow me! Forward! After the man!
I think this day's finished Indian troubles around here for some time to come. Thanks to you, stranger.
Tonto brought the men from Fort Lathrop. Thank him.
But it was you who found out Hogan had been selling the Redskins guns.
But you could have guessed for yourself if you'd known that Hogan was lying about having been forced to abandon those wagons outside Carson. I knew it as soon as I saw the men he claimed were killed in the fight. They were the 3 officers appointed by General Wheeler.
Yes, but
Hogan said they'd been in his employ several years. That proved he was lying, because they couldn't have been. And if they were with him, it was because they suspected him. They got jobs with his outfit to prove their suspicions. When Hogan learned it, he killed them and faked his story of a battle to explain the disappearance of those guns.
At least you realized that we could use Hogan's freighters to escape from the fort.
So naturally, the Indians wouldn't attack the men they'd bought their guns from.
I see you're bound to avoid taking credit. But I warn you, Lone Ranger, I'll see to it personally that every army post in the West hears the story.
Come on, Tonto.
Get him up, Scout. Hail, Silver! Away!
And that you can tie to. Carter.
Yes, sir.
Take a good look at that fella.
I have, sir.
Then don't forget him. I've soldiered 30 years, Lieutenant, and never met his equal. The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
What is it? Don't ask.
And this is Ryan O'Neal. You remember him from Love Story and Peyton Place and Games and The Big Bounce was one of his bigger hits. Also
This
a
is
Warner
Miss
Barbara
Brothers.
Streisand over here. You remember her from Funny Face?
It's Streisand.
Excuse me, Funny Girl.
Streisand. Or Streisand.
She spells it without an A. How was that, Bobby?
Damn good.
I'd like it to be faster.
This is San Francisco, the city chosen by one of the most brilliant and sensitive new generation of filmmakers, Peter Bogdanovich, for his maiden comedy effort, What's Up, Doc?, starring Barbara Streisand and Ryan O'Neal.
Where are we? I can't see.
Well, there's not much to see, actually. We're inside a Chinese dragon.
Any experienced observer of shooting techniques will quickly sense the utterly new and different atmosphere created on the Bogdanovich set. No more the crass showmanship and slapdash of the old Hollywood.
There, he's gonna get it. You think I played baseball when I was a kid?
Hello. Hello. Who are you?
I'm Peter Bogdanovich.
What's the picture you're making?
This little picture we're making today is
What's Up, Doc?
called What's Up, Doc? See what I mean? It goes boom and then comes back and you have to get out of it. Yeah. Okay. All right. What's the word I say?
Isn't it action?
Oh, action. I can't find my rocks.
Let's break the cases.
Which ones?
Here, too, none of the catch-as-catch-can, do-it-anyway attitudes of former filmmakers.
Print.
Here, instead, is a skilled artist, sophisticated in his craft, using the camera as Heifetz uses a Stradivarius. The relationship between star and director is no longer, as in the old days, one of master and slave. Here, mutual respect between the artist-director and the artist-stars make possible an exquisitely honed response.
Must remember this. C minor 7th. A kiss is still a kiss.
In a rare glimpse of two artists at work, we are afforded an insight into how director Peter Bogdanovich, working with stars Barbara Streisand and Ryan O'Neal, can manage to put these two performers together and create that almost indefinable thing, which is most simply described as a motion picture called What's Up, Doc?
And when two lovers woo, they still say, I love you.
On that you can rely.
No matter what the future brings.
No matter what the future brings.
Let's check what's coming the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. I saw your ad in the paper, and I wondered if you'd help me. I can't go to the police, and I have no money for a private detective. But my father is in trouble, I'm sure, and when you find out who he is, you'll know why I can't go to the police and why I must have help.
I know who he is. You'll know why I can't go to the police and why I must have help. Mrs. Sheila Corbett, 356 Waring Avenue. It didn't sound like much, this letter, but I did find out who her father was. I found him dead, then learned he was alive. Sure, it sounds impossible, but that was it.
And now back to The Dead Man Walks, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
I wonder why she can't go to the police.
Susie, if I knew that, I wouldn't have to go to see Mrs. Corbett.
Gee, Mr. Holliday, it sure sounds like a wild goose chase. It'll probably turn out to be a dub. Oh, is that the word I wanted?
Susie, only you can give the answer to that question.
Well, once in a while I get a word right. Well, don't I?
Oh, sure. That's what makes it so interesting. When you do get one right, I don't know what you're talking about.
Kind of makes it the slice of life, huh?
2 strikes, and before you foul tip the next one, I'm leaving for... What was that address?
356 Waring Avenue.
356 Waring Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
So long, Susie. It wasn't a very nice neighborhood, 356 Waring Avenue. But the flat I entered was neat, clean scrubbed, and polished. And the woman who asked me to sit down was as neat and clean as the room. I waited for her to start things, and she did.
I'm Mrs. Sheila Corbett.
Yes, I guessed that. And I'm Box 13. My name's Dan Holliday.
Well, I don't know how to start, Mr. Holliday.
The beginning's always a good place, Mrs. Corbett. Saves time and trouble.
I want you to find my father.
You said you couldn't go to the police about it. Why not?
Because my father is a paroled convict. Do you understand?
Are you afraid he's done something?
No, I know that's not true. He swore he'd go straight when he came home.
But you think he hasn't.
I didn't say that.
But the fact that you're afraid to go to the police says so. Look, Mrs. Corbett, if he's done nothing wrong, there's nothing to be afraid of.
Yes, I know. But there'd be questions. I have 2 children, Mr. Holliday. A husband who's wonderful to me. No one in this neighborhood knows about my father, so... Well...
All right, Mrs. Corbett, I'll give it a whirl. But first, when did you last see your father?
The day after he was released on parole. He came here.
Was he all right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, I'll tell you what happened. He'd come home. He was here maybe 2 hours when the phone rang.
Sheila? Sheila, telephone.
Answer it, will you, Dad?
All right. Hello? Oh, yeah, it's me. Why'd you call up? Look, I said nothing doing. I meant it. I'm straight now. Nothing doing. You won't get him, and I won't say where they are. Let me alone, will you? Just let me alone.
Dad. Dad, who was it?
Just a man I used to know.
Who?
Nobody you know, honey.
Well, what did he want?
Nothing.
You were afraid. Why? Why were you afraid?
It wasn't anything, Sheila.
Dad, if there's something wrong...
There ain't.
You're on parole.
I know it. Don't you think I know it?
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. But, Sheila.
What, Dad?
Here. I want you to keep this for me.
What is it?
Just a piece of paper with something on it. Put it in a safe place. Keep it for me.
Keep it for you? Dad, why do you say that?
There's nothing to worry about, Sheila. Nothing at all. Now just forget all about it and don't worry, because there ain't anything to worry about.
He said there wasn't anything to worry about, Mr. Holliday. But I was worried. He didn't come home that night. Or the next day.
And you don't know where he went?
No.
May I see the piece of paper he gave you?
Yes, here it is.
Is this all?
That's all.
517 Slack Street, S. Thomas, 945. Does this mean anything to you?
No,
Do you know the address, 517 Slack Street?
not at all.
And the name, S. Thomas?
I never heard it before.
Do you mind if I take this?
No, of course not. Do you think you know what it means?
No more than you do. But I'll try to find out.
How?
By going to 517 Slack Street and seeing if there's a Mr. S. Thomas there. The piece of paper with a message on it seemed like it might be a reminder to meet Mr. S. Thomas at 9:45 at this address. But when? What day? Why? Was S. Thomas the man who called Mrs. Corbett's father on the phone? You know, a guy can ask himself a lot of questions and get no answers. So I drove to 517 Slack Street. It was a pawn shop with everything from gold toothpicks to elephant heads. And clocks. Lots of clocks that ticked off little punctuation marks into the silence. Hello? Hello? Anybody here? Holy mackerel. Holy mackerel. Hey, what the...
Hey, you. Hey, you. Come on, wake up. Hey, McGuire, look. This guy's out like high-button shoes. You wake up, come on.
Oh,
That's the boy. Come on, sit up.
sit up. Without my head.
Look, fella, parking on the side of the road isn't allowed.
Who are you?
State trooper, who are you?
I'm Dan Holliday.
Welcome to Hamilton County.
What did you say?
Look, are you drunk?
Did you say Hamilton County?
That's it. We saw your car. Looked like there wasn't anybody in it. Stopped to take a look.
And found me.
You're no Easter egg, but, brother, all that lump on your head needs is a shell.
How far is it to the city?
About 70 miles.
Well, thanks. I'll be going now.
Oh, no. Maybe you better come with us.
All right. Get in touch with Lieutenant Kling. I'll identify myself and tell him a nice story. He won't believe it, but I've got a lump on my head to back me up.
All right, Dan, all right. Let's have it from the beginning.
You don't believe me, do you?
You saw a dead man in that pawn shop.
Then somebody teed off on me for a hole-in-one. When I woke up, I was out in the country, out in the next county.
In your own car?
In my own car.
What time did you go to the pawn shop?
It was 2:15.
Yeah, it's 5 now. That's better than 3 hours. And no dead bodies have been reported. I keep in touch with them.
I tell you, I saw one.
Whose?
I didn't ask.
What did he look like?
Medium height, gray hair, blue suit.
Go on.
Well, that's about all I can tell you.
Great. Nothing else?
I didn't get to count his teeth because the roof fell in. Look, I've got a knot on my head. Doesn't that prove anything?
I guess it does. But you're sure you didn't recognize the man you saw lying dead?
No, I never saw him before.
And you went there looking for...
I'll be doggone.
What's the matter?
I didn't ask her his name.
Her? Who?
Mrs. Sheila Corbett.
What?
Does that flint strike a spark in your iron head?
Did you ever hear of a man named Winslow? Albert Winslow?
No.
Ex-convict, paroled, sent up for counterfeiting.
It might be. You got a picture of him?
Yeah, wait a minute. Sergeant, file on Albert Winslow. Bring it in.
Albert Winslow has a daughter named Mrs. Sheila Corbett. Is that it?
What deduction? By the way, Winslow answers the description of your dead man, roughly.
Then let's get going.
Hold your horses. Bring it here, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
Let's see it.
There you are. Oh, that's all, Sergeant.
Okay.
Kling, look. This is Albert Winslow, and Albert Winslow is the man I saw dead in that pawn shop.
You're sure?
Look, could I make this up?
I guess not. Okay, Dan, let's go to your pawn shop. Let's see what we can redeem. This is it.
517 Slack Street.
Go on. This the same place?
Sure it is.
Yes, sir. Can I do something for you?
Maybe. This your shop?
Oh, yes.
Uh-huh.
Were you in here at 2:15 this afternoon?
2:15? Well, yes. Why?
You're sure?
Well, of course.
How long have you been here?
Why, about 15 years.
I mean today.
Holiday. Would you like my badge?
Badge?
Yeah, police. Homicide.
Oh, my goodness, sir.
Yeah, What's the matter, Dan?
You'll take a look behind this counter.
Huh? Well, I'm looking. What am I supposed to see?
Albert Winslow dead.
Where?
Look, Winslow was behind this counter at 2:15 this afternoon.
Excuse me, but I don't understand this.
Well, neither do I.
What's your name?
Holiday.
Shut up. Yours?
Barlow. Michael Barlow.
Do you know a man named Albert Winslow?
I never heard of him. No, I'm sure I didn't.
Mind if we look over your place?
Oh, certainly not. But I still don't understand.
I'll draw it for you, Mr. Barlow. At 2:15 this afternoon, I walked into this shop.
This one?
This one. There was no one here except a dead man behind the counter. Then I was slugged.
In here?
That's right.
But that's impossible. Well, I've been here all day.
Come on, we'll take a look around.
Wait a minute, Kling.
What now?
This place looks a little different from what it did earlier. It looks as though it's been changed around.
Well, that's impossible, too.
Dan, are you sure this is the place?
Of course I am.
Okay, we'll give it a fine-tooth comb job.
Certainly, help yourselves. Be only too glad to do anything I can, although this is certainly very peculiar.
Thus, we have the understatement of the week.
Well, let's get...
Oh, that's my phone. May I answer it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I won't be a minute. Hello? Who? Oh, yes, just a minute. Lieutenant Kling.
Yeah?
It's for you.
Thanks. Be right with you. Hello? Yeah, go ahead, Sergeant. What? Say that again. Okay, thank you. We won't have to go over your place, Barlow.
You won't?
What are you talking about, Kling?
Holiday, there's a Sergeant Garvin. He's very efficient.
So, what's that got to do with this?
Lots. I left word where I could be reached. He reached me.
What are you building up to?
I don't know, but it's not good for you.
Yeah, what's on your mind?
More to the point, what's on yours?
Now, look, I don't get this. What was that call about?
About Albert Winslow.
Go on.
You saw him dead at 2:15.
I said I did.
You want to change your story?
Now, look, why should I?
Because Albert Winslow reported to his parole officer no later and no earlier than 4:20 this afternoon.
And now back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's latest adventure, The Dead Man Walks.
Yeah, that was it. The man I saw dead at 2:15 was alive again at 4:20. That's impossible. Kling said it was, and better than Kling, my own common sense said it was. So later that night, I went back to see Mrs. Corbett.
But you went to the police. You promised you wouldn't.
I'm sorry, but I had to. I saw your father.
Dead. Dead, you said.
I know that's a brutal way to put it, Mrs. Corbett, but the only way.
And the police?
There's nothing they can do or want to do. Your father reported to his parole officer. He has to do that once a month.
Please, please find him.
I think I did find him.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
Mrs. Corbett, I've got to ask some questions. You've got to answer them.
Well, I'll try.
Good. Now, look, your father talked to someone on the phone. He didn't mention any names?
No,
Not even the name Thomas?
I'm sure of it.
One dead end after another. Do you know the names of any of your father's, well,
Accomplices?
yes.
I don't remember any names, but I can tell you the place where they used to meet, where he was arrested.
Where was it?
A house in Brennan Square. 618, I think.
Now, you said your father spoke to someone on the phone and said he wouldn't give them something.
I don't know what he was talking about.
And you haven't heard from him at all?
No.
And you're sure you'd get in touch with him?
Oh, I know it.
Okay, Mrs. Corbett. I'll try the lead you gave me. 618 Brennan Square. 618 Brennan Square was an old frame house that looked as though its last tenants had moved out to go to George Washington's inaugural. Its windows were boarded up, and the rusty iron fence in front bowed politely to the houses across the street. I walked up the stairs and knocked on the front door, never expecting an answer. I was about to turn away and chalk this off to exercise when...
Yeah? What do you want?
I'm looking for someone.
Ain't nobody here.
Mr. S. Thomas, perhaps?
Nobody. Now beat it.
Just a minute. Maybe you've got an Albert Winslow living here.
What was that name again?
Albert Winslow, as in Homer.
I don't get it.
You wouldn't. But do you know anyone by that name?
Maybe you better come in.
Maybe I should.
Come on.
Do you live here?
Caretaker, that's all.
I see.
What you stopping for?
I don't like haunted houses. This looks like one.
You're nuts.
Look, before we go any farther, maybe you'd like to tell me why you let me in when I mentioned the name of Albert Winslow.
Maybe he was a friend of mine.
I think I'd like a breath of fresh air.
Maybe you'll be lucky to get any breath at all, chum.
Oh, it's that way, huh?
This way.
What's the idea?
It was yours, chum. Now come on. Get in front of me. Come on. Company, Eddie. Looking for Al.
Getting crowded in here. Come in. I seen you before someplace. Oh, yeah, you came in Barlow's shop this afternoon. You didn't stay long, did you?
I took a sleeping tablet over the head. And you prescribed it, huh?
Yeah. I thought maybe you were just a guy, but now you come nudging in here. Charlie.
Right.
You asked for Al, huh?
That's right.
Sit down. Charlie, see if Barlow's come to.
Okay.
Barlow? The pawn shop owner?
That's right. We couldn't get anything out of him, so we'll try you.
What do you mean?
Guess. Take a look at Barlow.
You gave him plenty to remember you by, didn't you?
Uh-huh. Now you keep looking at him and keep thinking how you'll look if you don't talk.
About what?
That's a starter. Not talk.
Sure, I still say about what?
I'll give you 5 minutes to tell us where the plates are.
Plates?
Yeah, plates.
Oh.
I don't know. Barlow's stubborn. You gonna be that way, too?
Come on, let him alone.
Sure, but him and Winslow were pals. Winslow would tell him. Maybe you know, too.
Look, I'm trying to find Winslow, that's all.
That's all, huh?
Why, you...
Sit still.
And take it. Now, come on, where are the plates? What did Winslow do with them? He hit him before he took the rap, and we want him.
Counterfeit plates?
Where are they?
I don't know.
All right, Charlie, go ahead. Go ahead and make him talk.
That's no use, Eddie. He won't spill.
Get rid of him, then.
No, either he or Barlow knows where Winslow's plates are.
Barlow doesn't know, neither do I.
I think he's telling the truth, Eddie.
Go through his pockets.
Okay. Identification cards. Name Dan Holliday.
Do your reading some other time. What else is it?
Look, Eddie, look.
517 Slack Street, S. Thomas, 945.
That's the pawn shop, Barlow's place.
Yeah. What's the rest of it mean?
I don't know.
You. What's this mean?
And if I tell you I don't know, I'll get battered around like a cue ball again.
Why, you...
Cut it out, Eddie.
Well, he knows.
Look, he went to Barlow's place this afternoon. If he knew where the plates were, he wouldn't be here, would he?
So?
They've got to be at Barlow's shop.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Okay, tie 'em up, both of them. And Mr. Holliday, if we come back without the plates, you walk out without your head.
They did a good job of tying Barlow and me to the chairs. Then, when they were gone, I talked with Barlow. Barlow? Barlow, are you all right?
Yeah, I think so.
What happened? Who were those men?
They knew Albert Winslow years ago. He engraved counterfeit plates.
What happened in your shop?
I was in my shop early this afternoon. I hadn't seen Albert since he was released. Then he came into my shop. First, I didn't recognize him. Then he spoke to me. You remember me, don't you, Barlow?
I seem to.
Take a good look.
Al Winslow.
How are you?
Fine, but you?
Paroled.
Oh, I see.
It's all right, Barlow. I'm going straight.
Well, of course. Here, sit down, back in the shop.
Wait a minute. I want to take a look around.
Yeah, what are you looking for, Al?
Things didn't change much around here, did they?
Well, what do you mean?
Nothing. Look, Barlow, I want to go straight, so there's something I got to tell you.
Mm-hmm. What's the matter? Oh, customers. I'll be back in a minute.
No, not customers.
But I...
Hello, Al.
Eddie.
This is Charlie. You remember Charlie?
Sure.
Hi.
Sit down, Barlow. Take it easy.
What is this?
Sit down, Barlow. Do what he says.
That's right. Okay, Al, where are they?
I told you on the phone you can't have them. I'm going straight. I'm going to turn them over to the government.
Sure. Beautiful plates like those? Not much, you are. Now, where are they?
No, I won't tell you.
Don't be a sap. We'll take them and get out.
When I be picked up again, the feds know my work. I'll have a great chance. I'm on parole. Please, let me alone. Just let me alone.
Sure. When we get the plates. They in here?
No.
Barlow, what do you say?
You don't know anything.
Come on, Al. Where are they?
Look, I got to report to my parole officer this afternoon. If I don't, they'll come after me. And you.
Oh, cut it out.
Hey, Charlie, stop him. Al.
Oh, Eddie.
Why, you idiot, you muttonhead, you killed him.
I'll call the police.
Get Winslow behind the counter. Now, come on.
Eddie, there's somebody coming in.
Barlow, get out of sight. Charlie, get Winslow behind the counter. Now, duck back of that screen. Come on.
Hello? Hello? Anybody here?
That was you, Mr. Holliday. Eddie hit you when you saw Winslow's body.
Mm-hmm. That's where I came in. But later when I went back with Lieutenant Kling, what about that?
Well, I had to do what I did. They were upstairs. My wife was there. They threatened to...
I see. But Winslow reported to his parole officer that afternoon, after he was dead.
It was a telephone call they made from my shop. Charlie pretended to be Winslow. He told the officer he'd report in person in an hour. Then he hid Winslow's body in the basement. It's there now.
Oh, nice, clever people. Now, what about those plates? Do you know where they are?
No, but Winslow frequently came to see me here. He was often in the shop alone and...
Barlow, I've got it. I know where those plates are.
Where?
Come on, let's get out of here first.
Yeah, but how?
Look, there's a drinking glass on that table. I'll square my chair over there and knock the glass on the floor to break it.
But I...
Hold it. Here I go. Okay, Barlow. Scrape over. Overturn your chair and get a piece of glass. Cut these ropes on my hand. I've got a date with a boy named Eddie. And he who slaps last slaps best.
Better wait outside the shop, Holiday.
Oh, no, Kling, I'm too fond of Eddie. A lump on my head and a welt across my face. Please, don't shoot him.
No, take it easy. Kelly, Macklin, take the back. Go ahead. You ready, Dan?
Yeah, let's go.
Back door, Eddie, come on!
Kling, there they go.
Why, you!
Hello, Eddie.
Dan, you need any help?
Just pick him up and steer him in my direction.
That's enough, boys. All cleaned up.
Eddie disappointed me.
Yeah, me too. He didn't hit you once. All right, out you go. Kelly, take Pretty Boy here and slap some jewelry on him. And, what are you looking at, Holiday?
Me? Why, I'm looking at Mr. S. Thomas.
Huh? I thought his name was Eddie.
I'm not looking at him, Kling. I told you I was looking at Mr. S. Thomas and 945.
Well, go on, Mr. Holliday. What then? Who was Mr. S. Thomas, and what did 945 mean?
Mr. S. Thomas, Susie, was a clock. One of the famous old Seth Thomas clocks. He was the only one in the shop whose hand stood at 945.
Yeah? And?
Well, Winslow had put his counterfeit plates on the pendulum arm, and that's where they were when we got them.
You mean they looked like a pendulum weight?
Exactly. It was very clever.
But, gee, what if somebody had bought the clock?
Well, that was a chance he took, but no one did. And that's that.
There's one more thing that puzzles me.
One?
Yeah. Suppose Eddie and Charlie got the plates and made counterfeit money from them.
So?
Would they have to declare it for income tax?
Income? Oh, good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, with this week's original story by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. Part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker, and that of Lieutenant Kling by Edmund MacDonald. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.
Sister, sister, oh so fair, why is there blood all over your hair?
Whatever happened to baby Jane? To seek the answer to that question, we will follow a man plotting a murder. Highly specialized work. But Robert Aldrich has considerable experience in such matters. He has a dozen successful pictures to his credit. His stars are Betty Davis and Joan Crawford. The scene: an Italianate villa in a once fashionable section of Los Angeles. Its halls, once crowded with the bright, the beautiful, and the celebrated, now echo only to hectic whispers, the insistent call of a buzzer better left unanswered. A telephone that has become an object of fear. A supper tray that will not be touched. A window barred against the world. A hammer. A mute scrawl crying for help. From these elements, director Aldrich has fashioned a motion picture with a curious title: Whatever Happened to Baby Jane? Betty Davis is Jane Hudson. Joan Crawford is Blanche Hudson. But we must warn you, if you're long-standing fans of Miss Davis and Miss Crawford, this motion picture is quite unlike anything they have ever done. It is a bold essay in the art of the macabre, a venture to the ultimate reaches of terror. A motion picture definitely not for the squeamish. And we beg you, as the tension builds to the screaming point, as shock after shock assaults your senses, try to remember that this is only a motion picture. Try and remember.
Get away from me! Get away from me!
No, we can't show you any more. Only when you see whatever happened to Baby Jane will you know. And the answer is total suspense.
Thank you.